Whatever is on your mind. The Zone Inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can hit me up, agree, disagree, tell me your thoughts on life at Hanley@1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone Inbox.
Switch to Cox Mobile and instantly save $200 on a new iPhone 14. So whether you're keeping up with your book club...
It all began in Manchester.
...or sharing your latest recipe... you've got a plan that fits you based on the data you need. Switch today and instantly save $200 on a new iPhone 14 featuring the most impressive dual camera system on iPhone. The new Cox Mobile. We're different because you're different. Limited time offer for existing and new Cox Mobile lines. Prices exclude taxes and device activation. Other fees and charges are subject to change. Other terms and conditions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Danced him. Another victim to the crossovers. Crossed him up and sent him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John and Josh are here. Hi, guys.
The crossover is powered by Everlevel.
Not again. That was
Repair in
yesterday's
Omaha at
bit.
everlevelconcrete.com.
Josh, you do one.
The crossover is powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. It's starting to roll off the tongue.
Everlevel.
And that's what
That's
you
why
want.
we're doing it, is just to make
Practice.
sure we don't blow it.
Practice makes perfect.
The last thing I want to do is go, I don't want to Tom Brokaw this thing.
Tom Brokaw.
Crossover is powered by Everlevel Concrete.
Speaking of blows,
Vice President Gerald Ford.
have you seen Apple Podcast reviewer 1620 blows? He's been leaving reviews.
Oh, he has.
So did he just go through on one day in April?
No.
Or he leaves
Ours
them all the
was
time?
in February, and the morning show was in the fall.
And ours was in April.
And yours was in April 4th. Oh, wow. Almost 3 months ago.
So how do you get the username 1620 blows?
You're a sicko.
Yeah.
You're that obsessed with us that you're like, I'm going to build my
make a whole Apple ID.
It's kind of free advertising.
Thank you, 1620 blows.
Nick, did you block Mark's number? Is that why now he's having to go this route?
My bad. Sorry.
Why
Mark.
isn't Damon still there? Oh, man.
Anyway, what did 1620 blows say?
Oh, yeah, read 'em all.
Happer has to be one of the most boring blah hosts in radio. Josh looks and sounds like the human embodiment of a chode. Perfect for Omaha radio. Wow.
See, I thought John, it got John. It was kind of funny.
Yeah, all right. So let me,
did
one
you
star,
see-
by the way.
Did you
one
see the,
star.
Did you see the subject, the title?
Oh, thank you for reminding me, Nick. The subject line was cringy and milquetoast takes. So not only are they boring takes, but they're also cringy takes.
Cringy
and milk toast.
And milk toast.
You know what? I just
What's up, John?
I'm gonna be upfront and honest. I've heard the word chode many times.
Are you a fan?
But I was never really 100% sure what it meant.
Oh no.
Oh,
Really?
You Googled it.
Oh, no,
Oh,
John.
John.
Oh, no, John.
Don't look at the images.
Why'd you do that?
No, I did not look at the images. But
Good.
here's where it's a little confusing, because according to the Urban Dictionary, which is
The official
the
dictionary.
official dictionary of the world,
Is this the chode crossover?
a chode is a short, fat penis that is wider than it is longer. Or
Oh, there's a second
or
definition.
it's the area between the scrotum slash.
No,
That's got a
and-
different name.
No,
I
that's
know,
called
that's,
something
that's
else.
the taint.
So- or the grundle.
Right?
I've heard it called the grundle.
gooch. Is that it?
The gooch.
The gooch is another one.
But that's what Urban Dictionary says.
Wow.
Oh, and the third thing is a derogatory term that's used to insult somebody.
Yeah,
Covers
well,
all the
that's-
bases. Covers
yeah.
all the bases.
So which is it? Which does Josh look more like?
1620 blows. We know you're still listening, so just let us know what you meant by that, and we'll move on another day. Because it's
Please let us know if he's a short, fat penis that is wider than his longer, or he is what most people call.
Yeah.
Also, what does that sound like?
What does what?
Because he
sound
said he
like?
looks and sounds like.
Well, again, 1620 blows. Respond to us.
Yeah,
please.
we need some
I'm just
confirmation.
curious.
So for our show, which by the way, the picture of John is still that random guy that's not.
Oh,
Is
yeah.
that the British comedian?
Yeah.
Because
guy?
it tried to like identify
John
you
Bishop
guys.
100.
Yeah.
I'm still disappointed, by the way. I used to get a lot of fans of that John Bishop who were angry at that John Bishop because of how the tickets were sold at his last concert. And I haven't got one of those in years. I'm very disappointed.
Is that John Bishop 100?
Yes.
I always liked when Lee Sterling would come on. He's
100.
like going on with Josh Tweederson and John Bishop 100 to talk about the week of college football.
I believe the announcer schedules made one mistake this past week.
and did the same thing.
John Bishop
Yeah,
100
John Bishop
calling the
100.
College World Series.
Yeah.
That's great. So for our show, the title was Cringe. Cringe.
Wait, we're both cringe?
Yeah, we're cringe. This is one of the cringiest shows in existence.
Oh,
These guys are not funny at all. John Bishop is unbearable to listen to, too.
John Bishop 100.
Wow. So, like, these guys are all not funny, but also John is unbearable. So you got called out specifically. And then, okay, and then I got to do Gary and Nick's review, which I actually think it's going to be more about Ravi, the review of the morning show. Wow. Okay, so here's another person that signed up to just review podcasts, and their name is This Show Used to Be Good.
oh,
September 16th, woke sports talk for losers. Typical liberal sports talks, try something different, losers, jaw. I think that meant ha.
Jaja.
Jaja.
Jaja Binks.
Oh, wait, this is wow. There was another one on September 8th that, come for the sports talk, leave for Chance cracking up over his own politics and the Queen of England dying. Actually, I think that was our show that made fun of.
Chance probably also made fun of Liz.
Yeah, Chance loved to make fun. Remember, Chance loves to make fun of the British monarch.
Lots of things. And then finally,
And lots
though,
of things.
1620 blows on October 22nd. So I guess there were 2 in October last year. Why would the title's just Ravi. Why would anyone voluntarily listen to Ravi, and why would anyone continue to employ Ravi to do any form of talks, show / podcast? Only 1620 would find someone markedly worse than Damon to fill the void. Man, this guy is triggered. There's a lot of Ravi comments.
So I wonder if his new name is now Herdat Blows.
I can't wait to see the reviews on that podcast.
I can't.
Nick,
I
dump
can't
that.
either.
Dump that, Nick. Dump it, Nick.
Don't talk to him.
Don't dump it, Nick.
Don't dump it.
Lots of comments. Here's one. Okay during football season.
Oh, thanks.
Well,
I miss football
guess
season
we're
too.
not going to be okay for another 800 days because it's going to be a while.
A
folks.
long
It's a
time.
very long time.
Brady greater than Bill says 2 racists in the morning. Michael has a room temp IQ. Nothing to see here.
Wow.
Michael has a room temp IQ.
Jeez. Here's one
I
that
have
says
never
yay
heard that
severe.
insult before.
Also, they put the apostrophe on one of these. It's M-I apostrophe K-E-L.
Wait.
Look at that.
M-I apostrophe. My apostrophe Kel.
I'll tweet this out for you, John, so you can see
Well,
it.
no.
Okay.
I'm gonna create a.
Yeah, turn that into a graphic.
So M-I and then apostrophe K-E-L.
That's right.
Or what if it was M apostrophe
I-K-E-L?
I-K-E-L?
Oh, that'd be good.
Or M-I-K
Real quick,
apostrophe
Aaron and Papilli
E-L.
says, I just had to turn the volume down in my office so my coworkers wouldn't hear your conversation. Carry on.
Yeah, it's
Probably for the best.
Yeah, that's fair.
Other Ravi says, what the hell is going on right now? And then a gif of Jimmy Butler looking very confused. Jordan says, cut out all of this.
This
Wait,
isn't us.
Odson, that's a poll question.
What did Odson say?
No, it's just Michael, or Michael.
Oh,
That's a poll question.
Great
Yeah.
question.
Yeah.
Yes.
There you go. Make it a poll question, please.
I could see it being Mike and then apostrophe E-L. I could see that.
I could. Yes. Yes.
That's reasonable. I could not see Michael.
Michael.
Michael. I mean, I suppose there are Michaels out there.
Mike apostrophe E-L sounds like a Star Trek character.
Mike.
What if
Michael.
it's M
It does.
apostrophe I-K-E-L?
Michael.
Mikel.
Mickle.
Michael.
Mikel.
Brian says 1620 the
Hey,
best.
Michael.
Oh, thank
1620 the best.
Oh.
Make it your username,
Oh,
Brian.
boring.
Yes, make that your username, please.
Well, I invited people earlier. I said we really enjoy constructive criticism. So if you're going to go leave a review on our podcast on Apple Podcasts, which many people use, you can leave us both a criticism and a nice thing to say. on
There you
there
go.
as
That's
well.
a perfect idea.
By the way,
I'm sure
what,
people will do it.
what got the artist formerly known as 1620 Blows to come after you today?
It
No,
wasn't
this was-
today.
this
Josh
was
just
April.
brought this up. Why were you on
Oh.
Apple
So,
Podcasts?
Josh, I don't mean to throw him under the bus.
Oh.
He had uploaded the wrong segment for Mitch, and
Oh,
my app was
no.
still who called today? Jim and O'Neill. So there were 2 Jim and O'Neill segments, and I was trying to find the Mitch Sherman, but my app hadn't refreshed. I was like, I'll just go over to Apple and I'll listen to it off of there, which was still the Jim and O'Neill segment, which was, I forgot to tell Josh. But then I was like, I wonder if there's any fun reviews in here. And then I stumbled upon 1620 Blows.
Do a little scroll.
Which, by the way, if this person would have commented on our signal, because I was listening to the top 5 live today, that thing. Are we doing construction on our tower right now?
No.
It's summer, Josh. There's a
summer.
I thought that was, I forgot
solar
about the sun. I
stuff.
thought it was better in the summer because the sun is
worse
out for
in the
long.
summer.
In Odson's defense,
Yeah.
sometimes it just takes a while for those things to update, even if you do update it right away.
I'm sure it's great. It'll be fine.
We
I'll
should
listen
have
to
done it
Mitch.
wrong in the
I'll
first
listen to Mitch
place.
tonight. I'll listen to Mitch tonight on the drive home.
You gotta punish him? What's Josh's punishment?
He has to go take care of his kid again tomorrow.
He has to change his name from Herdat Blows to something else.
So yeah, leave us reviews. Go leave us reviews.
Sure.
Yeah, I
Why
like
not?
it. Yeah,
Not bad. Not bad.
I don't really listen on Apple Podcasts.
At least he spelled milk toast right. You have those
Yeah,
people who are
props.
like milk toast.
Yeah, and he also used the right form of two, and
Oh.
then also two.
That's also
Yeah,
impressive.
he did very
So
this guy's-
definitely his name is not Grammar Blows.
No, that's definitely true. Good point, John.
Not a very commenter like to do that. Why is it in the comments of everything? Everything is spelled wrong.
That's true. That's a great question. I just realized I didn't go check out.
Because their IQ is lower than room temperature.
Got
most
him!
of the time.
Room temperature.
I didn't go look and see if there was any comments on Big Red overreaction. Oh, sadly, no.
What?
Just 3 5-star ratings, but no reviews. I'm going to give us a 5-star rating. Boom.
Yeah.
Now we're up to 4.
Hell yeah.
Here's the review. You can say, why is it so long between shows?
Well, you guys only
It's
update this
still-
once a week.
It's still 700 days before the next show.
I thought it was 800 days. By the way,
Is it 800 days?
You said
16
800 before.
1620, the Jays podcast, 2 ratings, both 5 stars.
5 star.
Look at us.
5 stars.
We'll be back again later this year,
Yes, we will.
I think.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I think we'll.
Awesome. I can't wait.
All right. Well, there you go. Now
Cool.
we got that out
You
of
guys
the way.
want to talk about Carter Nelson?
Yeah, best player of all time.
You want to talk about how many people were in Ainsworth this
Not
afternoon?
very many, but it was packed apparently.
A lot of people made the voyage up there, and they said, "Boy, is it packed in here."
Many did on many sides.
Are we fans of this?
Of him committing to
Not
Nebraska?
of the midsummer, early summer, depending on what you believe your calendar is, commitment ceremonies.
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay,
Yeah.
just asking.
Yeah,
Just
I don't think
we
I
were
care.
asking if we were care that he committed or
No,
like
no,
a
no.
ceremony?
Are you a fan? Because usually these things don't happen in the middle of the summer. Summer's kind of a dead time for all this, but because this class is filling up so quickly, are we a fan of this? And here's the other question.
It's good for content.
I mean, is it?
Not really.
We're talking about it in the crossover.
Well, yeah.
I had a rant that
that
I
is
was ready to
content.
go on today. Now we're talking about sports. So
Oh,
well,
man,
go
go
ahead.
ahead. Yeah, I'd
I
rather.
want to talk about 72nd and Dodge.
Go off.
I would
Tim.
love
it.
to.
I'm so
Because there were
triggered.
more people at 72nd and Dodge than at the commitment ceremony.
That's always true.
Way more.
No, you probably haven't been on 72nd and Dodge lately, right?
You're not a
no,
Dodge guy?
No, I went. Well, the other day on last Friday, when someone decided that they were going to try to do a header off of the interstate on Friday,
Mm-hmm.
and it had the interstate closed.
Nice. That's always fun.
Yeah.
And he showed up late to the broadcast.
No, that wasn't that day.
That was Wednesday.
That was a different day when they were doing road destruction. This was last Friday when I was coming in for the media day. So it was the off day of the World Series when you guys
Car
were here in
wash.
studio. So I came down Dodge Street and I went through 72nd.
Oh, I
Okay, so
bet it
you-
was fun.
Now,
Willingly.
going east, it's fine. I mean, you deal with the construction, but you are not really moved around.
Let me tell you something, Josh. It's about to not be fine.
Oh, that's going to be great.
Because
Great.
they're going to wreck out that due space. It's going
Oh,
bye-bye
yeah, even
soon.
though
There's
that's
going
a
to be
brand new
construction all
building.
over the place.
It's going to be a don't space.
I'm going to stop taking Dodge.
It's going to be the library, actually.
Okay.
I've
What are
stopped
they knocking
taking
out?
Dodge over
The
the
due
last 2
space
months.
on
Yeah.
the
Due space.
southwest corner of 72nd and Dodge.
It's
used
that
to-
tech place. Tepper's wife used to work there.
His wife.
His
So
wife.
when I go home, I take Dodge and then eventually
Same.
get on the expressway. Okay, so we are the same person. So John, when you drive west now on Dodge at 72nd,
Mhm.
there's this spot where you got to do a little like curvy-worvy. and then you go straight again.
A chicane.
So
nice.
Wow, look at you.
They have those in Formula One.
So they have the regular, what would you call these lines? Just normal lines?
Well, yeah. They're
divider
just
lines.
So that's what
regular
they have.
divider
They have
lines.
normal divider lines. They
Mhm.
have not painted a solid line. People do not understand that you're supposed to move with it. And so there are every day now, maybe not every day, 3 times a week at least, there are cars that just keep driving straight, even though
Oh no.
this
So they're
car,
shortcutting the line.
yeah. And so this car yesterday almost hit 2 people. They almost hit one person, then they almost hit me. And so I laid on the horn at him. But I'm coming for, where is she at? In St. Louis? We need to paint these lines.
She was here this
So
weekend.
wait a minute.
It is ridiculous.
So they have
How many hours?
At least a couple.
Have they not? Because usually when they do construction like that, they wipe out the old lines,
Yeah.
Which they
the
did.
existing
They
lines.
did do that.
They did do
And
that.
But
then they
one
paint-
lane is massive. Like Elaine
Right.
Venice would be a big fan of this lane. Ooh, wide lanes.
No,
And so
Kramer.
but then remember Elaine was doing
Oh,
it
that's
too?
right. But so they haven't painted the one solid
Correct.
line.
It's all the dashes still, and people
It's
don't.
still the dashes.
And no one's paying
Wow.
these idiots. And guess what? They had
Like
a number
bad
on
Morse code.
their license plate. Of course they did. 5 county, you idiots. I was so mad. And people are good. Someone's gonna get hit.
That would be Fremont. Sorry.
Oh, good Lord! It's your parents.
it's
Just-
horrible, man. You can't
No,
even
my
get-
dad does not drive Omaha
Just take
anymore.
Blondo or Maple.
It's
No,
way
but
too
it's worse. It's worse.
yeah. Those it's
like,
it's slow. Nick.
especially
I live too far out.
I mean, I don't know what it's like.
It's
when,
fine for me. I get home at a decent time and I take Blondo.
But Nick,
or
you also
Maple.
leave at
6:30.
It's
Yeah.
different than
Yeah.
6.
Yeah, it's way different.
It's different than 6. And about like 3:00 when I'm rolling down, it is a disaster. It's really bad. And you can't
Center.
you can't even get to.
Center.
Pacific.
No, I go north.
He's a north.
I'm a north. I get off on Dodge and I go north.
King into North.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. People just need to pay attention, or we need to paint these lines.
It's really bad. It's going to keep going along for a long time
Yeah.
too.
What's-
It's not going to get any
What's
better.
stopping somebody from just painting in lines?
Probably like getting arrested.
What, you're
Also
going to
run over
arrest
by a car?
somebody for trying to make things safe?
It's a good point, though, Nick.
You could-
I'm stunned that they haven't done this because how long has that construction been going on now? A month?
Well, they just did the lane thing a couple weeks ago, I think.
I have seen almost many car crashes now in this short amount of time.
We need
Why-
constructive graffiti, like that person who around potholes would spray paint phalluses around the potholes so the city would fix them. We should do something like that, but to get the lines there.
Draw a chode.
Which one though?
That's a good point. Just a picture of
Definition
Josh.
Little Josh heads all over the place. So, okay, I know that they're redoing the old mall area and everything like that. Why are they redoing the road? Was the road bad? Was it bad?
I mean, probably.
I think they're trying
so
to
they're-
extend it in
they're-
preparation for all the new
Correct.
stuff.
There's all the stuff going in at Crossroads, so they need the lane to do the construction, so they have to
because
take
they have all
one
the
of the lanes
all
out.
the trucks right in the in what was the far right lane. Yeah.
So the whole
Oh,
lane
the
on the
far
right is
right
a
lane.
disaster.
Yeah.
They even took out one of the orbit stops. There's like it's just closed.
Yeah, they
Oh
don't. Yeah.
my! What are the 3 people that use that thing going to do?
That's what I said. I
Well,
know.
there's about 20 other orbit stops just all along in a 2-mile radius.
Right, but that means that one person's going to have to walk an extra
I know.
15 blocks.
It'll be crazy.
Scott says, please do not hit Josh's Subaru Forester. Man, I wish I had a Subaru Forester.
me
That'd be
too. That'd be great.
sweet. Yeah, get a green one. Yeah, it's not great, man. I don't know how there's not an accident every day because there are multiple people that just don't pay attention to that all the time.
And the drivers
scary.
in this city, pretty bad.
Yeah.
It's pretty bad.
Yeah.
In general.
Like I was hoping post-College World Series because this was I guess I drove that way Friday. I was like, I hope that it's now fixed. It's like, that'd be nice if it was fixed post-College World Series. But
Oh
nope.
no, it's gonna keep getting worse.
And then the car almost hit 2 people, including me.
Just
Oh,
right
honk
after
out.
you fixed it too. That was like the old thing that whoever had that theory that one day. Right after you fix your car, your car blows up or something like
Right.
that.
Oh, yeah.
What happens?
Was that you?
Yeah, I just
that
got
your
my
theory?
AC
I didn't
fixed.
say
I
that.
just got my AC fixed.
Was
I'm
that
not trying to
shade?
get
I mean,
crashed into.
Listen,
You
and
fix
I
your car and then it
realize-
gets totaled.
I realize this affects you now, but hey, at least they're done screwing up Dodge Street over here. Remember that was going
Yeah, that's true.
basically Dodge Street from up here on 52nd all the way
I
east
forgot
towards
about
about 40th Street. There was at least one lane closed every day for 5 years.
Yeah.
And I think they finally figured all of that out. But 72nd and Dodge, you know what they
And it's
need?
going to be a disaster for a while. Like
you know what
said.
they're going to need?
What's that?
Another tornado.
Another tornado? It's
Mhm.
70. What year was that again?
75.
75.
Man,
I remember we got that call from Jerry.
Yeah, the
Jerry.
guy.
Yeah, but
69th and coming.
He was at 69th and coming, which is not.
I said nice on the air.
Because you thought he was
and then he
making a
explained how
joke.
his family nearly died.
You know what has straight lines? 69th and coming.
It does indeed.
Straight lines and well painted.
Actually,
very
I don't
clear.
I don't know if they're. Oh yeah, because that's where it curves, right? You're not allowed to pass at 69th and coming.
It
There's
curves at
not. It's like
69th and coming.
69th and coming is like a neighborhood.
Yeah, but isn't that the spot where it curves?
No, that's like 30 something.
What am I thinking of right
You're thinking
now?
of like Saddle Creek.
Oh, okay. No, I'm thinking
You
of
go up
coming
Cumming and you
by
meet
the
up
church.
with Saddle Creek.
By the church. Up there on 60, isn't it like 69th Street?
Yeah, but that's not coming anymore when it.
Oh,
when you-
when it curves,
when you
it's
go
something
straight
else?
up, if you go straight up the hill into Dundee, that's still coming. Doesn't curve. It just turns in. There's just a different road.
Jordan says you don't have this problem in Crime Town when you have to stop
yes,
at a
you do.
stoplight every 2 blocks.
Let me tell you a story.
Yes, you do.
Let me tell you a story about Crime Town. Last Friday.
Well, they're tweeting out commitments before they happen.
Very
Jerks.
very
Good job,
disappointing.
Channel 11. Good job.
So I went out there to play golf with our friend Mike Schaefer
Oh.
last Friday afternoon, and I thought this will be really easy. I don't actually have to go into town. I could just stay out on 84th. The place we're playing golf is on 84th Street. I get up to 84th and Holdridge, John Bishop, and I say, "What happened? What's going on here? The road's gone. It doesn't
There's
exist
no
anymore."
road?
So I had to
Where
go
we're
all the
going,
way.
we don't need roads.
So I had to go to 70th to avoid going in a neighborhood.
Oh,
That's a
Lord.
1 lane each side type
Yep.
of deal.
Oh, my
Nobody can make a left because
Yep.
there's no arrow
Yep.
that lets you go left.
Yep.
Still 1 lane, getting all the way down 70th to Van Dorn where I needed to go. It took me an extra potentially 20 minutes just to cover that amount of
Oh,
space.
yeah. Lincoln.
Crime
Lincoln,
Town is the worst.
Yeah, Crime Town construction right now.
Were you road raging live during that time?
Yes, you should ask my wife.
Your
about
wife?
this. Yeah, it was tough.
Yeah, Crime Town is we need to rename it. It's Destruction Town because they're
What?
destroying all the roads.
I'll call it
Cone
Crime
Town.
and Destruction Town.
It's pretty amazing that
Or
Matt
can't go
Rhule is
north
able
and
to get all
south
these
town.
commitments. He's definitely not driving them to
No.
84th Street.
You know what? Get me on the phone with Carter Nelson. I'll tell him about Lincoln traffic.
I'm going to Georgia.
He'll be committed to Georgia in 5 seconds.
Never
You
mind.
know what? Screw them guys. I'm going to Georgia.
Going to Georgia.
That'd be a great, like slogan for a university or like a recruiting tool. We don't have construction all the time here. Why don't you come on down to Athens?
What's it like in downtown in Lincoln these days?
I
don't know.
try to avoid
A lot of
downtown
one-way
Lincoln.
streets.
Well, I know that.
That's
I try to avoid
I like
downtown
one-way
Lincoln.
streets. They're
They're
fine.
building new buildings down
They're
there.
always building new buildings.
More buildings.
Hey, look, it's another apartment complex. Hey, look, it's another, condominium for students.
I will
Hey, look
say-
at-
Yeah, all the kids live downtown.
I think downtown Lincoln does a better job with parking spaces than downtown Omaha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Everywhere in Omaha, it's like, oh, you gotta. It's. I don't like parking downtown in Omaha.
But I
don't-
know, but why?
I
What's
don't
the-
like parking downtown in any city.
Yeah,
Yeah,
what's the-
downtown parking sucks everywhere.
What do they
unless you're
have
in,
that
like,
Omaha
Ainsworth.
doesn't?
I feel like the amount of parking garages and where they're located in downtown Lincoln
Oh, I see what you
is just a little better.
Because
It's
a lot
little
of them
more
are new.
centralized.
They just,
Yes, they
true.
are. I will give them that.
Yeah,
Yes.
they've built a lot of
First hour free, Nick. You
First
like
hour
that?
free, which is also great.
Oh,
Meanwhile,
yeah.
a bunch of the parking places here, it's like you got to pay at least $5.
By the way, Josh, just for FYI, 69th and Coming, perfect, perfect T intersection.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, Josh.
69th and Coming is perfect. Josh.
Okay, I need to. Did you?
Not a low T intersection. It's right there. See 69 Coming right there. Just
You're
north of the
thinking-
Lewis and Clark Middle School.
You're thinking of where Cumming meets up with Saddle Creek, and that's okay. Or Northwest Radio.
No, I'm not thinking of. I'm thinking of Underwood. I was thinking.
Oh,
of
over by the
Underwood.
conservatory?
Yes, I was
Yes.
thinking of Underwood. Underwood has that little curve.
With the Conservatory of Music, and then it goes into Happy Hollow.
yes,
Yes.
that's what I was
Oh.
thinking of.
Yeah, by the
Maybe not.
Sunks.
I was thinking of Cass Street, not
Maybe not
Cumming. I
Happy
don't know what
Hollow.
the hell I was thinking. I apologize.
You don't know
Dolores!
Omaha.
I know. Wow, Dolores. Yeah, sorry everybody. I apologize. That was my bad. It's
all right.
It's okay.
It's all right.
We'll get better. It's June 20th.
Well, that's going to be a negative review. Who doesn't know anything about
Hey,
Omaha?
the good
Oh,
news is
man.
we have
5
another
stars.
847 days between now and the start of football season where we can figure out how all the streets lay
Keep the countdown going.
Greg and Lincoln, by the way, says
Yo.
The best way to now get from Omaha to Lincoln or Lincoln to Omaha is just avoid Lincoln entirely. Is to like go to 120th, like go on dirt roads.
What?
That's what
Oh, just a little gravel travel.
it says. Welcome back to Lincoln traffic, 120th to get to South Lincoln from Omaha. Avoid the city.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty nasty.
Huh.
It's pretty nasty.
Wow, that's not good.
I'm not trying to make this trip an hour. I'm very used to it not being
Just
an hour.
enjoy the drive. Do some gravel travel.
Well, remember,
kick back.
they did this great thing a long time ago. They added another lane to the interstate in between Omaha and Lincoln, and it's been great. There's been very few instances of construction on that road. I know Josh just had to deal with, or John just had to deal with one.
Yes.
But there's been very few. It's been really smooth sailing. So I'm used to that trip being 45 minutes now. It's my way of life now.
It's nice. Like that basically when you got to college, it was like that, right?
Correct.
They were doing that as I was going, like my freshman year, they were finishing up that construction project.
Wow. Feels like ages ago.
It does. I barely remember that now. It used to be a lot slower to go to Lincoln.
What year did you go to college?
07.
Okay.
To 2012.
Yeah. I was 10.
Oh, cool, Nick. That's how the passage of time works.
Mm-hmm. Well, Happer says it feels like forever ago. It basically was forever ago.
It was a long time ago.
Like 16 years ago.
It is a long time ago. The Sopranos had just ended when I went to college.
You won't get this reference, but I think it's a good one from Tim on the Zone Twitter feed. JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. By the way, JTech not responsible for any of the road
they'd have it
construction we've
fixed
been
like
bitching
that.
about. Said the problem is the problem that people have to stop after missing the chicane so they don't get a pass-through penalty? That's what we need. We need NASCAR-like rules when people blow the chicane.
Well, if they do it 3 times, they get.
Oh, is this like a pit road thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. If they do it 3 times, they get a black and orange flag.
That'd be awesome.
And then they get a 5-second penalty if they keep doing it.
You would like this. The guy that tried to take you and 2 other people out.
Your parents' friends. They were old.
Isn't there a
Black
minimum
flag.
Isn't there a minimum speed on
pit road?
Pit road?
Yeah.
How fast?
No, it's a it's a maximum.
Max?
Speed.
Is there a minimum too?
No, you can go as slow as you want.
That's
the minimum speed.
There should be minimum speeds. That's what we should have, especially on the interstate. There should be minimum speeds.
Well, technically,
it's 40.
They're supposed to be,
it's
but
40.
Yeah, it's 40 miles.
Make it higher than
40 to 75 or whatever it is between Lincoln and Omaha.
Yeah, it's 75.
Some places it's like 80.
What's the speed limit on pit road?
It's usually
like 30 or
40.
It depends on the track.
It depends on the track.
If it's a faster track, then it's a little higher.
Yeah,
than
I want to say
smaller
50 miles an hour is probably the max pit speed. Because it used to be that you could go flying in as fast as you want.
That sounds awesome.
Until you run over some.
It does until some poor schlep is out there sweeping his pit box clean.
My wheel got away.
Gets taken out.
Some poor jack man just gets off.
Oh,
Ooh.
Jack Mitchell.
Yeah, there's been some bad accidents.
Yeah, these rules are in place for reasons.
Well, that's good.
Safety first.
I do appreciate safety
like
on the roads, especially at 72nd and Dodge. Fix it, Omaha. Fix it. Just paint. It's just a little paint. You just need a little paint.
Just a little paint.
That's all I'm asking for. I'm not even asking them to fix the road. I just want some paint.
Oh, you just want to connect the dots?
Just connect them, man.
Yeah.
You think that'll help?
I mean, probably not.
I'm not so sure. People
It'll
are paying
help.
attention.
It'll help a lot. Now, I mean, Fremont people that are like, I wish I could be in my horse and buggy right now.
Okay, stop.
Yeah, they upgraded to oxen, Josh.
Oh, my bad. I apologize to Fremont.
That's half your family.
It is. It is half my family. I'll be seeing them soon, I'm sure.
It's half your family. In fact, it might have been your family that was in that car.
May have.
Hey, Grandpa, what are you doing?
What if you got in a wreck with your grandpa?
Ah, look, there's that Josh in his foreign vehicle. Let's take him off.
Get him out of here. I've always wanted to do that.
And then I
Buy
get out.
American. And then Grandpa's hanging out the window. Buy American.
He'd start bitching about the zone signal again. Damn it, Grandpa. I'm sorry. I apologize. Oh, man. Jordan says, take Mayor S to the intersection and show her if you find her in Omaha.
Nah, she's not here anymore.
She's back in
She
St.
went
Louis.
away.
What is it with the mayors of our 2 biggest cities? They're never around.
Where's your mayor at?
Well, she lives in Ashland.
Ah, gross.
Oh,
Willingly?
Well, the Air and Space Museum's there. That's cool.
No, but it's Ashland.
But the Air and Space
She likes the
Museum.
bull
It's nowhere.
testicles over there at the steakhouse.
The Rocky Mountain
Oh,
oysters.
People up
Yeah, the
around
bull
the
test.
bend.
Yum.
People do love Ashland. They're saying that Ashland, that has a nice little downtown.
When are they?
There's a frolf course over
Historic
there.
downtown.
When are they
Yes.
blowing the town up so they can make the big lake out of it?
That's
Oh,
the
seriously.
question.
That's my yes.
There's a frolf course over there I'd like to go to someday.
Well, get there now, Nick, because it's about to die.
Yep.
Oh, R.I.P.
We're just gonna connect Omaha and Lincoln, and then the drive
Oh,
from
yeah. Do
Omaha
you
to
know
Lincoln
about
will be
this? Have
zero.
you been gone long enough? He is like way into Frolf.
Oh, I know. We
Okay.
know this.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah,
Was
we
I
know
guess
he's
was he
into the
talking about it
fall.
during
It's
the
been like
cultural
it's been
series?
like a month.
He
I wasn't
took-
talking
He
about
went yesterday, didn't you?
Didn't he
He didn't play very
Didn't
well.
you take Lene Kukua to the
I don't know if he gets.
I don't know who that is.
That's a funny joke.
It's a funny joke.
It's very funny.
It's basically a make-believe girlfriend.
Oh.
You took her frothing?
I took somebody on Saturday.
Somebody. Oh, that's right. He didn't want to talk about it on the air.
Do you rent a cart?
John did it not.
When you
No,
go
you
frothing?
just walk. You just walk.
Oh, you don't rent a cart?
Walking is good for the heart.
Boom.
Also,
Jordan
you don't
Ashland, more like Assland. Am I right?
You don't always
beer
want
cart guy. Is a beer cart person just
good
a
question.
guy with a an igloo cooler?
Do they
just
have
walks
beer?
around?
maybe at private courses.
It's gotta be BYOB.
What a
right?
lot of
There are
people do.
private
What a
courses.
lot of people do is they just kind of bring their own and put it in their froth bag, and they just be drinking the beer.
That can't be illegal. Like that's got to be encouraged, right?
I don't know.
Well,
I don't
in
know the
city parks,
legalities.
you're not supposed to take beer.
Why
right?
not?
Just put it in a brown
People
bag
do it
like
all
in
the
The
time
Wire.
for like
You'll be
slow pitch
fine.
softball.
Yeah.
People bring coolers and all the junk.
As long
in
as you
to
put
slow
it in a
pitch softball.
koozie or red cup, nobody really cares. If you're in one of those spots.
I don't think I'd drink beer out of a can.
I mean, technically that is illegal. You could get arrested.
The good thing
Go
about
fix 70
froth, we
seconds.
make fun of froth. The good thing about froth is you can drink and froth at the same time.
Definitely you
Yeah,
can.
you'd hold it.
You can do a lot
you're-
of things in froth at the same time.
I mean, you
Oh.
literally, in fact, I would.
Like kissing?
Oh, is there making out on this one?
I wasn't making out.
Oh, nice par, babe.
Imagine if you would have gotten a birdie. Then you would have gotten a little birdie.
Little birdie.
Oh.
No, I didn't do
Nick's
well
cheeks
last
are
night.
turning red.
I didn't do well last night, but
Love
I
and
did.
froth.
I did do well.
Well, good job, Nick.
Not like
He was just
comparatively.
distracted.
Oh, so you did give the birdie.
Let's go, Nick.
I was distracted on Saturday.
Nice.
Wow.
Look at Nick. What? Even Nick.
Even
Nick. Good for you.
There's no excuse for anybody
They
else. if I
played
can
that
pull
song a
something.
lot at the College World Series because it was one of those like they interviewed the players and they asked them what the first words to that Pearl Jam song were and they couldn't figure it out. It's sort of a funny bit.
I
They
remember
played
that.
this song a lot, and I was
God,
like,
I
every
guess I
time,
never heard it.
Even fits.
It was like Pearl Jam night that night. It was wild. I didn't know that's what they were doing with the players. I thought they were just grabbing people from the stands.
They did it multiple nights.
Even
And they
Oh,
did
did
the
they?
bit a few times.
I only heard it
Yeah.
once.
God, can you imagine? Fitz ought to be just
Yeah, that's
jacked up today.
why? Because it's 893 days until football season.
Well, no, because
Carter Nelson, man.
Oh, congrats to Fitz. And congrats to all of those fans out in Ainsworth.
Josh, you don't seem happy about this.
I'm pumped. You guys are the ones who are unhappy.
No, I'm happy.
You said he's going to suck.
I
You're
didn't
like,
say that.
"Ugh." Nick's just dreaming about frothing. I'm over
kissing.
here. I'm kissing. I'm going to hold the flag up for football season. I just want a flag that says football season. I'll fly that during football season.
Well, you ain't gonna be flying it for a long, long
It's gonna be
time.
many moons.
Many moons.
Many moons.
All right.
There you go.
Big
There's your
moons.
crossover, friends.
Wow. Powered by
Ever Level Concrete Repair in Omaha. You know what? We could use some more Ever Level on these roads. Get them done faster.
Yes. Great point, John.
everlevelconcrete.com.
Previously on the crossover.
I pack a cooler for any possible excuse that I have.
Really?
I've packed a cooler at my house before to sit and watch March Madness.
Is this true?
Yes. I like getting a big old bag of ice and then, breaking up the ice.
This is a wild take.
No, it's not.
You buy big bags of ice just to sit in your living room and watch March Madness?
I have done that. I don't do it.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Mostly sunny, hot, and humid for your Wednesday afternoon with the high today in Omaha near 96 degrees, feeling like 100 degrees with the heat index. Heading into this evening, a 20 to 30% chance for thunderstorms with increasing clouds. Lows tonight staying warm, near 71. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
It's time to find a career that's right for you. Metropolitan Community College can help you find a new path forward on your time. Whether you need a degree that puts you on a path to a new career or need to finish a degree you've already started, MCC makes it affordable and convenient with a flexible class schedule, online or on campus. It's your time to path forward. Let MCC show you the way. Register today. Classes start July 12th. Apply today at mccneb.edu/adults.
Peerless Energy Systems is Nebraska and Iowa's locally owned and operated authorized solar air compressor distributor. Peerless Energy Systems provides products and solutions for compressed air systems, helping companies in manufacturing, food processing, transportation, auto body repair, car dealers, and more. Driving industry efficiency through service, support, and relationships, let Peerless Energy Systems help you increase efficiency with your compressed air systems today. PeerlessEnergy.com.
Baseball and ice cream go together like fireworks in the 4th of July. I mean, on any given night during the summer, you're bound to run into a team of little leaguers getting ice cream after their game, win or lose. So before you head home after the game, head over to Ted and Wally's Ultra Premium Ice Cream and pick up your flavor. They serve more than 3,000 of them. Keep track of the daily specials on social media. Celebrating more than 35 years, Ted and Wally's Ultra Premium Ice Cream. Benson, Old Market, and at tedandwallys.com.
Businesses of Omaha, settling for a website that looks like it's stuck in the early 2000s? Then it's time to level up with JM Online. Our local team builds custom websites that solve unique business needs. We're not your typical web design company. We're your partners in online success. Ready to take your website to the next level? Go to jmonline.com and request an initial call.
Did you know that radon is the #1 cause of lung cancer for non-smokers and that our region has some of the highest levels in the country? Radon Defense Midwest can test and fix your home. Visit radonradio.com for an exclusive offer for 1620 The Zone listeners. That's radonradio.com.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOCN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Yes, we will. And I hope you don't burn up out there. This would be the day to be on the roof of the baseball village.
Oh my gosh, it got so hot from this morning to the afternoon. I walked out, it was like, it's hot.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Are we still getting Canada smoke?
Looks fine right
Clear.
now.
It did rain this morning. I think that's what happened. It rained, and then the moisture. You know,
Yeah,
how
but when it
science
rains
works.
through the smoke, doesn't that usually cause the toxic rain, the acid rain?
I hope not. I wasn't outside though when it was raining.
I saw in eastern Iowa the AQI was like 256. You want it to be between 0 and 50. 256 is red zone. It's air quality.
Red zone.
Again,
I love that channel.
Why, Canada, are you burning yourself to death?
Don't do it anymore. No
You know,
burning.
Do we need to?
Man, it is hot.
Do we need to call these people and teach them how to be safe with their stuff? And what's going to happen when people start launching off the fireworks? I'm looking forward to all the forest fires.
Oh, that's gonna be bad.
It's not gonna be great.
Ugh.
Yeah, there were.
I'm not looking forward to the fireworks.
Yeah, they've started in my neighborhood.
They have.
Yeah, they started on Sunday.
Good
Oh, yeah.
night, Irene.
Yeah, man.
Wow.
Yeah, thankfully Banks does not care whatsoever.
Mr. Banks is indifferent to the fireworks.
He is, but I every time they start up every year, I always think of Stibbs and his dog Eddie, because Eddie not a fan of
Eddie
fireworks.
is such a good boy.
I
You know what
miss-
song Eddie likes?
Which one?
Even flow.
There it is.
The
Thought you were being serious.
I missed the first couple of years when Wrigley wasn't fazed by it, but now she's like,
Do you get the thing? What what do they call that? Where it's like really tight around their body, kind of like a
harness.
No, I
Not
think we
yet.
get. I think we get the relaxing medication.
Oh, nice.
Oh, it's like a weighted blanket for dogs.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
but it
that's
like it like
cool.
wraps around, like they can wear it. Like my
Yeah.
parents' old dog Bella, R.I.P.
It's like a vest.
Her last 4th of July, it's exactly like a vest. They had one of those, and she wore it when she was outside. But at a certain point, it was just too much for her.
Well,
So
I
it's
would
like-
be worried about overheating with something like that.
Yeah, for sure.
Because Wrigley,
And she got the thick fur,
She got the big thick fur.
the doodle fur.
Yep, she sure does. No, we outside of a couple of random explosions where it was like, why is this happening at 2 a.m.? One explosion.
Oh, that's dumb.
Yeah.
Well, dude, get ready because
knock on wood, it hasn't started yet, but I'm sure this weekend's going to be a disaster.
I was going to say, because the 4th is on a Tuesday, and then you have the weekend ramp up, and then the 3rd, which people celebrate, like you're going to have 4 straight days of just a lot of it.
Oh, God, please no.
Yeah. Hell, throw in 5. Throw in Friday night, too. Friday night, Saturday night,
Oh,
Sunday night.
Well, and then you got that
man.
week after where people are just trying to blow through what they have left.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough time.
It's going to be the next 2 weeks.
Listen, there are very few things, very, very, very few things that you, the friends of the Grum, can point your finger of accusation and laugh at me for being old about.
Yeah.
But the one thing you can point at me and say, man, that's an old man take, is my takes on fireworks.
I've gotten
I'm
out,
with you.
I've gotten out on fireworks over the last couple of years.
I feel like that is the first sign of aging in a good way. When you're like, not into fireworks anymore.
Yeah. There's
It's
just
good.
not a lot of point to it.
By the way, Thunder shirts. That's what they're called. Thank you to
Oh,
Jordan. And there was an email, I think, or a
Thunder
text.
shirts.
Yeah, it was Dave. Yeah, Thunder shirts.
I guess I like bottle rockets at something once in a while when it's not a fire hazard and if you're in the middle of nowhere and you know you're not going to bother
I
anybody.
used to, but then I turned 20.
Bottle rockets are like the lamest fireworks. Because they
Well, it
just
depends how you use them.
well, no, they just
Like
shoot up in
Roman
the air and then
candles.
pop.
Yeah.
Shoot up in the air and,
Yeah, and they-
pop.
And it's like,
They don't even do any cool colors. It's just pop.
yeah, it doesn't have the fun stuff.
Now, I mean, if you
It
were
depends
playing
how
with
you
your
use
Star
them.
Wars figures and you tied, your stormtrooper to it and launched him into it.
Or
That's fine.
They have those bottle rockets where it has a little army man with the parachute. Those are always cool.
Well, that's the
But
that's
it's
the
dark
parachute.
out, and
That's
then
the
it-
parachute fireworks.
It's littering, though, then, Nick. It's
That's
just
a
like-
daytime firework
Oh, okay.
or a dusk firework.
Okay. Yeah, we're in agreement on this, man.
I-
Fireworks bad.
I don't like it what it does to the dogs. It,
Yeah.
it gets just repetitive.
Except for
and-
our fine sponsors. We love their fireworks.
Oh, sure, absolutely.
I just don't participate.
But and
don't
then it's the
partake.
cleanup.
Yeah, the cleanup it's important, but it's annoying.
Yeah, I just I'm out. I'm out.
The most fun I have with fireworks, and like I haven't even done this for years, is if you get like one of those little kiddie pools, and then you get like a little toy boat or something, then you light like those little firecrackers that'll light underwater. You just do like depth charges.
Okay.
It's fun to mess around with for like 20 minutes.
We did that once
Try to sink the boat.
with silver tubes.
Oh,
Many years ago when fireworks were cool.
When they're
now,
very
they're
fun.
not cool. You know what we need?
Have
We
fireworks
need-
gone woke?
My whole
woke ass
generation.
firework, the lib
My
fireworks.
whole generation was brought up on this is your brain. This is your brain on drugs. Right?
Oh, yeah.
We
And it
need
was a
to
fried
start-
egg.
We need to do a new campaign
It's weird because people
Where-
like fried eggs.
where
I
we
love
just
fried eggs.
go at it hard with hey, fireworks aren't cool.
Oh, it's like a PSA.
Yeah.
Mothers against fireworks.
Yeah.
Mothers helped us out with drunk driving. They
Yeah.
eliminated it.
Not
Not
Math.
eliminated
back
it,
in
but
the
they really
80s,
helped out.
It was
though.
Nancy Reagan. Now we can get Jill Biden to do all the
thank
stuff.
you, Jill.
Or Tipper Gore, if she's done banning all the naughty music, she
Man,
can do it.
Knowing how was that Al's wife?
Yeah,
That was
Al's
Al's
wife
wife.
was big into the banning of the music.
She's the
because of
reason
swear words.
there's like explicit content
Really?
warnings on albums
Oh, yeah.
now.
Wow, it's always amazing, just like what we're into as a society, like that is evil from moment to moment. You know,
But some albums and songs were grandfathered in, so some you can play on the radio and
oh, very
like
fun.
legally,
Very fun.
even if it's got the
But just
no words.
knowing
even though,
how
even though the word is still the same word.
that's pretty dumb. But it's like how there's some movies that are like PG, and they had
That's true.
it was like going to a golf course with Nick, and then other movies now that you have rated R if they're showing stuff.
Mm.
Anyway, Grum down.
Grum down.
Grum down.
Grum down.
Carter Nelson.
Mm.
It's only been 2.5 hours since the world. Well, it's been 2 hours and 40 minutes. Thank you, 1011, for giving us the scoop. at 10 minutes before the press conference. Will this be the tight end that has it?
Oh.
Mike Schaefer will be along. We'll talk about Carter Nelson. We'll talk about the ruling of the month of June.
Awesome.
And stuff therein. We briefly mentioned it yesterday, but the TV ratings for the College World Series. Why this audience bounce? I got a question about LSU on this.
Okay.
Mike Farren will be along. He's got probably some final CWS takes plus some MLB happenings.
Yep.
Get back into professional baseball.
Best player in the game had a great night last night. Won John's bet of the day.
No, we lost 5-1.
Ping! No, he won.
College sports. Define what a crisis is.
Ooh.
Is college sports in a crisis?
It's like a thought exercise.
Careful.
Stephen M. Sipple of Husker on. Oh, that'll be tomorrow.
Tomorrow. He's joining us tomorrow.
So I guess dumb debates today?
We've done this now. The last time we did dumb debates when you were gone, we actually did it on a Wednesday, didn't we? I think we did.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Because Sipple had to move.
Did you guys do dumb debates during the OBV stuff?
No, we did not. We did not.
Well, you can send in your dumb debates.
Get them in. Get them now.
To the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC1620. Email John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. It's the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally. Answer the phone on the first ring. We have many days until college football, plus many days until September 9th.
Do we need to change the open of 100 days to many days until college football?
I mean, there's so many days, and they seem to add up exponentially. I just don't think we would be able to keep up the production.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Also, an NIL today, and committing mortal sin.
John has done one of the 7 deadly sins over the
No,
last
I
24
haven't
hours.
done it.
Deadlies.
I haven't done it. Pepsi has.
Pepsi?
Yep. All of that
Oh.
and more coming up today on the Grum. Oh, and you can also call or text us on the 42 degrees the source by your Bob's house hotline. 402-951-1620. Or you can leave us a 5-star review under the handle 1620 sucks. Or
Yes.
1620 blows.
Leave
suck,
us
we blow.
5-star reviews and we'll start reading them on the air more often. Maybe we get our deep voice guys to do it.
That'd be a great
David
idea.
Lee, 1620 blows. That would be awesome.
It would be awesome.
Yeah. So go leave reviews on Apple Podcasts.
So there it is, your Grum Down, powered by the Rooferees at John Higgins. Well, I feel like I'm back in the College World Series booth. I'm just reading the advertising nonstop.
No, John, you still need to.
You're doing a great job, John.
Did I get all that done? Do you need another stolen base?
Is it time for the
hands
anthem?
are kind of twitchy.
Time for the anthem. We had someone complain about
Go
us
Sarpy.
sponsoring the anthem.
What?
Yes.
What? Why is everyone so mad about
It's
it?
like the
I
most
don't
American
know.
thing you can do.
It is. That's capitalism at its finest. We're going to play the
Yes.
anthem and then we're going to sponsor it.
Yes.
That's
We're going to
amazing.
profit
founding
off the
fathers
anthem.
would be proud.
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. That's what George Washington wanted with his
And
wooden
by the
teeth.
way, it's been that way forever. Since we've been doing these broadcasts, we've sponsored the anthem.
What did this person say?
They just thought it was very disrespectful. To which I would say, no, it's actually the opposite of it. It's promoting the great American industry of capitalism.
Mm-hmm.
And go Sarpy. Tourism.
Thank you.
Home of
Shopping.
Shopping.
Come on, you can do better than that.
Shopping.
There
you
we go.
There it is.
1620 the zone.
Omaha's most listened to all sports radio station. Again and again and again. 1620 The Zone.
Fireworks season is here. This week is a Zone Deal 4th of July Mega Week. Each day, we'll feature deals from businesses sure to make your 4th of July great. Half off. Check out our deals from Twisted Thunder Fireworks. And to fill your stomachs, half off deals from Cops and Ted and Wally's Premium Ice Cream. All for half off. Don't miss this 4th of July Zone Mega Week at 1620thezone.com and click deals.
Take your science or healthcare degree to the next level at College of St. Mary and apply to one of our in-demand graduate programs. Earn a Doctor of Physical Therapy with our online on-campus hybrid program. Earn a Master of Science in Physician Assistant Studies in just 2 years, or an Occupational Therapy Doctorate in 3 years. Graduate programs at CSM are inclusive and open to everyone. Plus, we offer an accelerated pathway to several of our healthcare programs for those needing their undergraduate degree. Apply today. Get started at csm.edu.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for my friends at Kugler Vision. Let us talk about the 3 most surprising things about modern LASIK at Kugler Vision. The first, how fast that LASIK procedure is. With Kugler Vision's leading-edge technology, we're talking just a few minutes per eye. Incredibly speedy. And how about this for number 2? How comfortable the procedure is. So often from their patients, they hear, wait, that's it? It's over? They make sure that you're relaxed and comfortable, as well as knowing exactly what is happening. And this for number 3, how quickly you can get back to normal life. Patients typically drive themselves to Kugler Vision the very next day for their follow-up visit. So you're back in action less than 24 hours later. Kugler Vision right now, they have special pre-summer savings on modern LASIK or any of their other advanced vision correction procedures. If you've ever thought about fixing your bad vision, the Kugler Vision Eye Analysis is your first step. Do so today. Schedule one online at KuglerVision.com.
It's opening day for all Twisted Thunder Fireworks Omaha Metro locations and the Bennett location. Twisted Thunder is going to save you big money with the best variety and the lowest prices in the entire state of Nebraska. You'll also find the biggest selection of fireworks with more than 600 to choose from. Twisted Thunder Fireworks Omaha Metro and the Bennett locations are open every day at 8 a.m. through the 4th of July. See full inventory of page after page online and all Metro locations at twistedthunder.com. That's twistedthunder.com.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call on the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
The Omaha Farmers Market is celebrating 30 years in 2023, every Saturday in the Old Market from 8 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. and every Sunday in Exarban Village from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Enjoy the bountiful season of locally grown and handmade goods. Get the city's best selection of fresh produce, herbs, meat, and more. To keep up with what's in season, visit omahafarmersmarket.org and follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Presented by Methodist Health System with media sponsors KETV Channel 7 and Sweet 98.5.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
It's a good thing. So people need to get on board and shut the hell up.
On 1620 The Zone.
All right, so Carter Nelson is in, and the Grumball remains undefeated.
Yes, it does.
But 5 out of 5 now?
Believe so, yes.
Yeah,
4 for me, 1 for John.
No, it's the Grumball that's right.
Grumball, yeah, it's a powerful force.
Powerful force that surrounds the universe.
Binds us.
This now locks up, pretty much all the top players in this year's class, certainly the top 4 players in this year's class. And they got 3 of them in the last, 5 days?
Yeah.
Right?
And then if
with the we'll call them the Bellevue West. They're not twins, but came rapid fire.
Mm-hmm. Throwing Kalen in May?
Kalen
they've gotten the top 4 in the last month and a half or so.
What about the Bellevue West duo?
The Bellevue West duo.
The Bellevue West duo.
By the way, question on that. I wonder how many times a major college team, has recruited not only the quarterback, but his 2 top receivers in the same class.
Great question.
And then how did that group do?
Even better question. But it doesn't happen very often.
I don't think it does.
To get the 3, that's, you definitely see quarterback and wide receiver duos go places.
I believe.
And even receiver duos
the
go places.
Only quarterback wide receiver duo to complete a touchdown pass, high school, college, and pro, are Troy Smith and Ted Ginn Jr. I think that's the only duo that ever matched up on a touchdown pass in high school, college, and pro.
Wow.
I believe.
Wow. So there has to be others that have done it in college, right? That have done it in high school and college. But yeah, to get to the pros, that's pretty crazy.
But this is about Carter Nelson, who a couple weeks ago, this is before the College World Series break, when he went to Georgia and everyone was like, oh, he's going to Georgia. It's It's the one thing about recruiting that will never change, and that is, once someone takes an official visit somewhere, it instantly is, well, he's going to that school. Well, he's going to that school.
Yeah, some people even said Dylan Raiola was going to come to Nebraska. Idiots.
I don't know who would say such a thing.
Yeah, Nick.
But the interesting part of this will be, will this finally be? And the jury is still out on. See, I've already forgotten his name from Council Bluffs.
I know, I'm in the same.
Thomas Fedoni.
Yes.
Jury's still out on Thomas.
Yeah,
Fedoni.
because he hasn't had
he hasn't really had a chance to play because
he's been hurt. Yeah.
But this has been the off-debated position where, you can go back many years into, well, this guy was going to be the next big thing, and then this guy was going to be the next big thing. And for a variety of reasons, whether it's injury, whether it's lack of utilage, whether it's just they weren't as good as they were made out to be, just never panned out.
Mm-hmm.
Will this be the next it guy who will finally make the tight end position what it is?
Well, the interesting,
or what it could or should be.
And we'll talk with Schaefer in just a few minutes, but the interesting thing about Carter Nelson is, and I'm guessing Schaefer is going to have this thought, let's not expect him to do a whole lot next season. And there are some that are like maybe even year 3, if not year 2, just because of what have you heard about this guy? 2 things always come up. Well, maybe 3. Freak athlete, raw athlete, 8-man football.
Yep.
Now, I personally, I don't know how you feel. The 8-man of it all, I don't know. I don't know how much I should really care about that for if he is good physically, there's always going to be a step up in competition though, right? Going from high school to college football. The thing that I wonder about is the rawness of him as a player, and how, because you can't just rely purely on athleticism in college anymore. That at that level, you can get by still, but you can't. That can't just be your fallback all the time. And so how he kind of figures out the college game, how he learns the playbook, what type of quarterback he has that's throwing him the football at that position. So all of that comes into it. But yeah, it's a position, there was a joke off air when we came in here earlier, Seaton Carter's name came up, and it just, then I always think of Kyler Reed and Mike McNeil.
Kyler Reed, yes.
And, a lot of, and now Fedoni, sadly, but there's been many of these tight ends.
Austin Allen was hyped up. Now he wasn't a 4-star like Nelson was, but listen, for what he was given the chance to do, had a decent career.
Yeah.
But, obviously not real, not high draft prospects. Certainly not all conference like numbers.
Yeah, Recollections was fine. They've just been fine. They've been fine. It would be nice in this era of college football and of football to have a tight end where you throw them the ball and they're not just catching it and going down, but they're making plays.
Sure.
That's, as I watched the NFL playoffs last year, you got a lot of teams with tight ends who can make plays. Conference championship weekend alone, look at the guys that Cincinnati, Kansas City, Philadelphia, and San Francisco had. Expand that out, and you look at tight ends at some of the other teams that were playing in the divisional round of the NFL playoffs. Real good. Heck, look at the best program in college football right now, Georgia. Look at Michigan right now. They have had good tight ends. It would be wonderful for the program if they were able to have one of those types of players.
The other thing too is that it might, will it end a streak of highly rated Nebraska players in the nation?
You talking
Nebraska,
about in
Nebraska
state?
high school players,
Yeah,
who actually panned out? Because according to On3, he's the 57th best player in the country.
Yeah,
it's Nebraska's highest individual player ranking since Baker Steinquist.
I figured, yeah. And he was a class of 08, I believe.
And he was 28th. Trevor Robinson was 77th.
And he went to Notre Dame.
David Horn was 28th.
Jeez. Obviously, he went to Nebraska, but that's a long time ago.
And Niles Paul was 102nd.
Yep, and of course he went to Nebraska.
And
who had the best career of those guys? Niles probably. Baker was fine, but here's the issue with Baker. They changed positions. Everyone always said that guy could have been an NFL offensive lineman, but they were thin on defense at the time.
Right.
And so they moved him over to the defensive side of the ball, and he played, next to his brother. And that's always been a bummer because he was, in theory, a prodigy and had an opportunity. It would be nice to have one of those guys, John. You know, Xavier Betts, you didn't mention him, but Xavier Betts, of course, a very highly ranked player from the state of Nebraska.
Sure.
You know, so we'll see what happens with him too.
More on this and what ended up being about as fruitful a month as maybe there's ever been.
Yeah, seriously. And like the question of,
because this is now 13 in June, right? 13 commits in June.
I feel like it's a little higher, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe
I counted 12 yesterday.
Or maybe it's 13. They had 8 coming into the month. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't want to just count on the air. I'll do
the counting boys.
The counting boys.
Yeah, and the question of now, so like how close are they to being done? Because we've heard that said multiple times over the last week. Like, are they actually that close to being done? We can ask that question too.
If you do count on air, just do it like the count from Sesame Street.
1, 2, 2.
1 commit.
14.
14. Okay, so they had 7 coming into June.
Yeah.
Wow.
14 in this month.
Yeah, I guess that would have been easier. Just count the guys not committed in this month.
Probably.
Yeah.
Heyo.
Mike Schaefer coming up next from Husker 24/7 Sports on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Tito's Handmade Vodka is America's original craft vodka, distilled on the same land where it all started in Austin, Texas, and as good as the day it was born. Tito's is made from corn and gluten-free, 40% alcohol by volume, namely 80 proof, crafted to be savored responsibly.
We're celebrating 4th of July early at 42 Degrees with deals so low you'll declare your independence from big box stores. Get our premium kratom starting at only $9.99, CBD from just $8.99, or candles from just $5.99. Light up with an awesome pipe at 42 Degrees. Choose from a great selection of glass, silicone, wood, or metal with a smoking price as low as $12.99, and with the most knowledgeable, friendly, and professional staff anywhere. 42 Degrees. By your mom's house.
It's all too obvious. We're being distracted by meaningless news headlines. When you dig to find the truth, you discover that the American way of life is being threatened by the institutions we used to trust. It's easy to see the future holds more food shortages, systematic controls, and government overreach. But instead of throwing up their hands, folks are preparing. They're taking steps to be self-reliant and investing in emergency food storage. My Patriot Supply, the nation's largest emergency preparedness company, makes it easy to get started and join the ranks with this limited-time offer. Go to mypatriotsupply.com and get their top-selling 4-week emergency food kit. Enjoy tasty breakfasts, lunches, and dinners averaging over 2,000 calories per day. Get new lower pricing this week on these 4-week emergency food kits. Secure at least one food kit for each member of your family. They ship free, too. Those who know what's coming are preparing. Smart folks. Go to mypatriotsupply.com right now. mypatriotsupply.com.
Nick here for Templeton Rye Whiskey for the strong-spirited. Baseball is back for another exciting summer, and Templeton Rye is bringing a few all-stars of their own. With their 4-year, 6-year, and 10-year reserve, Templeton Rye is a home run all around. To learn more about Templeton Rye, check out their Instagram, Templeton Distillery, or visit the on-site distillery just a short drive outside of Omaha. Enjoy responsibly. Templeton Rye Spirits, Templeton, Iowa Rye Whiskey.
Does eating at home have you singing the blues? Stop by Cops at the Shadow Lake Town Center, 180th and Center, or 72nd and Jones to grab a delicious pizza, burgers, fresh salad, and some tasty charred wings. They even offer keto crusts and an extensive variety of shareable appetizers. Dine in, carry out, or delivery. Cops, now with 3 convenient locations to serve you. Shadow Lake Town Center, 180th and Center, and 72nd and Jones. Click copspizza.com to see the menu, pizza, and so much more.
Doing good feels good. At shareomaha.org, find hundreds of ways to give your volunteer time from Blair to Springfield, Wahoo to the riverfront. Get connected to nonprofits that matter to you. Find your fit now at shareomaha.org.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Greeting, Earthlings. We have now taken over your radio.
Mike Schaefer.
See, I would argue, because I like to argue,
we all underestimated how hard it is to, one, win college football games, and two, transition and take over a program.
Mike Schaefer.
I was trying to kindly tell Mr. Bishop the Vikings have a chance to surprise some people, and I think that they could even win the division.
Mike Schaefer.
It doesn't seem like the kind of book where they would be hooked on meth. That got dark.
Mike Schaefer.
Email from Matt.
Hi, Matt.
Into the Equitable Bank inbox. By the way, what causes it? Is it a voice to text function?
Oh, the thing where you have to open up the file?
No, where the whole email is in the.
No, that's a him. That's a him thing. Matt, next time you type an email, don't put the whole thing in the subject line. That's weird.
Oh, you put the whole thing in the subject?
Yeah.
He said Dallas Clark from Iowa is the best comp for Carter Nelson. Similar height, from a small town, fast and freakish athlete, became the main target in the NFL for Peyton Manning. Dallas didn't start for 2 years at Iowa.
From Iowa.
There you go. Mike Schaefer, is Carter Nelson going to be as good as Dallas Clark?
Seems like that might be a little bit of wish casting.
Nick, do you have this thing on?
What's going on?
Nick. There we go. Hey, now we hear you.
Oh, Nick's trying to make it sound like you're at fault.
Oh, yeah, that was a Nick problem. Sorry,
Shafe.
Yeah. And you can say something. You don't just sit there and stare.
I was
Who?
fixing.
I was
fixing the problem.
I don't know who is being addressed right now. They're all on the screen.
I was yelling at Nick.
All right. Dallas Clark comparison.
Yeah. What do you think?
No.
And there went the air out of the balloon.
It's hard because I don't view them similar. I can't say that word. I don't view them as similar players.
Yeah.
In part because I just don't know if we know exactly how Carter Nelson is going to be used by Nebraska. He could be split out as kind of like almost a slot wide receiver for the duration of his career, like the Y wide receiver, is what they kind of call it, even though he's more of a tight end. I don't know that I see that comparison exactly, but I mean, Nebraska fans would love if he is similar to Dallas Clark in terms of production. I think there's a lot that we still will learn about Carter Nelson over the next couple of years, and we'll learn about how they're going to use tight ends here at Nebraska too. I mean, that's kind of the unspoken part of all of this. Nebraska's number one target post Dylan Raiola was Carter Nelson. Carter Nelson plays a position that Matt Rhule at Baylor, they got the ball like 13 times in 2019 for a total of like 110 yards. So there's a lot to be learned about how tight ends are going to be used. Now, Marcus Satterfield used them entirely differently when he was at South Carolina, and they're going to use tight ends in a unique manner this upcoming season because I think they have quite a few tight ends that they like, and there's a lot of questions about wide receiver. But it's hard, and you could have said any tight end, and I probably would have struggled to agree with the comparison because it's hard for me to figure out how they're going to utilize him. That doesn't take anything away from him or take anything away from what the offense is going to be. It's just more so we don't have like a great example of Matt Rhule with tight ends at the moment. And so I think I'm a little bit hesitant to put a name on it. Now, that being said, Nebraska got a unicorn commitment on Wednesday, and Carter Nelson, who is going to be right there with any of the top athletes in the country in terms of measurables, what he can do in a combine setting, things of that nature. I mean, I know guys at 24/7 Sports are already drooling about San Antonio and the sort of numbers that he might be able to put up or what he's going to look like. And over there, they're not talking about Dallas Clark. They're talking about, is he going to be the next Malachi Coleman, a kid that shows up from Nebraska and is just absolutely dominant on the practice field. So I think, there's a lot to be written about what type of tight end Carter Nelson can become. But some of it we also have to remember, it's not like he's really playing that right now in 8-man either. So there's going to be a big adjustment for him as well. I think that you're looking at a guy that, down the road, if he's sort of split out as a tight end, maybe he could be someone that gets you 6 to 8 touchdowns and 450 to 500 yards, per season for a couple years. That's not like the sexiest stat line that's ever been invented, but that's really helpful for your quarterback. So, the other thing that is worth mentioning here is I'm just filibustering this entire segment. I think it's remarkable, and this will go up on 24/7 Sports. I don't know if it'll be VIP or free. I'll figure it out. But I've reached out to a number of commits in this class, and so is Will Turboff, a guy that helps us out with Husker 24/7. Carter Nelson is just genuinely really well liked by a lot of the people over there too. So I think that his personality, even though I haven't experienced it a lot because he hasn't done a lot of media stuff, I think his personality is one that he almost comes off a little Austin Allen-ish in some ways to some of his teammates, or future teammates. So we'll certainly keep an eye on what he could be. But a big day for Nebraska, a big day for Matt Rhule, and a big recruiting win for the state.
Shafe, sorry, John.
No,
I
go
guess
ahead.
I want to ask you how you would describe Nebraska landing him. Because I've already seen a little bit of of course he was going to come to Nebraska. Like it's a nice victory, but it's not like.
Yeah, those people are dumb.
Yeah, because
can I say that? Can I tell your listeners, if you thought that Carter Nelson was going to come to Nebraska all along, you got it right. He did show up at Nebraska, or he is expected to show up at Nebraska. He committed to Nebraska, but there was definitely a period of time where he was strongly looking at Georgia or Notre Dame or whatever. So it required actual effort and recruiting and all of those things. And the story of all of this really actually goes back to the Scott Frost staff, because they were immediately on him. I remember being told by Trent Mossbrucker on the sidelines of, I think, the Purdue game in 2021, he points over at Carter Nelson. He's like, you know who that kid is? And I'm like, no. He's like, that's going to be the best player in the state someday. And they were convinced at that time that his athleticism was really good. So it took, a lot of effort and a lot of recruiting from 2 different Nebraska staffs to build this thing up to where Carter had a hard time saying no to the in-state school. And he had a hard time saying no to the opportunity of playing for a program that he grew up watching. But it was really, beginning of June, it really looked like he was going to take a serious swing at going to play for Georgia. And I know Notre Dame definitely felt like they had a real opportunity here too.
Mike Schaefer joining us, Husker 24/7 Sports. It's a unique situation because of a lot of the things that you said, but the fact that he's coming out of 8-man football, but yet he's one of the highest rated Nebraska kids that the state has seen in a while. And we're in a new era now where, the higher the rated player is, the quicker they want to get on the field. Yet it feels like there might have to be, especially when you consider, hey, there's still a guy named Fedoni who hasn't even had a real chance to play yet, who was supposed to be this guy, right? So there's a lot of things kind of moving in the way right now of him making an earlier impact than a later impact. Do you think this is going to challenge Matt Rhule and company to get his development along to however they decide to use him and satisfy the desires of these higher rated players to get on the field sooner rather than later?
Yeah, I think that a lot of that, for a guy like Carter, it's going to be when he first gets to campus, you're going to have an actual opportunity to measure yourself against all these other individuals. I mean, I think there's no shortage of stories. There's no shortage of people we've all talked to that played for Nebraska or elsewhere that talk about what that's like the first day you walk on somewhere, or walk on's the wrong term for around here. First day you show up somewhere and you're suddenly, you were the best player in your school. You're the best player in your county. You're the best player in your region. And you're no longer the best player at your own position group or best player on offense or whatever. So there will certainly be that. I mean, look at this tight end room that they have assembled. You have Thomas Fedoni, former number 1 tight end in the country as a recruit. You have Eric Gilbert, former number 1 tight end in the country as a recruit. You have Carter Nelson, who I think most services have as the number 1 tight end, or at least number 1 or number 2. And then the guy who I actually think is going to get the bulk of the reps at tight end this year, Nate Borkercher. So That's your depth chart for next year, assuming that Eric Gilbert doesn't have like a monster year or whatever else, but assuming they're all back for 2024. And that doesn't say anything about Chase Androff or some of these other tight ends, Ishmael Smith-Flores, other guys that they brought in. But they have a very fascinating room, and it will be really interesting to see what it looks like with Marcus Satterfield. I mean, could you see an offense that can push the ball down the field where you have a 3 tight end set, because you have guys like Thomas Fidone that play more like wide receivers that you can sort of game plan it and try to hide those guys or get matchups against linebackers and then turn them loose. It's going to be really interesting to see how all of that plays out. I am very, very fascinated for this upcoming season. I have to say, and I've done a lot of radio with Josh lately, I have to say I'm probably more excited now for this upcoming football season after this like run of commitments, because it feels like we're really close. Like I know that we're only about a month away from practices starting. Exactly a month. I think they could start on the 28th, but it really kind of feels like we're close to football season now. I don't know if the last run of commits did this for me or what, but I think I'm here. I think I'm here for football.
It feels about 875 days away to me.
I was going to say, John's going to love hearing that, Shafe, that football season is almost here.
John's been in a bunker. John's been, just hunkered down with College World Series stuff. Now he's got the Cubs who can't hit a Philadelphia Philly pitcher to save their life. It's been rough.
We're still in the running.
Well, hey, I'm going to go see your team up close and personal on Saturday. I'll send you a scouting report.
Please do.
Oh, that'll be fun.
Please do. And take a gas mask, because apparently, the air quality sucks.
Shafe, so
Right.
what's next now? I know that Caleb Pyfrom, he's announcing tomorrow, and it seems like the tea leaves are saying he will not be coming to Nebraska.
What are the Grumballs saying?
Grumball is going to stay away from Caleb Pyfrom unless you would like to send me one way or the other.
So the Grumballs aren't willing to take a chance?
Not on this, at least.
Oh,
I mean,
wow.
the Grumball's leaning.
Are we calling into question the integrity of the Grumball now?
Definitely not. Why would we do that? The Grumballs are perfect.
The Grumball likes to show up and wrestle the 5-minute long matches against Tomato Can Pete.
Wrong.
And chalk up all these wins and cut a vicious promo. But when it comes to actually, fighting for the belt,
Grumball said
Grumball
Dylan
kinda backs
Raiola
up.
was going to Georgia like a month before it happened, John. So the Grumball was way out ahead on that one. Way out ahead. Said Isaac Trout was going to Creighton. Remember that one? Remember that? Nobody was saying that he was going to go to Creighton. Anyway,
nobody was saying that Isaac Trout was going to Creighton.
No, except for the Grumball.
Not a single person.
Nope.
Not a single person.
I really have to wonder about this Grumball.
No one was saying it.
Did the Grumball have anything to say about Jordy Ball? I can't remember. So what's next? What's next, Shafe, with the recruiting classes? Will it continue to be a committed day for the rest of the week?
I don't know. I think we'll find out tomorrow. 2 offensive linemen are set for Thursday decisions. You have Caleb Pyfrom, who you talked about, Minnesota, Nebraska, Illinois, the schools there that he's taken official visits to. I have put in a crystal ball. I had one for Nebraska previously. I have now flipped it to Illinois. So you could see another Power 5 player in the state of Nebraska going to the Big Ten. We have Michael Burt going to Iowa, and Caleb Pyfrom could end up at Illinois. And then the other decision, and I have not, this one, I have worked the phones a lot today, and I am no closer to understanding what Caden Massey is going to do than I was when I woke up this morning. So despite talking with multiple different people, I do not have one direction or the other there. Caden Massey from Linden, Kansas, just south of Topeka, is a big developmental offensive tackle, 6'7", 280 pounds, I think. A guy that I think the staff would really like to have. He came out for an official visit at the beginning of the week that was Father's Day weekend, and he was on a kind of a solo visit. There's one other guy that was in town, but Nebraska gave him a lot of attention, kind of got a little bit of a red carpet treatment. He went to Kansas State and then to Oklahoma, and I think this is very much a Kansas State-Nebraska battle, which would put it very similar to Grant Bricks, another offensive lineman Nebraska had in over the weekend. And I'm beginning to wonder if it isn't a opportunity here for Nebraska and Kansas State to sort of split the two of them, Nebraska ends up with one. Kansas State ends up with one. But again, I'm not 100% sure what's going to happen. I've talked with Caden a few times today, and unlike in some situations where there's an announcement and we're able to get like a pre-write, he declined that opportunity. So he is taking this one very close to the vest to his 7:30 announcement tomorrow night.
So, over the course of the month, I think it was like 22 or 23 visitors, and weekends and midweeks. And I think, was it 17 of them were not previously committed, and Nebraska got 11. It feels like, I don't want to call it a shotgun wedding, but it's happening so fast. What has been your read on all of this? Because we're so used to more of the slow play process where people are waiting and, maybe the offer comes, but then, there's other visits to take. But that Nebraska is seeing these guys in camp or seeing these guys come visit on campus, get the offer, commit, and it's done. It's happening so fast. What do you attribute that to?
I think a lot of it has to do with sort of how Matt Rhule and his staff have always operated. When they were at Baylor, they famously were able to put together a monster recruiting class in about a month and a half when he first got there. And it was using a lot of the same kinds of things. I mean, I think they get guys in on official visit weekends. They get them pretty excited. And then maybe they apply a little bit of pressure. I've never had anyone say that they felt like overly pressured, but they definitely have said that, the staff wants to kind of know where things are at. And I think they're willing, if they feel like they're behind, they're willing to cut their losses, move on to the next guy. And I don't think they're going to spend a lot of time playing games in recruiting. So I think they have a general idea of what they like. They know where their board is at. They always have an extra person on the board in case they miss somewhere else. And I just think that this is where recruiting is sort of at. It's really sped up. I don't want it to get a whole lot faster than this. But you look at it, Minnesota's at 23 commitments already. Like, this is a normal thing for some schools. For us, it feels really weird because it's like Nebraska has 12 commitments going into the season. Now they got to get 12 more before they sign the class in December. And that's just not how it's going to be anymore. And what it really does is it really limits the amount of people that you're expecting them to use official visits on in the regular season. It allows them to have some clarity as to what their board looks like. It gives some peace of mind to all the people committed because they've accepted this commitment and it doesn't look like they're going to recruit over them in the class. So I think this is the route that they want it to go, because really what it means, they're going to spend a lot of time starting September 1st on 2025. Because that's when they can start reaching out to those guys. That's when, you're going to, the visit weekends for the home games now, it's less going to be about, which official visitor came in, and more about which junior is there, which sophomore is there, who do they get to come up from Texas for this Louisiana Tech game. That's really what it's going to be. And it's just going to be a different feel for how we talk about and how we cover recruiting. And we might get to the point where they have 6, 7, 8 commitments for the next class before you've even flipped the calendar year. Like, I think that's the idea here. And it's just a different age in recruiting. And I think at Nebraska, we've just been so far, on the other end of the spectrum that it's hard to sort of accept this.
Also, Schaefer, it's going to be very triggering because soon enough, there will be players on campus that will mark the 20-year anniversaries from you and I graduating high school. So the passage of time, it's gonna, I remember when my parents had their 20th high school anniversary. And now it's coming upon me. Not great.
You remember your parents having their 20th year
reunion? Yeah, I still remember that. They're not that. It was. Should I say what year it was?
I think I was 2 when my parents would have been at the age of which they would have had their 20th reunion. So
I was almost 16. They graduated in '84, and their 20 would have been obviously in '04.
Did your parents have you when they were in high school?
No, they were very young though. They were 21.
Is that why it's so near and dear to your heart that you were conceived and born while they were still going through the high school years?
Don't need to talk about the conception process. We know how that works.
It happened in the cafeteria while they were having little smokies.
Oh, it was during Salisbury Steak Day.
Out in Kearney. Good old Kearney. K-Town, as we call it.
Is that do you actually call it K-Town?
No, I never have. I think that actually is the first.
Were we supposed to ask Schaefer about his experience in Ainsworth?
Oh, Schaefer, yes.
Because Brunt's mentioned that yesterday.
Yeah, tell us about Ainsworth.
Well, what do you want to know about Ainsworth?
Brunt said you had a fun trip to Ainsworth one time.
Well, that's not the. I have had a fun trip to Ainsworth. I have family that lived up in Ainsworth, but that's not what Brunt's is referencing. Last year, Carter Nelson was playing St. Mary's, which is a Catholic school in O'Neill, and they were in O'Neill. And I was. It was a Thursday. Nebraska played Rutgers the next day, and I made the decision I was going to drive up through Columbus. I was going to see the folks. We went to City Cafe. I got lunch with them, and then I was going to venture over to O'Neill and catch this, what I assumed, 7:00 start for this Thursday night football game. Turns out they don't have lights in O'Neill. Turns out that they played at 2:30 in the afternoon that day. And Mike Schaefer rolls up to the field at about 5:45 when the only people there are just picking up the trash that's left, as the game has been over for a little while now. I had a nice drive back from O'Neill to Lincoln that Thursday night. I stopped in a town called Long Pine, I think, and I went to the Long Pine Inn, which was a nice bar, and I had a couple beers to calm myself down from what had felt like just the stupidest, most miserable recruiting experience to date. And I think I watched Nebraska volleyball dust somebody that night. So then I left the Long Pine Inn and then drove back to Lincoln. Got in at about 11:00, and everything sucked. But
hey, at least you had the Long Pine Inn and City Cafe.
Yep.
Yeah. I ate well. I mean, I definitely ate well that day.
Boom. Wow, what a day.
So yeah,
I would have been.
That was the time I went to watch Carter Nelson play in O'Neill. So fast, I never saw him.
So I was going to say
it explains his high ranking.
It does.
Mm-hmm.
I have nothing to do with that.
Mike Schaefer, ladies and gentlemen, of course, keep up with all of the latest in Nebraska recruiting because goodness knows by the end of the week they could have like 3 more.
Wow.
I mean, it's just
Shake, do you want to promise that 3 more commitments by the end of the week?
I offer no promises.
Damn it, no promises.
But there's still decisions. I mean, you got Caden Massey and Caleb Pyfram, but then Ja'Cory Barney, a wide receiver that I've flipped over to Miami, but I'm hearing that there's a possibility that Nebraska could still win out against a hometown school. He is set to decide on July 1. So there's still some decisions to be made out there. So there's still some potential news and things that could happen. But I think once we get on the other side of that decision, it's going to be pretty slow in terms of 2024 recruiting.
Okay.
Mike Schaefer. All right, Schaefer, have a good time in Chicago.
Yeah. We'll see if I know what time that game starts and I don't show up to Wrigley Field at the wrong time. They got lights there now, right?
They have lights there now.
People forget about the lights at Wrigley
Field. They have
Field.
lights there.
Yeah.
Back in the day, they didn't have lights, but they have lights now.
Mm-hmm.
You're going Saturday, Sunday?
I'm going to go Saturday. We'll see what Sunday. It might be a walk-up day. I might just try to mingle with the scalpers a little bit and see if I can bring them down on their prices.
Are you going to Oshaval?
I would like to. It's not currently slated in the plans. This trip has been the least planned out trip that we've had in a while. Like I haven't really looked at much of anything. We've had a million things going on. So I don't know. We might just go to Chicago and just go and just wander around and just pop in wherever we feel like it.
Okay.
It's actually not a bad idea.
No, it's fun to do vacations like that.
Yeah. Go to Billy Corgan's coffee shop.
Go to Billy Corgan's coffee shop.
I didn't know Billy Corgan had.
Do they have like Smashing Pumpkins related coffee there?
Smashing Pumpkin Spice Latte, probably.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm guaranteeing that's probably on the menu somewhere. Mike Schaefer, ladies and gentlemen, Husker 24/7. Thanks, Schaefer.
Bye, Schaefer.
Hey, guys.
Coming up, we still have Mike Farren.
Farren.
Wow, a lot of mics today.
A lot of mics today. Also, we are getting emails about Nebraska recruiting and comments that I want to get to, but also many people in O'Neill are saying he's wrong about the light situation in O'Neill. John says, did Schaefer say there were no lights in O'Neill? If he did, he is wrong. I lived a block from the football field for 6 years. Either St. Mary's or O'Neill High played Friday night games every week. So maybe they just maybe they were doing a doubleheader that week. I'm not from Western Nebraska. I don't know what they do out there.
That's
So-
not. It's
not
northern.
Western. That's
That's
O'Neill.
northern.
Put them on 72nd and Dodge. I'm sure that'd be great.
1620 the zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
Fourth place in 1944's Running of the Roses. The horse's name, Shut Up.
Simple, tasteful. So this was also probably a little vulgar.
And they probably had a whole segment on 1944 Sports Talk Radio about how they were a horrible example for the kids.
Is society crumbling because the horse's name was Shut Up? This is 1944. We're trying to win a war here, and your horse's name is Shut Up.
I love your 1944 guy.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Mostly sunny, hot, and humid for your Wednesday afternoon with the high today in Omaha near 96 degrees, feeling like 100 degrees with the heat index. Heading into this evening, a 20 to 30% chance for thunderstorms with increasing clouds. Lows tonight staying warm, near 71. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Why?
Why?
If you have T-Mobile 5G home internet, you might be hearing this a lot.
Why?
Every time your internet slows down during the busiest hours. Why? Because your network gives priority to cell phone users. Why? Good question. Why not switch to Cox Internet with 2 times faster download speeds than T-Mobile 5G home internet during peak hours?
Okay.
Stop the whys and visit cox.com/5G home for details. T-Mobile prioritizes certain T-Mobile phone users over home internet users during times of congestion.
The following is a test of the KOZN emergency system equipment. The data tones you just heard are used in the emergency alert system. This concludes testing of the KOZN emergency alert system equipment. This station serves the Nebraska Operational Area Number 1.
Shop Sid Dillon Chevrolet, Nebraska's #1 volume Chevy dealer. Visit any of our 4 locations for your new Chevy or pre-owned vehicle or at SidDillonChevy.com. Chevy, find new roads.
You are what drives us, Sid Dillon.
It is Independence Day coming up. You can almost smell the brats, the burgers, and the hot dogs. Oh, I love this time of the year, and I know you do too. And guess what? So do they at Cracklin' Kirk's Fireworks. Craig is here with us. Where are you located this year?
So we are in Waterloo at 301 South Front Street and in Springfield at 102 Main Street. Big mega tents at both of those locations in the Omaha area.
And you've got people here that really know their stuff about fireworks.
You know, our staff comes back year after year after year, and they know their stuff. So if you want some help setting up your backyard show, we're the place to go.
Tell me what you got on sale.
We really can't go through them all, but we have a 6-pack of 200-gram cakes for $6.99 each. We have a roll of 16,000 firecrackers for under $60. It's all here.
Celebrating more than 30 years of helping folks create lifelong memories for the 4th of July. Tell us the website.
GetKirks.com. It's all right there on the website. GetKirks.com.
It's time to wake up your taste buds. Introducing my new Fiesta Line Chicken Pizza. Spicy taco sauce, generous amounts of chicken, green peppers, onions, jalapenos, mounds of cheddar and mozzarella cheese, and finished with a tangy lime sprinkle. Add your favorite one-topping pizza and my sweet cinnamon monkey bread. Fiesta Feast. Now that's a fiesta for your mouth. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Feel like I'm on some kind of crazy trip or something.
The 1620 The Zone.
John, I have comments from people.
Okay. About Carter?
About
Nelson, Carter Nelson?
Triggered Mike, who is always triggered, says, let's not go putting hot sauce on a grenade with these recruits. I'm as excited as anyone, but the reality is they haven't even played a snap yet.
It's not going to affect anything the grenade does. It just makes your hands have hot sauce on it when you throw the grenade.
I mean, if you dump it out of the bottle, though, then it won't get on your hands. Oh, yeah. When you throw
it's not going to affect
Good point, Nick. Yeah. He adds, look how many splash name players didn't pan out in hits, misses, and guys. Exercise. RIP. Hits, misses, and guys.
Yeah.
Are you putting hot sauce on a grenade?
No. Not
I feel like none of us have.
No.
Today, I would say that we've
I don't
all
even
been
have a
very-
grenade.
Yeah, neither do I. I do not own any grenades.
I think you know what.
Done.
I haven't heard that with anybody on Carter Nelson. To me, this is the most like not blasé. It's just people are excited about it because of beating Georgia, but I think there's still this huge like. So what's he going to be in college?
Right.
This isn't a Dylan Raiola, for example.
No.
He commits. I think we're all like, well, I know what this means. Carter Nelson, we're like, I hope he's good.
This almost feels like a win because it's not a loss.
Yeah, it's like
because hey,
when they
he's
beat
the best
North
player
Dakota
in the
last
state
year,
and he didn't leave for somewhere else.
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it.
It feels like a win because it's not a loss. And again, that is not a knock on Carter Nelson or what he could be.
Yeah,
but he does feel, and that's why I asked the question of Schaefer. It does feel like this is a more of a developmental situation. And I know, and Dion, who, by the way, good to see you again, Dion.
Yeah, Dion.
It's been a while. He says plenty of 8-man players played for Osborne, but
yeah, they did.
They did, but that was in a truly developmental program and in a different era where a lot of guys, especially those guys that did come from 8-man, guys like Dean Steinkühler, they didn't see the field until they were at least sophomores, but in some cases juniors.
Yeah, it's a different era of college football.
And now you've got a young man
and it's
who's
a program
a
that stinks.
4-star who had a chance to go to at least one, if not a couple, of the best programs in the country.
Yeah.
Who decided to come to Nebraska. And there is, and I have no idea, maybe this is a young man cut from a different cloth. Who knows? But typically, the higher the rated the player, the more they want to get on the field faster. And this feels more like a developmental situation, given that he comes from 8-man, given that we don't really know yet what this offense is going to look like, given that it's already a jam-packed room at tight end. And by the way, the previous Carter Nelson is still on campus, still waiting to break out, still waiting to play.
And Thomas Fedoni was
there's a lot of different variables here that make this rather interesting.
And Eric Gilbert, as we talked about last segment,
Gilbert.
he was a previous number one.
Sure.
Yeah, so there's a lot of talent in that room. JD says Nebraska is recruiting a lot of guys that Nebraska is their only Power 5 offer, and these kids are going into their senior year. And then he adds, that is why they are jumping quick. I think it will be more fascinating if Rhule is right and more offers pull in. I think he meant, what if they decommit with his last sentence? And I mean, I guess that's a big possibility too. I think that the hope for the Nebraska side of things is, since they were there first, since they offered first, that no matter what happens later, that they're going to be able to hold on to these players. And, we don't know the answer to that question. We'll just have to see over the course of the next however many months before the December signing period and then the later signing period. But yeah, again, going back to going back to Carter Nelson, I think people are happy for the reason that you described. He didn't get away. You locked him up. But I haven't seen anyone throwing a parade saying this guy's going to come in and wreck shop from day one.
No.
It does not seem that way.
No.
I think for the most part, I think fans are like they are happy with recruiting victories. But I don't know about you, John, and I know you've been in the College World Series mode for the last couple of weeks. I have not sensed the usual pomp and circumstance that comes with commitments of like, can't wait to see this guy be the best player. Now, again, part of that too is that it's been a lot of lower rated or non-rated players.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that measured, I guess, is how I would describe the response to things recently.
Well,
Measured.
a lot of this too is getting used to the fact that Nebraska is going to have its class basically done by this time the season kicks off.
Yeah.
There might be a couple of spots left when the season kicks off. Name the last time that happened.
Yeah, seriously.
It's never happened in the internet recruiting era, which is basically the last 20 years. It's never happened where Nebraska, like some of these other schools that we've listed before, the Georgias, the Ohio States, had most of their class done before the season started. Nebraska is now one of that group.
Yeah.
And be prepared for this, folks. As I look at the latest 24/7 Sports team rankings, Nebraska's coming in at number 14, which is, that's on the higher end of basically what their range has been the last decade and a half.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Post-Callahan. We'll call it the post-Callahan recruiting era.
Yeah, usually just outside of the top 15-ish.
That's usually the higher end. But remember, that's 21 commits. So however many are left. But you got a whole bunch of schools that are right behind them that are still in the teens in terms of commits.
Yeah, their ranking is pure. It's not purely, but it's mainly built right now on number of players and not the average ranking of the players. Because as other schools start getting more, as other schools match the number of commits that Nebraska has and then signees, Nebraska will fall. Like last year, do you remember this, John? There was a point last year where Joey McGuire, father of Garrett 1T McGuire, where they were number one in the country in recruiting. Mm-hmm. Why? Because they had a lot of recruits committed and nobody else did. Nebraska will fall, but they'll probably still be a top 25 to 30 recruiter.
Sure.
Because they always are. They always are.
There's only, as my count, there's only 2 schools that have more commits that are rated ahead of Nebraska right now. And they are Michigan, who is 3rd with 23 commits.
Okay.
And Stanford, who is 11th. They have 25 commits.
With a new coach.
So, yeah, a lot of the ratings right now are based on the fact that Nebraska's got a ton of volume.
Yes.
They got a ton of
volume.
But
as Shea pointed out, I think the more interesting thing to me is, like, what would this mean then for the 2024 class? Remember a few years ago when, let's go back like 10 years, we would not judge the new coaches like abbreviated class. We would always say, we're going to find out how good of a recruiter they are with that first full class, because you're truly building around hope and the idea of coming here and helping our program get better, right? With the advent of the early signing period and how much things have sped up, that kind of changed. The goalpost moved a little bit. Instead of being the first full class, it was the second full class. Well, if that theory is still kind of true, then it's the 2025 class that I think we can really learn what are they able to do with a full year of eval. And look, man, it would be nice for Nebraska to get some wins finally and to make a bowl game. And so instead of just purely selling on hope, you're doing a combination of the two. You're doing a little bit of hope and a little bit of reality as well.
By the way, counting up the number of 24/7 4-stars, of which Carter Nelson is one of those, Nebraska has the 21st most 4-stars in a class.
Nebraska does?
Yes.
Okay.
They have 4 4-stars in this class. That would be 21st in the country today. And of course, 5 stars. Nebraska has no 5 stars.
None. They haven't had one since Baker Steinkuhl.
Yeah.
It's been a long time.
In fact, if my count is right, 2, 4, 6, 10, 13. 13 5-stars have committed.
I wonder how that compares to.
Yeah, I have no idea.
And I'm guessing there'll be maybe a few more before the 4th. It seems like a lot of this is that, we'll get to the 4th and then it'll kind of like, that's not to say people won't commit, but you enter a dead period and this is vacation time for coaches. And then media days are here and suddenly the football season is right around the corner, about 800 days away by the time you get
about 812.
Yeah. Okay. By the time you get a month from now,
about 812. Speaking of that, we'll get you a countdown. We have a countdown to September 9th.
Infinity days until college football.
We have a countdown to September 9th.
Yeah.
We haven't done one of these in a while.
It's been a while.
And a 1,000 days to college football.
1,000 days. Who sung that song, Nick?
It's been a while.
It's been a while.
Stained.
That's a 90s song, right? Or is that early 2000s?
Early 2000s.
You remember that song, John?
Yes, I'm familiar.
It's been a while.
Lead singer, little problematic.
Oh,
His name's
no.
Aaron Lewis.
No, what did he do?
Well,
go into his Wikipedia page.
Have fun.
Did he get sponsored by Bud Light too?
Nice.
Back after this on 1620 The Zone.
Remember, no matter how you listen, it's still AM radio. 1620 The Zone.
It's time to wake up your taste buds. Introducing my new Fiesta Line Chicken Pizza. Spicy taco sauce, generous amounts of chicken, green peppers, onions, jalapenos, mounds of cheddar and mozzarella cheese, and finished with a tangy lime sprinkle. Add your favorite one-topping pizza and my sweet cinnamon monkey bread. Fiesta Feast. Now that's a fiesta for your mouth. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
Nick here for Templeton Rye Whiskey. For the strong-spirited baseball is back for another exciting summer, and Templeton Rye is bringing a few all-stars of their own. With their 4-year, 6-year, and 10-year reserve, Templeton Rye is a home run all around. To learn more about Templeton Rye, check out their Instagram, Templeton Distillery, or visit the on-site distillery just a short drive outside of Omaha. Enjoy responsibly. Templeton Rye Spirits, Templeton, Iowa Rye Whiskey.
Hi, everybody. Kent Pavelka here to talk about your local concrete experts at Everlevel Concrete Repair. Now, if you have cracked or uneven concrete, Everlevel can do it all with their complete repair solutions. They fix cracks, lift sunken slabs, and protect the surface, all at a fraction of the price compared to replacement. And better yet, they offer long-term transferable warranties. I'm so glad I chose Everlevel for my driveway. Give them a call for your free inspection. That's Everlevel, Everlevel, Everlevel. Try saying that 3 times fast.
Shop Woodhouse Buick GMC first and experience the difference from inventory to service. The large indoor showroom at 119th and I allows you to shop during all kinds of weather conditions to find the new and pre-owned vehicle that fits your needs, from stylish SUVs to capable trucks to great offers like on the 23 GMC Sierra or the 23 GMC Acadia. See dealer for further details. They've got something for everyone today. They've made it simple. In person, 119th and I, or online at WoodhouseBuickGMC.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Usually, to get a skybox view of a Nebraska football game, you need to be a drone, a hawk, or a fighter jet. But sitting in an actual skybox is a lot more comfortable. So, enter the Nebraska Lottery's Lucky for Life ticket snap. Until July 10th, buy a Lucky for Life ticket and enter for a chance to win Nebraska football skybox season tickets or other great ticket prizes. Sure, fighter jets are cool, but there's no legroom.
Lucky for Life top prize odds 1 in 30 million.
The Nebraska Lottery offers up a lot of fun with a variety of daily games like Nebraska Pick 3, 2x2, and My Day. How much fun, you ask? Think of it like riding a roller coaster. Sitting next to your favorite rock star. Or discovering a bunch of cash under your seat.
Yeah!
Sound fun? Then play today.
Nebraska Pick 3, 2x2, and My Day top prize odds vary by game.
Did you know that radon is the #1 cause of lung cancer for non-smokers, and that radon levels in our region are some of the highest in the country? Do you know your radon level? Protect your family by contacting the experts at Radon Defense Midwest. Visit radonradio.com for an exclusive offer to 1620 The Zone listeners. Get 50% off a professional radon test. radonradio.com. What's your level?
Take your science or healthcare degree to the next level at College of St. Mary and apply to one of our in-demand graduate programs. Earn a Doctor of Physical Therapy with our online on-campus hybrid program. Earn a Master of Science in Physician Assistant Studies in just 2 years, or an Occupational Therapy Doctorate in 3 years. Graduate programs at CSM are inclusive and open to everyone. Plus, we offer an accelerated pathway to several of our healthcare programs for those needing their undergraduate degree. Apply today. Get started at csm.edu.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Oh, so we're not counting down. I guess it's so far away.
No, I didn't know we were doing that right now.
So far, I mean, I literally teased it, and I said,
Well, you tease things sometimes, and you're like, oh, we're not going to do it here.
Just wanted to hear this great production again.
And I can just tell you this, that I want to build a team that's tough.
I just want you to know.
I'm coming.
I'm coming.
This is going to be hard.
Not to compete, but to win.
And it's not really just about me. It's really about all of us, because we have to be all in.
Not to show up, but to show out.
And that plan involves working harder than the next man.
Not to be amongst the rest, but to be the best.
We want to have fast players, explosive players. We want to have speed. We want to have great quarterback play.
We got a few positions already taken care of because I'm bringing my luggage with me.
The passion for young people was reborn inside of me.
So I want y'all to get ready. Go ahead and jump in the portal.
73 days.
Whoa! Whoa, that's 10 weeks and 3 days away.
Give or take a couple hundred more.
I did start a new book last night.
You did.
I'm not going to mention what it's about because I'd owe a quarter.
Well, we were just talking about recruiting.
We were.
I was reading a.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
Pac-12 recruiting synopsis today from The Athletic.
Oh, what did it say about Prime?
Well,
by the way, I am thinking of Prime in these hard times. I hope that he's okay.
Yeah, he had to have surgery on his.
There's talk about him losing a foot.
Yeah, I know.
I
He's
hope
got
he's
some
okay.
blood flow
Yeah,
issues.
I think he has blood clots. Oh,
yeah, it's
not great.
Good. It's
No.
not good.
Yeah.
But in the synopsis, it reads, Dion has been known for making big splashes on the recruiting trail.
Yeah, we've seen.
And, of course, talked about the Travis Hunter thing, got him to go to Jackson State when, he's a 5-star. Many observers were curious to see what kind of noise Sanders would make in his first full recruiting cycle at Colorado. So far, it's been pretty quiet. The Buffaloes have commitments from 3 4-star prospects, but only one of those is a top 100 player, athlete Aaron Butler at number 78. There just hasn't been a ton of buzz about the Buffaloes class, which ranks 48th nationally and 5th in the conference.
I was just going to say, I just went and looked at 24/7 Sports.
Quoting one of the recruiting analysts, the quote, "There's something going on there where kids will say publicly that they love Dion and they think he's going to do great there and he's a phenomenal coach and all these kinds of things, but privately want to see something on the field. I don't think a lot of elite kids there across the country are jumping on board until they see exactly what this is all about."
Interesting.
A wait and see attitude by the kids.
From the youth.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Did we underestimate our nation's 17-year-olds?
Perhaps.
Wow.
Or did we overestimate the fact that Dion was just going to be able to bring whatever Louis he wanted to the
That's true.
To the Flatirons there near Boulder.
Levi in Colorado
Yes.
says, seriously, is Sanders even going to be up to coaching? Yeah, you do wonder, how the recovery will go for this.
Yeah, you do actually.
Yeah. Again, removing, we're normally having fun during this bit. It's just, it's like tough news and horrible news to hear. And so hopefully he's doing okay. I'll be honest, in terms of this topic, I am a little surprised. I thought that they would have I thought they'd have some oomph to them.
They'd have a little oomph.
Like, I knew that replacing the whole roster, essentially, which is what they tried to do, I thought that would be difficult because you need to add like 50 guys. Like,
Yeah.
I thought that was going to be hard. I'm a little surprised. Now, maybe they're going to do it, with the in-season recruiting, and they'll have, players coming to games. And, I mean, look, you go to a Colorado game as a 5-star, you're going to see like, oh, I could probably start over that guy and that guy and that guy. And so maybe that happens. But I am definitely a little surprised.
Yeah, I would say I am too, to a degree. And as we like to do, we are wont to do in these segments, we want to update those of you who are thinking about doing the whole travel thing on how things might be looking on the lodging and ticket front.
Yeah, and?
Well, and Microsoft Word is not cooperating today.
Oh, no.
We're like Microsoft nerd, am I right?
I guess. I don't know why. I must have given it a...
Did you give it a wrong link?
No, I gave it a good link because I actually used it earlier today. Let's see if the old... there it is. Hotels.com.
Microsoft turd.
It is acting like a turd today. I'm not going to lie. It's acting like a turd today.
Oh, no, it's frozen now.
Yeah, it is. It's bugging the crap out of me.
Look at this MacBook working perfectly.
Microsoft.
No, it's not. You're not even looking at the same thing I'm looking at.
I'm looking at the video.
Josh,
right
you
now.
can't look at that here.
The hotel rooms. There's a room at the Boulder Broker.
The Boulder Broker.
$139.
Hardly knew her.
But
Looks
they'll
like
find a
looks kind
geode
of like
in
a
there.
bed and breakfast type place.
Oh,
Ooh, a B&B?
I can't wait to have breakfast with you when we're in Colorado, John.
The Millennium Harvest House.
Millennial?
Is
Millennium.
Millennium.
Ah,
As in
Falcon?
Millennium Falcon.
Mhm.
It's going for $392 a night.
Ooh, that's a little expensive.
That's a little
Pennies?
expensive. You're gonna get some. You're gonna get some okay deals. Like there's a
the OK Deal boys.
there's a hotel. Let's see.
What if that was a website? Yeah, they're okay.
Now, of
deals.
course, all the links are clicking through. So I'm like,
This is all. So your computer's just like, rah, rah, rah.
yeah, it's. I think my computer also thinks it's still at the College World Series. But there are some places outside of Boulder where you can still get to the Stone Mountain Lodge and Cabins for $119 a night.
That's not bad, man. It's not bad.
If you want to stay outdoors.
Is that where we're staying at the game?
Probably.
In
But if you're willing to
days?
stay in places like Longmont, which isn't terribly far away,
Longmont.
or Louisville.
Oh, wait, Louisville,
or
Nebraska?
Firestone.
Give me Longmont. Longmont sounds fun.
You can stay at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites in Firemont.
They have
Firestone.
They have continental breakfast, right?
For $1.57. That's not bad.
Little cereal dispenser.
It's not bad at all. But the tickets?
Are those still a lot of money?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Is the link working or is it broken again?
No, this one is working, so it must be a hotels.com thing.
Damn it, hotels.
Right now, the cheapest get-in price for Folsom Field
is?
Guess.
$498.
Whoa! I got a good news for you. It's a real bargain. $321.
Oh, whoa! That's way cheaper. Is the Shine off of Prime?
Oh,
I think this was about the range that they were in a month or so.
For some reason, I thought they were close to $5 bills.
Now these are end zone seats, $321 each. I mean, if you want to buy 2 tickets in section 118, which is basically the 35-yard line, $1,200.
Whoa! Can you imagine spending $1,200 to watch Nebraska play Colorado this year? It's not 1994 anymore, John.
Okay, so if those of you who are familiar with Folsom Field, the horseshoe-shaped stadium, there's a whole section that is entirely behind the end line, right?
Behind the end line.
It's on the sideline, but it's beyond the end line. It's like the first section where the Huskers come out of the team tunnel.
Yeah.
The tickets there are going for $611.
Wow,
that's a lot of bucks.
That's a lot of bucks for not a great seat.
For not a great game, probably. Because
Wow.
Nebraska's going to wax dead ass.
Negative
The
boys.
negative
No,
boys.
boys,
It's going to be
boys.
bad because Nebraska's going to beat them by a lot of points. And then they'll storm the field.
Are we sure? They might be trying to play one for Prime.
No, I hope not. I hope he's okay.
Well, I do too,
You don't
but
want him to not coach the game. That'd be a bummer.
yeah, it would.
Tim Brewster on the sidelines. I don't want old Brewster. Right? It's Brewster, isn't it? Isn't he one of their...
Timmy Brewster.
Yeah,
That would kind of deflate the whole thing.
It
wouldn't
really would. Yeah, we don't want that.
Then we'd have to pretend to be excited for PJ Fleck.
I'm
Again.
excited.
Guilluma.
Yeah, should we change the trip? Should we go up to Minneapolis instead?
Sure.
Okay. Going to Minneapolis.
Coming up next.
We're going to Arizona.
We're going to Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Farren, who just got back, he hitchhiked his whole
Folks.
way home.
Wow.
Just got back into Arizona. Will join us.
Jesse says not a bad seat in that joint, though.
In what
Is that a weed joke there, Jesse? In Folsom. It is, it's small enough that, yeah, all the seats are from nice angles. We had, like, some of the highest seats in the house.
Nice.
We could see didn't even mean to. We could see everything in that field.
Yeah.
We saw we didn't see the meltdown because we were gone. At
Yeah,
that
we
point.
had to leave.
It was very sad. We
Went
heard the
back to hotel.
meltdown. It's like, oh, hey, something good just
Sad.
happened for somebody. Who was it? And then we're listening on the radio. It's like touchdown Colorado. It's like, oh, this sucks.
Back with Farren next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Backlund Plumbing Time-Saving Traffic Center. We're seeing some road construction with the roadway reduced to 1 lane at 72nd Street southbound at Harrison with some stop-and-go traffic from Hugh Street, as well as a disabled vehicle with the right lane blocked at Dodge Street and US 6 westbound at Saddle Creek Road. We're also seeing a disabled vehicle with the right lane blocked at I-80 eastbound near L Street, and some slow-moving traffic on Dodge Road US 6 westbound between I-680 South and 120th Street. We're also seeing some slow-moving cars around I-680 northbound between Pacific and Dodge, as well as on Center between I-680 and 108th Street. Please be smart as you're heading out of the office on your way home this evening, and have a fantastic rest of your Wednesday afternoon. I'm Taryn Frodema.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Lus Hills Harley-Davidson.
Riding season is here, and it's time to trade in and trade up. Or, if you ain't riding it, Lus Hills Harley-Davidson is buying it. Sell your Harley-Davidson today. Lus Hills Harley-Davidson. Rise up and ride on.
Whether you like fishing together or fishing to get away, for the thrill of reeling in a big one, or just going out to have a good time on the banks of your local pond, at a bend in a river, or on one of our many lakes and reservoirs, you'll always find the perfect place to cast a line. Here, beneath Nebraska skies. Start planning your next fishing adventure today at letsfishnebraska.com. Sponsored by Nebraska Game and Parks, aired with the Nebraska Broadcasters Association and this station.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching your kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, taillights, trunk lids, license plate holders, 122 million parts. Pull up just a little bit. And headlights. They've got lots of headlights. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
You can buy farm fresh food from more than 70 local farmers under one roof at Ellsworth Crossing in Waterloo. All Ellsworth Crossing products are ethically raised and keto friendly with many health benefits. Free-range chicken and eggs, pork, Wagyu beef, bison, and more. Fresh produce, milk, and dairy, including ice cream and cheese. On Saturday, we will have an event hosted by Bushwhackers DJ and Divine Entertainment. Free door prizes, Ellsworth Crossing, 26902 West Center Road in Waterloo, and ellsworthcrossing.com.
Ever walk through a door and see all the trucks? Yeah, it's kind of like that at Gretna Auto Outlet. Half-ton trucks, three-quarter-ton trucks, dualies, gas or diesel. Gretna Auto Outlet will be happy to show it to you. They don't call it truck heaven for nothing, you know. Stop in the climate-controlled comfort of the indoor showroom or online with the virtual showroom at GretnaAuto.com. Gretna Auto Outlet, open Sundays too, just north of Nebraska Crossing on Highway 6 in Gretna.
Hey, folks, is your concrete in need of repair? Kent Pavelka here to talk about your local concrete experts and a Best of Omaha winner, Everlevel Concrete Repair. They can completely restore and repair your concrete at a fraction of the price compared to replacement and offer long-term transferable warranties. I'm so glad I chose Everlevel for my driveway. There's a reason they're a Best of Omaha winner. Give them a call for your free inspection. That's Everlevel, Everlevel, Everlevel. Try saying that 3 times fast.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago National League Ball Club, which has the right of approval of the announcers and is intended solely for the private, non-commercial use of our audience. Any publication, reproduction, retransmission, or other use of the pictures, descriptions, and accounts of this game without the express written consent of the Chicago National League Ball Club is prohibited.
Mike Farren, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, now singing the Mike Farren Open, it's Mike Stibbs.
Just make sure it sounds sexy, Stibbs. Oh my.
Lord Almighty, how can you stand Arizona? Your fair skin must be burning down into your absent soul. Mike, 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 we can barely hear you. It sounds to me like you called us from inside a hole. But your phone calls lift me higher, like the ERA of Mark Pryor. Your hair looks like it's on fire. You're Mike Farren. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning.
Normal life again. Mike Farren with his ceiling fan attached to his head.
Nice.
How do you stay cool in the summer in Arizona? Ceiling fan attached to the head.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Not a bad idea.
And it doubles as helicopter blades, so you can just fly to wherever you want to go.
And
How
yeah,
do you think I got to Omaha?
If you're sad that it's still baseball season, you could just jump up into the fan. That'll make you feel a little bit better that there's only baseball to watch.
What is wrong with you?
Yeah.
Nothing. I'm actually doing really good. I like that there's not a
Clearly.
sport right now I care about. It's great.
as he's wearing, what is that? It's a digitized.
Look at that. Ken Griffey, baby.
Yeah. How can you say you can't stand baseball and you got a Ken Griffey Jr.?
I can stand it. I just am not going home, delighted to watch it on a nightly basis.
Well, that's because you're a Royals fan, and that's your first mistake.
That's right. Mike, I am a diehard Royals fan. Go Royals.
Name me 3 Royals players.
Why do you always do this to me? They have
because if you're going to be a smart aleck, I'm going to call you on it.
Salvador Perez. They have Bobby Witt Jr. Come on, Josh. Come up with one more Royal. Moustakas is gone, right?
He's gone. He's
Damn
been
it.
gone.
Yeah, and Alex Gordon
He played
retired.
in Omaha.
I don't know.
Josh, I'm going to stop doing this segment because your disdain for baseball.
No,
it's not going to bother
me.
I'd miss the chemistry I have with you, Mike, but it's not going to we'll just get another football guest to fill your spot. That'd be perfect.
We won't because football's so far away we can't even see it.
Who's the starting quarterback for the Jacksonville Jaguars, Mike?
Who gives a damn?
Trevor Lawrence.
Farren
I didn't even realize that Jacksonville still had a team.
They made it to the divisional round last year, leading the Chiefs.
Dude, 20 teams make the NFL playoffs. I don't know what you're talking about. That's hardly an accomplishment. That's like saying that Nebraska won 4 games in the Big Ten.
The more teams make the Major League Baseball playoffs now. No, they only
don't.
Two games in the Big Ten. Yeah, only 2 last year.
That was good. Not good at all.
All right, well, Farren out on this segment. John, have fun.
No, he's totally in on this segment because we had, and by the way, I think we now know why the TV ratings were so far up.
Because Mike was here?
Because Farren and I weren't on the call. They bring in Kugler, and everyone said, we can't listen to this game on the radio. We got to go watch on TV.
It's amazing where 3.5 million fans matriculated to.
It's crazy. It really was when you look at it because the numbers basically doubled from the last 3 game series. And I get it. LSU has a draw, but I didn't expect it to be that big. Did you?
It's the first time in a long time that it's beat the Women's College World Series in the finals. I mean, I think I think there's a couple of different things at play, right? There was star power in this. You knew you were going to see the top 3 overall picks at some point. I think there was intrigue in whether or not Skeens was going to pitch in the championship game. So I think that adds to it. And I think that you're seeing the growth of college baseball's popularity continue. The more games that are televised. 2020 was a road bump, right? Like that really hurt things and set it back for a couple of years. But now that I think we're back and rolling, I think there's more coverage of it. There's more excitement. I think the more fans that are into the draft and player development process in baseball are more interested in the top level players. And I think the other part is that, it's a real strength that you have a conference that is as committed to baseball as the SEC is. Their investment in it is driving the attention. I don't think it's a coincidence that this highly rated championship series featured 2 SEC squads. So, I mean, I think all of those things are factors as to why it had success. And I would add the pitch timer too, because instead of having to commit 4.5 hours to games, you're committing 3 hours. What was the championship was the longest? What was that, 3.5, right? But that was a lot of mid-inning pitching changes and whatnot.
Yeah, and LSU, not only scored 18 runs, they stranded 17.
Right. Boy, their offense is really struggling. I wonder how they'll do in game 4.
Yeah. I wonder if that game had been played 3 years ago, that exact same game, how long it would have lasted.
Oh, easily 4.
Oh, God. Yes.
Easy 4. Maybe close to 4.5.
Longer.
Mike, I don't know. Oh, sorry.
No, I like the pitch timer is a huge advantage. I mean, Connor Happer ran the numbers for us during the prelims, and I think the average time a game was like 3:02. I mean, the 11-inning LSU Wake game went 2:58. I mean, and it was packed with drama. And remember all the talk about, are you going to lose some of the drama at the end of games because the games are shorter? When we were having that discussion at the beginning of the Major League Baseball season, I think that's living proof that it's not the case. I mean, that was as dramatic a game as you'll have, and I think people had to be, just locked to their radios, to their televisions for what was going to happen.
Mike, I don't know how much you follow the college sports congressional discussions that have been happening lately, mainly because it's a football and a men's basketball thing. But I have found it a little curious that there's this idea that college sports are in this horrible broken space right now. And yet John just quoted the numbers. The softball finals are big. Volleyball, I think, had some of their biggest numbers. It's like, it's just weird that we keep like, oh, it's college sports broken. How do we fix college sports? And yet the fans seem to be tuning in more than ever for college.
I mean, management's always going to tell you that they don't have any money. I mean, that's basically what it is, right? Is that's what you're dealing with, is the schools are telling you this is so broken because they don't want to have to spend any more money than they have to. I mean, that's what it is. I mean, let's not, like, I love Mike Rooney, but he was talking about, his concern about the SEC taking over and the need for parity in college baseball. Parity is just a buzzword from management to try and suppress spending. I mean, that's what it is. That's basically what all this is. All of this is players want to get their fair cut of what they've done. There is money to go around, but the leagues and the schools don't want to pay it out because then that's money that they don't have. And, I think for all of the threats of, well, it could cancel sports, and maybe there's some spots where it happens. I mean, certainly what's happening at Washington State is pretty galling in terms of, their hiring freeze. It cost them their head baseball coach. I think Brian Green's a really good coach. He went to Wichita State, and I think that's not necessarily I mean, depending on what ends up happening with the Pac, I mean, that may not necessarily be a huge move forward, but it's just, I think a lot of it, you're right, is just we are so used to coming down on the side of the management in these discussions that you have to reset it. And I think that's what it is. If you invest in college sports will be successful, period. And I think that's regardless of the university. I think that's what you're seeing. I mean, that's what you see in baseball. I can't tell you how many conversations I had with committee members or ADs or coaches across the country that said, if the Big Ten decided to invest in baseball, it would be a game changer for the sport. Because think about it, like that's the second biggest conference or the biggest conference. It's the one with the biggest massive fan bases in just about every major market, with the exception of the Bay Area and Dallas and Houston. Like, you've got tons of fans that are there, and you have a proximity to Omaha for a number of those that would make traveling more significant. I mean, John, you and I talked about it off the air. Like, Iowa had a favorable draw, and they kind of gagged it away in the regional. If Iowa gets to that regional, I think there's a good chance that they go down to Lupton and beat TCU. Or I guess technically they could have been at Dwayne Banks Field because they were both. I actually think it would have been because Iowa was a 2 seed. Like, so if they had put in a bid to host, it could have been there. Imagine if Iowa, which is a really talented team, had been at the Men's College World Series. Like, the number of fans in the stands would have been, we would have been talking about 27,000 every night instead of 25,000. We already had 400,000 fans there. So, yeah, I think I'm with you, Josh. I think some of this is just like, it's when management tells you during a CBA negotiation with the players that they can't possibly spend any more money, and yet, in the words of Scott Boras, they always seem to be able to put on a season.
We haven't had a season canceled
because of lack of money.
Because of lack of money,
right?
We didn't find any money.
Yeah, that didn't happen. We had so much talent.
Yeah.
If you could only pick one of anybody, it doesn't have to be from this draft class. It could be the guys that are going to come up in the 24 or the 25 class. Who's going to have the best major league career? Who would you take?
Of who's going to have the best career out of anybody who's in this?
Of the ones we saw in Omaha.
Oh, I think it's Dylan Cruz, probably. I mean, I think he's he's going to be an everyday center fielder in the big leagues, and I think he'll go to all-star games. I mean, and that's, Paul Skeens has a chance to be really good too. Wyatt Langford has a chance to be really good too. I mean, I think if you were to line up the players over those 3 draft classes, I think you would take those 3 guys, 1, 2, 3 anyway. They all have star potential. I think, to me, you're seeing some mock drafts change in part because, there's a lot of speculation about Skeens, and, obviously he pitched his tail off down the stretch. I mean, he was dominant for LSU. He had an absolutely great season. I mean, nobody in SEC history struck out more hitters than Paul Skeens did this year. But I think when all is said and done, when you look at Dylan Cruz, you're looking at a well above average everyday center fielder in the big leagues who's going to hit for power and who does everything right. And, those are guys that go to multiple all-star games. I would say that based on the players that were in Omaha, I would say that Cruz is going to be the best. Now, will he be the best player drafted in the next 3 years? That's hard to say. I mean, I think there's a number of high school guys that have a chance to be that, like Walker Jenkins, who's, going to be in the top 5 this year, is a really impactful talent. But I think, in terms of proximity to the big leagues coupled with largely a sure bet, I would say the Cruz is going to be the best of it.
It was cool that I got a chance to be down on the field for the last series and to watch Cruz up close. You know, it's kind of the same phenomenon. You know, if you're sitting up high in a NASCAR race, it doesn't feel like it is when you're sitting up against the fence and you can feel the speed. And to watch Cruz, like when he legged out the double on what was a long base hit or the triple he had the other night, it was just like you got a different appreciation for him up close than you did watching it from upstairs, and I was impressed with what I saw upstairs.
I mean, his defense too. I mean, think about it in the final game of the finals. I mean, in consecutive plays, he makes a play ranging back to the warning track, and the ball hit over his head, and then comes racing in to catch one about 10 feet shy of the infield dirt. Like, I mean, all of those things. Yeah, he plays the game at a really, really a really quick pace, but it is so under control, and he just does everything right.
Mike, could you expand on kind of what you were alluding to a little bit ago with Paul Skeens and just like, I guess, the conversation surrounding him? I guess
sure. I mean, I think it's just that I mean, he's put together this dominant season, and I think generally what you've found is that teams are more reticent to pay for pitching at the top of the draft because the risk is so significant. And I think there's a lot of misinformation that is floating right now in a result of this, that's saying that, well, the only way that you can get top flight starting pitching is by drafting him at the top of the draft. And that's just not true. I mean, I think if you were to run through the last 10 All-Star games, you would find that a far greater percentage of the position players that are developed through the draft system were taken in the first 15 picks than of the pitchers, you know, and that doesn't count international scouting, which you can end up with international superstars at the front of the rotation. I mean, last year's National League Cy Young Award winner, Sandy Alcantara, is one of those guys, you know. Luis Castillo, the Mariners ace, is another, you know, so there are a ton of different ways to develop pitching, but I think it's a risk reward. Is Skeens going to be really good? Yeah, I think he's going to be really good. But I also think that I think front offices value starting pitching a little differently than we did 40 years ago. And I don't think the public or those who are covering the game publicly have caught up. You know, we hear a lot from fans about, well, these guys don't go very deep into games anymore. What's wrong with them? Well, what's wrong with them isn't anything that the pitcher has done. It's that teams recognize that the deeper a pitcher goes into a start, the more times the best hitters see them, the better success they have against them. That's been the case for baseball history. And so what they're doing is they're adjusting. So if Paul Skeens is going to give you 180 innings in a season versus, you know, 600 or 650 plate appearances from Dylan Cruz, it starts to weigh more heavily on the side of the position player. And I think if you look at the top of the draft right now, like Pittsburgh, I just, knowing their front office's history, I don't think it's impossible that they would take Skeens, but I think that their preference is college bats. I think Detroit's preference is college bats. The Nationals might be the most old school in that, and that's kind of why I think for the most part we've seen Cruz, Skeens, Langford going 1, 2, 3 is in some iteration of that.
Interesting graphic I saw yesterday from Fox, Baseball on Fox. These are the first place teams. Now, this was as of 2 days ago, and their rank in terms of the payroll. And the Braves, 8th most payroll in Major League Baseball. They lead the East. But I look at those bottom 3 teams. Now, Arizona, I don't know if a lot of people are expecting Arizona to stay in first place in the National League West, but they're there with a 21st place payroll. The Reds, 25th. The Rays, 28th. Is when you look at something like this, Mike, does this say anything to you? Or is this just coincidental based on how the teams are matched up in the divisions? Or maybe it's just an example of, you know, the higher spending teams, the bigger market teams just not being as smart with their money.
Well, I mean, I think that it's probably some of all of it, right? And I think you've had some surprisingly poor performances from high spending teams, right? Like, I don't think any of us expected the Padres to be under 500 at this point in the season and going to finish the first half of the year under 500. I think the same goes for the Mets. You know, I think the White Sox probably did not always invest wisely in depth on their roster. They had a top heavy one, and that's helped to impact them. That's another team that would be in the top 10 spending wise. You know, the Cubs spent a lot of money on just so players. So I think there's some of that. I think, you know, you have to give credit to front offices that have drafted and developed well, which you see in Arizona, Cincinnati, Tampa Bay. Baltimore's not on that list, but they have the second best winning percentage in the American League now. They're another one that's down towards the bottom of the league in terms of spending. So I think there's some of that to it. But I also think that the question should be asked, why aren't those teams at the bottom spending more to be able to create more depth for their organization? Because that's one of the things that money can do, is it can help you paper over mistakes. And so if you're a really good drafting and player development organization like Tampa Bay is, if you bump that payroll another $24 million, you'd be able to add some significant pieces that would help you not have to have a mad scramble for pitching every time you did it. And, we can try and say, well, those owners can't afford it. And I don't buy that for a second. Like, that's just not the case. So, nobody's opening their books to show us exactly how much they're losing when they say they're losing or they can't commit anymore. And so I think you should view it with skepticism. Maybe they're right, but I mean, when has management ever been right in something like that, right? They're going to tell you all the information that they need to tell you, which is the same way I would act if I were in their position. So I think it probably just says as much about where those teams are in the development cycle at the bottom of that list, and the fact that they have young controllable talent that really, outside of I guess the Diamondbacks with Carroll, and I guess the Reds with Green, the Rays with Franco, that they have one of these 9-figure players that they've extended as opposed to many. Now I hope Cincinnati extends Ellie De La Cruz for like a bazillion years, because that guy rules.
No, I hope they let him go. He needs to come to Chicago.
Speaking of players that should go to Chicago, and maybe John would appreciate them finally. Mike, once a month at least, I try to find a new way to ask you about Shohei Ohtani, and so let's see if I can figure it out again today.
Did he do this in a postseason game?
My God, this is what I deal with, Mike. Try to get me into baseball, but John won't let me appreciate the best player in the game right now.
I'm not preventing you from anything.
Let me ask it this way: is it possible to be hyperbolic with him anymore? Like what he is doing? Like I will read you a headline, and maybe the answer is yes. It is still able. You can still be hyperbolic. Forget MVP. Shohei Ohtani is building a case as the GOAT.
Oh, come on!
See,
stop.
Look at Triggered Bishop over here. Look at Triggered Bishop.
You can't be the GOAT yet.
Nobody has done what he's done for as long as he's done it. So, I mean, I think, I don't know. I mean, he's the best talent I've ever seen, I mean, he's the best talent any of us have ever seen, right? I mean, the guy is
John.
in the top 10 in the American League in ERA and leads the league in home runs, right? Like, he's on pace to strike out 256 hitters and hit 50 plus home runs this season, 56 homers, right? Like, it's just like you like, I play MLB The Show, like the two-way player I have can't do that crap. So
you're not a very good video game designer then.
I have it on the easy setting too. So I mean, listen, like it's yeah, I mean, I think you're right, Josh. It's very difficult to be hyperbolic about it right now because it's just incredible. I mean, like, he has exceeded the comparisons to Ruth. Ruth was really only a two-way player for one season. I mean, he threw 130 innings, I think, that year and hit 29 homers. And granted, it was a different era and all that, but this is, for all the reasons we just talked about starting pitching, right? Like, Shohei Ohtani's not facing the same pitcher 4 or 5 times in a game like Babe Ruth was either. Everybody throws 100 miles an hour. And like, he's putting up these offensive numbers. Oh yeah. And he's one of the 10 best pitchers in the league. So like, I mean, I think that he deserves all the praise that he gets because this is incredible. And I think all you have to do is hear other players talk about Ohtani, and you get the sense of like how ridiculous what he's doing is that they are gobsmacked by what is happening, in the same way that they were gobsmacked by Pujols in his prime, by Griffey in his prime, by Bonds in his prime. Like, he's an inner circle all-time great already. He doesn't have enough time to qualify for the Hall of Fame, but he's just, I mean, what we have seen over the last 3 seasons in particular has never been done before. And I'm not sure. I hope somebody gets a chance to try and replicate it. I hope teams are creative enough to do it, but it's going to be really tough because, like, even a guy like Jack Caglione, right, who wants to be a two-way guy, the Florida star, like, he doesn't run like Ohtani. Ohtani's one of the fastest guys in the game. The dude's just a freak athlete.
The second home run last night was hilarious.
Was that the opposite field one that he just kind of like popped up on a breaking ball and you're like, you've got to be kidding me? Yeah.
It's so funny.
Yeah.
What was the launch angle on that? Did it say?
High.
Did they have a track
I didn't
man?
see that
because
one.
we had 2 home runs hit on Sunday. were at 51 and 55.8 degrees, which has never been done in a major league game in the StatCast era, which is roughly the last 8 years.
I don't think there's been one that's been 45 degrees even. I don't know that 45. I think like 44 is. I remember when we did the Futures game in 18 in DC, Pete Alonso hit a home run with a 40-something degree launch angle, and that was the highest one that had been recorded. I think Goldschmidt's got a couple in the 40s. I mean, that was not about the power, though. That was about the prevailing 30-mile-an-hour south, northeast wind that was at the checkbox on Saturday. That's why those balls got up, as they got up in the breeze, and it took it. It was a drive for show day.
Oh, it was. It most certainly was. And the thing about the Evans home run, it started foul. It was a foul ball. It was foul, and then it blew back, and then it hit the back wall of the bullpen. We're like, how did that ball get out of the yard? It was a stupid, weird day. Yeah. I saw this today, or it was actually yesterday.
Heard about this.
But, we are so much talk at the beginning of the season. What are the rules going to mean to, not just the pace of the game, but how the game is played? Is there going to be more action? Remember all the promos with Walter White, voicing all the action?
Yes, I do.
The percent of balls put in play, the percent of swings that result in a ball put in play, and the percent of swing and miss are almost identical this year at this time to last year at this time. I mean, almost identical.
I can't believe you bought that, because guys aren't throwing less hard. I mean, that's the thing, is that it's not like that's the thing. The guys are still throwing as hard. They're still throwing breaking balls harder than ever before. I mean, all of those things are still happening. The shift didn't change guys' approach. It wasn't going to change guys' approach. It was going to let you roll over a ball and get one through every now and again if you're a left-handed hitter. The changes with the shift and anything other than affecting the time of game and positively impacting the frequency of stolen base attempts is like eyewash, I think. I mean, it was, and frankly, it was marketing BS. And I think I may have said something at the time too, that it was like, listen, there was nothing in the minor league data that showed it was going to be any different. And for all the talk of, well, you can't tell until you get it to the major leagues. I mean, what's happened with the time of game and almost everything that's changed has been in lockstep with what we saw happen in the minor leagues when these rule changes were put into place, which one means that the rules work the way that they're intended. But two, it just means that you can't fake some of that stuff on the edges about it. The goal was to get the game quicker, really, and to add a little bit of excitement to it. And I think bringing back the stolen bases to levels that we haven't seen in a decade. I mean, it really hasn't been that long until we've reached this level, have been helpful. But really, I mean, the fact that it now takes, Josh is much more likely, I would think, to watch a game knowing that it's 2 hours and 30 minutes than he was if it was 3.5 hours, right? Josh is the target in this. Josh doesn't hate baseball, but he doesn't love baseball, right?
There we go. Yep.
So what are you going to do when we get to a pennant race? Josh is going to be more likely to lock in on stuff and watch what's happening because he knows he's not going to have to commit 3.5 hours to it. Yeah. That's what it is. And that is a huge positive. And when you see the television ratings have gone up over the course of the last month, you've seen attendance has started to go up. I think all of that is the casual fans getting back involved because they don't have to commit 3.5 to 4 hours a night to a game. It's that simple. It's worked. They listened to what fans wanted. They got it right. They got one thing right, and they got the pitch timer right. They nailed it, and I think it's great. And I think, and even just to go back to what we were talking about, it has made a bigger impact positively in college baseball in my mind than it has in the big leagues. I like the fact that games are 2 hours and 35 minutes in the big leagues. That's great. But getting college games to around 3 hours is a huge win as long as they were. I mean, you've basically found ways via technology and the pitch timer to take the coaches slowing the game down to a crawl by calling pitches, by calling timeouts, all of these things. You have eliminated that, and you have made it a far more watchable product.
Listen, the actual action you're seeing outside of the jump and stolen bases has not really changed that much. It's just condensed it.
Yeah.
So what it does is it makes it feel like there's more action.
It's moving.
It's like going from watching something at regular speed, and then you hit the
first double speed podcast,
like your double speed podcast.
Let's go 2x speed.
I mean, the thing is that this is like we are working. Games are being played at a level that, like when John and I were young, that's where they were. I mean, it was in the 80s. That's what it was. Like if you want to go back to the 60s, we're still 20 minutes from getting to those game times, right? Which I'm sure that Major League Baseball would love to get to because it fits better in a television window that way too. But all of these things are important. And I think the TV window part is something to really circle as you're watching teams. I think tomorrow is going to be the day that a second team has their rights turned back over by the Bally's RSNs. I believe the Diamondbacks are going to get their rights back tomorrow because Bally's doesn't want to pay them. And so the league is going to be producing games. What you're seeing in other sports, you've seen it with a couple of NHL teams, you've seen it with an NBA team, is that they're going to over the air, they're going to local broadcast because there's 3 times the audience. If you're not going to be able to get the money from the cable bundle that you were able to get to before, then you better get reach. And if you're going to have reach and you're going to have a product that moves quicker, it's going to get more people excited, I think. And so I think that is a major positive that has come out of it. And it allows people more time to be able to, or a better chance to be able to view the most important parts of baseball games without, having to sacrifice quality of life because they're gassed at work or because they can still put their kids to bed or their kids can watch to the end.
Yes.
Like in the old days.
Yeah. I'll be curious to see if it has any impact on the All-Star game audience, because that's usually even though it's an exhibition game, it is a game that, tends to get a decent number. I'll be curious to see if it has any impact.
I was listening to Austin Karp today, who's the Sports Business Journal ratings guy. He was on the Marchand and Oren podcast, and he thought that it was reasonable to think that number would be around 8 million viewers. I think it was 7.5 last year, which was the lowest ever. So I think you're seeing he thinks that there'll be some modest growth based on what's happened over the course of the last month with the increase in television ratings. So like ESPN had their best month in a long time for Sunday Night Baseball. They don't do them any national baseball broadcasts anymore, but it was really good. And still, Yankees Red Sox didn't draw what the finals did for the Men's College World Series. So just to put in perspective, like how well the Men's College World Series did on TV, that's a pretty good indication. And like you guys know Clinton Yates a little bit, right? Yates from ESPN and from Anscape. Yates had a great thread today talking about the importance of growing college baseball for growing baseball, period. That, the more attention we can pay to that, the better it gives it gives people access to baseball, which in turn turns them into Major League Baseball fans too. It's a great thread. You should call Yates and have him on because he's great anyway.
It's actually a good idea.
All right, Nick, get him on.
He wrote an incredible story on Dwayne Hosey. Did you read that?
No, I did not see that.
Yeah, because Dwayne still is in Omaha and has had a big impact on a ton of kids in the area, and really, really good stuff that he put out. I think it was yesterday morning. He told me that was one of the major reasons he came to the College World Series. He was working on a story on Trey Morgan. He's working one on Dwayne Hosey, and the Hosey piece is terrific. Like, it's well worth reading, especially since it's hyper local for you guys.
Awesome. Well, Mike, it was a great time last week. We got to experience maybe the greatest baseball game ever played in the College World Series, or damn near close.
I loved sitting next to you in the booth for 5 seconds before you said, "Get out of here," by mouthing it. Get out of here.
I think my favorite part of the whole thing was that Josh wasn't really there.
I was there every day. Every day.
Nick makes a lot of questionable decisions with his life. That's the other part. I appreciate Nick's questionable decisions.
Questionable decisions.
Which ones?
Yeah, which
Nick,
yeah.
all of them. I just think Nick is a questionable decision.
Yeah. We've been working with him like every day.
Be a good nickname for him. This is Nick. He's the questionable decision. Like if you ever went into wrestling.
Questionable decisions with Nick Grimm. I like this.
Oh, it works.
I like this.
That's fair.
Mike Farren, ladies and gentlemen, Sirius XM MLB Radio and color voice of the College World Series.
Yeah.
1620 the zone.
It was a blast. Thanks for
We had a
me play with
blast.
you guys.
It was a lot of fun. I hope we can do it again.
So Kugler show.
Every game.
Nice.
See you, Mike.
Bye, Mike.
Bye, guys.
And happy 4th.
Happy 4th.
Happy 4th of July, Mike.
May the
Farren.
4th be with you.
No, we don't have to do that.
Well, that's in May.
That's in May. That was almost 2 months ago.
This is July
Wow.
4th.
Do you know what happens 2 months from now? Wow. It seems like yesterday that you guys were making the May the 4th jokes. And 2 months from now, we won't be making any of those jokes. We'll be sitting on our couches watching whatever happens
August
to be on
the 4th be with you.
our televisions on August the 28th.
Oh, it is the 28th.
Ain't no one watching that crap.
It's on the 26th. My bad. I was wrong. What do you mean? Do I have Pac-12? Do we have Pac-12 Network on Cox? I think we do.
Enjoy it. Have
will.
fun.
San Jose State, USC.
Oh, yeah. Look forward to that.
Yes, I am. You watch baseball in May.
I do.
You can't make fun of me for watching San Jose State,
good teams
USC.
on. There's good teams playing in May. San Jose State.
I love how I'm like, Shohei is good, and you're like, he should do it in October. But then you're also like, I love this garbage baseball in May. You can't have both ways. Both ways, Bishop over here.
Nonsense, though, about you cannot.
Did you hear what Farren said? He said he's the best player he's ever watched.
Okay, you can be the best player he's ever watched, but you can't
just embrace.
How many sports? How many sports has the greatest player who ever played that sport never won a championship?
Never. But you would agree that baseball is so different than like a great.
No, it's no different than basketball. It's no different than football.
No, that's not fair. Yes, it is.
No, yeah,
John, in basketball, it's 5-on-5. You have a much better control.
Football, you have more guys. You have 11 on 11.
I might have an example.
If it's some racing thing,
it is. Dale Earnhardt Sr., one of the greatest drivers ever, right?
Oh, he never.
How
won
long
Daytona.
did it take him to win Daytona?
Also, Johnny,
okay, but that's a race. He won 7 championships.
He's in his 3rd year. I mean, why can't we project that he's going to win?
That's what I've been saying. We can sit back, we can enjoy how great this is, but right now it's kind of like Gale Sayers. Gale Sayers was the next best thing to sliced bread, and then unfortunately his career got cut short.
Yeah, but you would agree this is even different than that. The guy's pitching and hitting.
No, I understand all that, and listen, it's enjoyable to watch for sure. I'm just pushing back at all this GOAT talk because you can't be the GOAT when you don't ever play in a meaningful game.
I like to imagine that Shohei is just the anti-Bishop. Like, he loves mayonnaise and beach balls.
Well, if he does, then
to be fair, I mean, like,
God bless
whenever
him.
I call him the GOAT or Nick calls him the GOAT, we're obviously just like trying to have fun with it. Like, it just doesn't seem like you even want to have fun with him as a player. He's ridiculous. This is so
really cool.
This is so
cool.
I see, but like even that attitude, it's just like wild to me. Like, this is you love baseball.
Sure, I do.
But
and it is great.
There's like an apprehension from you to like wrap your arms around it.
That's the thing. I don't need to wrap my arms around it. I can appreciate it for what it is. But
Which
you know
is
what
like
I'm going to wrap
insane.
my arms around?
What?
When my team does well. That's what I wrap my arms around.
I mean, I know we get past that. How much of it is that for you that you were like so dyed-in-the-wool Cubs fan that like a really good player in the sport, you're like, you still won't even do that with? Because like I'm a diehard Cowboys fan, and yet I appreciate like all the best players in the NFL.
But that's the way I'm in with all my teams.
So if he was a Cub, I bet like how much different would this conversation be?
Well, I wouldn't be calling him the GOAT. I'd be pissed off because they never get to the playoffs with him.
Jordan says Griffey never won the World Series. Yeah, were you anti-Griffey in the 90s?
But Ken Griffey Jr. is not the greatest baseball player of all time.
No one outside of this headline, no one says that Shohei is the GOAT, though. Except for Nick and I, and that's just to troll you.
That is just to troll you.
And
he's very good,
me downplaying the crap out of it is to troll you.
Well, I don't know. We're having a serious conversation now, and you're still downplaying.
Just trolling each other. That's all we're doing.
He's pretty incredible.
He's really good.
Travis says at this point, I think it would actually kill John to say something nice about Shohei. Would you die?
I have never. When have I ever said anything not nice? I've said nice things about it.
Amazing Danny says, according to John, OJ and Barry Sanders weren't some of the greatest running backs ever. Oh. Yeah, Barry Sanders. That guy won one playoff game in his whole career.
We're not talking about a position. We're talking about a player. We're not talking about the greatest running backs of all time and the greatest right fielders of all time. We're talking about the greatest player.
So Randy Moss can't be the best receiver ever because he never won the Super Bowl?
No, that's not what I'm. No. We're not having that conversation. We're having you were having the conversation of who is the greatest baseball player of all time. Not the greatest right fielder, not the greatest pitcher, not the greatest catcher, the greatest baseball player of all time.
Okay.
I'm saying I don't buy into that stuff, especially in the moment when it's still happening and it's still relatively young. And the fact that the guy's never played a meaningful playoff game.
Well, until this year.
But you don't think that
I
it
don't
says
know.
something that he's accomplished this much in the short amount
That
of time?
soon?
Oh, it is. And it is. Congratulations. He did what Milt Pappas did.
Like, even if he doesn't accomplish,
struck out 10 and hit 2 home runs in a game.
Even if he
is Milt Pappas.
Even if he regresses over the
better
next
than old Milt. Who's Milt Pappas?
He's an old pitcher.
Okay.
Even if he regresses over the
And
next
hitter.
3 years,
And hitter.
he still accomplished this insane stuff in the first 3 years.
Sure, it's great. It is. It's great. I'm just not gaga as the rest of the world is.
I love going gaga.
It's okay
for
to be a
Shohei.
little gaga for Shohei.
Yeah, it's fun. He's
Get
great.
the Shohei fever.
He's awesome. Mike loves it because I get excited for baseball once a week.
They should rename it MLB The Shohei for the next video game.
Or MLB The Goatei.
Hey.
Oh, so it'll be the only video game where you don't actually win anything. You just play the game, you never really win it.
Amazing Danny says, so if he was on a good team, that would mean he was better. I think you've heard of Matthew Stafford.
Oof.
Matthew Stafford was fine, and then he went to a really good team, infrastructure, and he won a Super Bowl. Maybe that's what Shohei
We'll
should
forget
do.
about the Lions.
I hope he
Well,
goes somewhere.
that's where he's going. He's going to end up on a better franchise next year.
Probably the Dodgers.
The thing I want to see with Shohei, and I don't think it's going to happen. I want to see what kind of value you could get for a 2-month rental. I would love to see him traded.
It would be really interesting.
With no guarantee that he will sign with the new team, to see what you would have to sacrifice.
Yeah, for 2 months.
For a roll of the dice that you're only guaranteed 2 months with the guy. That's what I want to see.
One more
2
before
months with
break.
Shohei.
Jordan says, things to not tell John. Shohei is the GOAT and Nebraska football has hit rock bottom. Yeah, don't say those things to John.
And was I right about the rock bottom?
Yes, you were, because they hit rocker bottom. Rocker bottom.
Rockier bottom?
Rockier. Yeah, rocker.
A lot of rocky
John
bottoms.
Rocker. Remember him? He hit rock
Rocky bottoms.
Oh, he did a lot of things.
Yep, indeed he is.
16-20 the zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
Here's what you need to know. You can make fun of us all you want, but we have a certain mindset that of the 1.9 million people that live in this state and that support their respective schools, we love our sports here and we support our sports and we go to events. And it doesn't matter, again, if you're winning or losing, it seems, we will go and support it. That's what we do here. We like sports.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Your Wednesday evening forecast will include mostly clear skies along with hot and humid conditions. Even after sunset, temperatures will only dip into the lower 80s. In Omaha, I'm tracking an overnight low of 72 degrees. Showers and thunderstorms will be possible around pre-dawn Thursday. By the afternoon, partly cloudy skies with highs approaching the lower 90s. I'm meteorologist Anthony Copeland for KTV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Backlund Plumbing Time-Saving Traffic Center. We're still seeing some stop-and-go traffic around Dodge Road and US 6 eastbound between 108th Avenue and I-680, as well as some road construction with the roadway reduced to one lane at 72nd Street southbound at Harrison, and expect some stop-and-go traffic from Q Street involved in that construction. We're seeing an accident with the right lane blocked at I-680 southbound to Dodge and US 6 westbound, as well as an accident on the right shoulder of Dodge Road and US 6 eastbound between 120th and 108th Avenue. But the accident on 90th and Military Road has been cleared, so that should be picking back up to normal here very shortly. The weather's hot, and so are you. Have a fantastic rest of the day. I'm Taryn Frodema.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by IBEW Local 22.
Does great pay, fully funded medical benefits, and a solid retirement sound good to you? IBEW has immediate openings for electricians. Invest in yourself with IBEW Local 22. Call 402-810-0789 or visit IBEW22.org today.
Duck Defense Midwest makes your home healthier and improves the life of your HVAC system. So improve the health of your home and everyone in it. Go to cleanairradio.com for a special duct cleaning offer for Zone listeners. That's cleanairradio.com.
Nick here for Templeton Rye Whiskey. For the strong-spirited baseball is back for another exciting summer, and Templeton Rye is bringing a few all-stars of their own. With their 4-year, 6-year, and 10-year reserve, Templeton Rye is a home run all around. To learn more about Templeton Rye, check out their Instagram, Templeton Distillery, or visit the on-site distillery just a short drive outside of Omaha. Enjoy responsibly. Templeton Rye Spirits, Templeton, Iowa Rye Whiskey.
There's Unlimited Pro, Unlimited Obsidian, Unlimited Mini, Unlimited No Limit.
At Cox Mobile, we know other mobile companies have puzzling data plans. Shouldn't it be easier? That's why Cox Mobile has 2 simple plans. Choose between pay-as-you-gig or unlimited and change plans anytime. Finally, something that actually fits you. All while running on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. Cox Mobile. We're different because you're different. Cox postpaid internet required 5G reliability is measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. to H 2023. Results may vary. Not an endorsement. Wi-Fi not tested. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
possible.
Peerless Energy Systems is Nebraska and Iowa's locally owned and operated authorized solar air compressor distributor. Peerless Energy Systems provides products and solutions for compressed air systems, helping companies in manufacturing, food processing, transportation, auto body repair, car dealers, and more. Driving industry efficiency through service, support, and relationships, let Peerless Energy Systems help you increase efficiency with your compressed air systems today. PeerlessEnergy.com.
Where are we on the lineup?
It's official. Avery is producing Main Street Music Days.
We need to be ready. We're going to have lots of people. What's the status on the new sound engineer?
They need an audio technician to keep things level from sound checks to encores.
Make sure audio from one stage does not compete with another.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Make the right call, fans. The Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Rooferees. It's unsportsmanlike conduct.
I'm not going to lie. It turned me on a little.
On 1620 The Zone.
Yep. I can read.
I just want to make sure. We can do it next. Let's do it next.
Do we have to?
We have to indeed.
Welcome back on Sportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, and the Zone mobile app. Glad you could be with us here on this day. If you missed it, Carter Nelson is
N. Ring the cowbell.
And apparently you can't hear the podcast with Mike Schaefer because something got messed up.
Wow, just throw Nick under the bus.
No, not from Nick. I'm thinking the computer.
No, it was me. The wrong thing saved.
Yeah.
I saved the wrong thing under the wrong name.
The wrong kid
I was just
died.
telling folks, hey,
Wrong
check out
kid
the
died.
radio replays, but wait a few seconds.
If you want to hear the Shape conversation, which you do because it was very good,
It'll be fixed in like a minute.
Be available momentarily.
Momentarily. Momentarily. By the way, so I was making the joke about Milt Pappas.
Yes, old Milt. Milty P, as I call him.
So Shohei last night became the 6th player with a 10 strikeout, 2 home run game.
That sounds like goat territory.
Well, yes, Milt Pappas, the goat.
The tin cans
Other
ready.
goats include Pedro Ramos in 1963, Rick Wise in 1971. You might have heard of this guy, Madison Bumgarner, 2017.
Wow, old Matty B.
And Zach Greinke, 2019.
What?
So Shohei did something last night that had been done just 3 measly years ago.
3 measly years ago. Wow, 6 times though. That happened way more
I'm
recently
kicking
than I would have
myself
ever imagined.
Because Shohei did win me my bet of the day because
He
I had
did.
the 9 strikeouts.
Yes.
I was considering doing a home run plus strikeout. prop.
That would have paid very well.
I know.
Yeah.
But
Also,
I was in a
thanks to
rush
the-
and I couldn't get the numbers figured in. And then I thought, nah, he's not going to hit a home run. And then I'm going to have to hear from these 2 yahoos that, I was putting all this pressure on their favorite player.
Yeah, leave him alone. Stop putting
The
so much
goat
pressure.
isn't get affected by pressure, John.
Yeah, John, the goat doesn't get
All
affected.
goats get affected by pressure.
Sometimes they
that's
faint.
a sheep.
They get squashed just like the rest of them.
Also, thank you to the Mets for
And
winning. Thus, my bet of the day also
Oh,
won.
That means I think I picked the Mets for one of my parlays.
Let's go, Mets. We'll have the results of bet of the day coming up in a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah, indeed. But yeah, Carter Nelson, he committed. Grumball. The Grumball remains perfect.
Is it time to retire Hard Knocks?
Oh, tell me more.
Tell me more.
Well, the
David
New
Hart.
York Jets are one of the teams that are eligible to be, now you have to meet certain parameters because so many NFL teams now do not want to be. They don't want to be Hard Knocks.
Yes, and so here's the thing. If you are a franchise that has had a coach, I believe it's for 2 seasons, your head coach has been there 2 seasons, and you have not made the playoffs, I think in the last 2 years.
2 years. And you haven't been on the show in the past decade. Now, has it been that long since the Rex Ryan?
It's like 2010,
Let's
2011.
go have a snack.
Let's go have a GD snack.
Damn.
If you fit those 3 parameters, then they can force you. Now, apparently,
good darn snack.
The NFL has not truly forced a franchise to do it. But I mean, look, these franchises don't want to. One franchise apparently at it because there's like a group of 5 teams that fit the parameters.
The teams are the Jets, the Bears, the Saints, and Washington.
And Washington apparently was like, we'll do it. And the NFL's like, nah, that'd be boring. They want the Jets. Of course they want the Jets.
They want the Jets.
Robert Salah, Aaron Rodgers. I mean, that's why. Aaron Rodgers is the answer. I don't know why I said anybody else. Aaron Rodgers is the answer for why they want to do the Jets. Look, I don't watch Hard Knocks anymore. Like last year, you know what I did? I hooked up my headphones to Bluetooth and I listened to it while I made lunch. And I realized, wow, I'm not even turning around and watching the show very often. And I think I got 2 episodes in. I didn't finish it.
Yeah.
I didn't watch any of the year that it was the Rams and Chargers.
That's the last one I watched. And the only reason I watched was because it was the Rams.
Yeah. I should have watched it because that was like the COVID year, right? So it would have been somewhat interesting, but I didn't. And I've totally fallen. Oh, I watched the Cowboys one, which was 2021. It was Micah Parsons' first year, but I don't even know if I finished that one. That's my favorite team.
I didn't watch. I think I watched the first episode of that one, and I just.
Are people saying to get rid of Hard Knocks? Are they saying to cancel it?
I'm wondering aloud.
I mean, it still probably makes them money, or gives us memes.
But has it lost its?
Yes, 100%. It's lost its luster.
Because everything now is about behind the scenes and all this other stuff, and now we know that the real stuff doesn't happen in front of the cameras.
Yeah,
that reality TV, for the 3 people left on the face of the earth who still believe that reality TV is just literally just cameras just peeking in on real life. No, a lot of this stuff is staged.
That's what
a lot
Nick
of this
said
stuff
to
is
it's real, Mike.
Is rehashed.
Yeah.
It's staged for the cameras.
Yeah. And you're right, man, about the behind the scenes stuff. Like
it's scripted light.
Behind the scenes.
Franchises put out a bunch of video. Now you don't get an hour a week like Hard Knocks, but they put out a lot of stuff.
Sure. So it's lost its luster.
Yeah. Yeah, and
they could probably
play
retire
it up for the cameras.
You know what? They could retire it for a couple of years and see if anyone misses it, and then bring it back and see if anyone's interested in it. If not, let it go.
Yeah. I don't know why I just kind of fell out of love with it, because it used to be like, sweet, this means football's right around the corner and I can't wait to watch it. But it doesn't interest me like it used to. And I will admit, if they got the Jets, I would be more apt to watch it. If Aaron Rodgers is on there talking about his weird drugs and pretending to be nice with his teammates, I'm a little intrigued. I'll watch it. But otherwise, no thanks.
All right, we have a spirit of the day.
Yeah, we do.
And we have dumb debates because SIP is tomorrow.
We have a dumb debates question about, should dumb debates move back to Wednesdays? Should we cancel Sipple is kind of the question. We can answer that question too. Oh, yeah.
1620 The Zone.
The best way to catch all the action is on 1620 The Zone. And no line for the bathroom.
Those of you who've enjoyed the cigar lifestyle for any length of time are keenly aware of the enviable reputation of Rocky Patel. Impeccable flavors and aromas, flawless construction. So allow me to ask, how would you like to attend a Rocky Patel event at Hearth Cigars on Friday evening, June 30th from 6 to 9? There's plenty of free food, live music featuring the Dive Kings, and of course specials on Rocky Patel's. Talk about a perfect start for a long Independence Day weekend. Hearth Cigars and Pipes Lounge, I-680 and Mormon Bridge Road.
Attention sales professionals. NRG Media is looking for an accomplished business-to-business salesperson who wants to take their success and skills to a new level. Is this you? Our account executives work with local businesses to create marketing plans to help them get more customers. On air, digital, on-site, audio, video, it's all part of what you could sell. A sales career with NRG lets you make a real difference. Get more info and apply online at nrgmedia.com. NRG Media is an equal opportunity employer.
Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro provide quality and caring dentistry for the entire family in a friendly, relaxed environment at the northwest corner of 144th and Dodge. New patients are always welcome. Look no further than Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro, dentistry for the entire family.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
It's time to find a career that's right for you. Metropolitan Community College can help you find a new path forward on your time. Whether you need a degree that puts you on a path to a new career or need to finish a degree you've already started, MCC makes it affordable and convenient with a flexible class schedule, online or on campus. It's your time to path forward. Let MCC show you the way. Register today. Classes start July 12th. Apply today at mccneb.edu/adults.
Hi, I'm a baseball umpire. Now, my job can get pretty stressful. I have to keep my eyes open at all times, and if I don't make the right call, people boo me. So to relax, I visit a Nebraska lottery retailer like this one and buy some scratch tickets. It always calms me down. Hey, you cut in line.
I did not.
All right, you're out of here.
Hey, he didn't cut.
All right, you're out of here. I feel better already.
The Nebraska Lottery. Top prize odds vary by game.
Hello, Talking Deer here. I want to take this time to thank the Nebraska Lottery. Since 1993, Nebraska Lottery proceeds, over $900 million, have gone to its beneficiaries, including the environment. And since I'm out here in the field every day, I see it firsthand, or first hoof, I guess.
Who are you talking to, dear?
Oh, I was just thanking the Nebraska Lottery and all the people who play for supporting the Nebraska environment.
That's nice, dear.
The Nebraska Lottery. 30 years of building a better Nebraska.
You can buy farm fresh food from more than 70 local farmers under one roof at Ellsworth Crossing in Waterloo. All Ellsworth Crossing products are ethically raised and keto friendly with many health benefits. Free range chicken and eggs, pork, Wagyu beef, bison, and more. Fresh produce, milk, and dairy, including ice cream and cheese. On Saturday, we will have an event hosted by Bushwhackers DJ and Divine Entertainment. Free door prizes. Ellsworth Crossing, 26902 West Center Road in Waterloo, and ellsworthcrossing.com.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Spirits in my head.
Let us lift your spirits. It's time for the Templeton Rye Whiskey Spirit of the Day.
What am I doing down here, John? Oh, now I'm back up. What am I doing?
We're confusing Josh.
What am I doing?
Spirit of the day. You know, no coach in college sports has more spirit than Jim Harbaugh.
That is true.
Some say old Jimmy H has a little too much spirit. He's just a little too awkwardly wired.
Loosey-goosey?
I don't know if loosey-goosey.
Coach H.
He's not loosey-goosey. He's just loosey-goofy.
Loosey-goofy.
I like that.
Well, Michigan, the last few years,
has whooped Ohio State's butt.
And then gone to the playoffs and just gotten destroyed.
They lost last year by 7 points.
Yeah,
Is that
but
destroyed?
that was a backdoor cover. And by backdoor cover, I mean they still lost the game badly to a team they were supposed to beat by, what was it, 8 points? 8 points spread?
Yeah, it didn't cover.
Well, in the past,
yeah,
Michigan would do a period of practice at the end where they would go 9-on-7. So they'd put their offense at a disadvantage, or the defense at a disadvantage, and call it the Beat Ohio drill.
So weird. I have never understood the idea of making fun of a program and like taking away a name, or like when Nebraska fans spell Creighton the way that they do.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get it. I don't understand that. It's very weird to me. Sometimes fandom is strange.
Well, they've changed it. Now the Wolverines, they have their set higher. They think they've conquered the Ohio Hill.
Well, they have, because they've beaten them by a lot of points in the last 2 years.
So they've now implemented the Beat Georgia period. That's right. They've renamed it the Beat Georgia period.
Oh!
So they skipped right over old TCU. The team that waxed their ass last year in the semifinal.
Should have done a Beat TCU
They
drill.
should have. That's the team they can't get past.
They should do a Beat the semifinals drill, because that's what they need to do. They need to win the semifinals. That doesn't have as good of a ring to it. But Beat Georgia does. That's why Jim Harbaugh, our spirit of the day.
Bruce Feldman, friend of the Grum, was on the Move the Sticks podcast and said a couple of years ago, one of the things that helped flip the switch at Michigan was They really started to embrace the, hey, we're going after Ohio State year-round. And they put in the beat Ohio period. Now I've heard they have a beat Georgia period, too. Now, that needs to probably happen more in the recruiting office than anything else, but So am I to believe they have both a beat Ohio and a beat Georgia period?
I was wondering the same thing, or have they just renamed it? I was wondering the same thing.
The way Feldman described it, they have a beat Georgia period, too.
Yeah, interesting.
So there you go. Jim Harbaugh, your spirit of the day.
Congrats, Jim.
Templeton Rye.
Whiskey for the strong-spirited.
Something Jim Harbaugh probably doesn't put in his milk.
No. Isn't it wild?
He's a teetotaler. He doesn't drink, does he?
I don't know. I know he loves milk.
I don't know if he drinks or not.
I like milk.
There's anything wrong with
drink
that.
milk. People forget that Ohio State has not beaten Michigan since Donald Trump was still your president, by the way. It's been a long time. Long time, John. Remember those days, 2019?
Big shoes.
Nick, what were you doing in 2019? Wearing a diaper?
22. So
he was a child.
Working here. Probably doing some Storm Chaser stuff.
Storm
Filling in
Chasers.
for Stibbs sometimes.
Chasing the fun in the sun.
R.I.P. Stibbs.
Gonna have a good day. R.I.P. indeed. Wow, it's been so long.
Worked
John.
at that hardware store.
John was still in his 40s. It's that long ago.
Speaking of which, do we need to call a wellness check on Stibbs? Because
What
Washington is ahead of the Mariners.
Oh, I don't know. Shoot him a text. You should talk some trash to him.
I haven't seen old Stibbsy tweeting about the M's so much this year.
I did show him my new hat.
I think he's out on the
Stibbs,
M's.
The Rockies beat the Angels in a series. That happened. People forget.
Oh, they beat the Angels. Imagine that. A non-playoff team beating another non-playoff team.
Aren't they in the playoffs right now? If the playoffs started at this exact moment, wouldn't they be a playoff?
Well, that's the neat thing about it is the playoffs don't start now.
Are you sure?
No, they still have several months to go.
Let's see. Wild card standings. There they are. They're in the playoffs. Now, who would they play? How many teams get in the baseball playoffs now?
I don't even remember. I hate the.
How funny was it when Farren was like, "There's a million teams in the NFL playoffs, bro? You cover baseball."
I hate the expanded playoff. It's so stupid.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
But not as stupid as dumb debates.
No.
Or not as dumb as stupid debates. Which is now coming up because, again, Steve Sipple had to move. Why? Because he drove 4.5 hours to be there with the dozens and dozens of people who are in the Ainsworth gym today.
There were so many.
To watch Carter Nelson announce that he was coming.
Somebody probably said be there or be square. And Sip's like, I don't want to be a square.
And then he did a podcast. They recorded the podcast live from Ainsworth.
Sip's going to be awful hungry because I don't think there's a lot of chain restaurants up there in Old Ainsworth.
Oh, great point. Closest food to Ainsworth, Nebraska. Do you think they have any chains in Ainsworth?
There's got to be a McDonald's somewhere.
They probably have a McDonald's. But like if
Ainsworth.
he wants a nice sit-down, microwaved meal from Applebee's, he's going to have to wait a while. He may have to eat really late tonight, like 6 o'clock.
Is Lincoln the closest relatively big town?
Is it Valentine?
No, Norfolk would be close enough.
Norfolk's probably got something.
Ainsworth to Valentine, 46 miles. I think that might be the closest. Wow, that's so far away. Oh, wait, no, there's a Pizza Hut, though.
Oh, yeah. Small towns love Pizza Hut.
Subway, Eat Fresh, John.
And Subway.
And more.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Dumb Debates is straight ahead on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Backlund Plumbing Time-Saving Traffic Center. A couple of accidents in the metro area this afternoon might be slowing down your drive. First of which on Dodge Road and US 6 eastbound between 120th and 108th Street, as well as an accident with the right lane blocked at I-680 southbound to Dodge and US 6 westbound. We're also seeing some very heavy traffic on Dodge Road US 6 eastbound between 108th and I-680. And keep in mind of the road construction and the roadway reduced to one lane at 72nd Street southbound at Harrison with stop-and-go traffic from Q Street. Another hard-fought workday in the books. You're doing everything right. Very proud of you. Have a great day. I'm Taryn Prodema.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Fernando's Omaha.
Reason 1,206 to celebrate 30 years of Fernando's.
You finally figured out how to use your coffee grinder.
Winner of first place in 2023's Best of Omaha's Best Mexican Restaurant. Come in and get your Fernando's fix.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching a kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, taillights, trunk lids, license plate holders, 122 million parts. Pull up just a little bit. And headlights. They've got lots of headlights. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
It is Independence Day coming up. You can almost smell the brats, the burgers, and the hot dogs. Oh, I love this time of the year, and I know you do too. And guess what? So do they at Cracklin' Kirk's Fireworks. Craig is here with us. Where are you located this year?
So we are in Waterloo at 301 South Front Street and in Springfield at 102 Main Street. Big mega tents at both of those locations in the Omaha area.
And you've got people here that really know their stuff about fireworks.
You know, our staff comes back year after year after year, and they know their stuff. So if you want some help setting up your backyard show, we're the place to go.
Tell me what you got on sale.
We really can't go through them all, but we have a 6-pack of 200-gram cakes for $6.99 each. We have a roll of 16,000 firecrackers for under $60. It's all here.
Celebrating more than 30 years of helping folks create lifelong memories for the 4th of July. Tell us the website.
GetKirks.com. It's all right there on the website. GetKirks.com.
Email us on the Equitable Bank inbox with whatever is on your mind. Zone Inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can get me, Gary, at 1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone Inbox.
PACE, Police Athletics for Community Engagement Organization, is dedicated to preventing at-risk and disadvantaged inner-city children from becoming involved in street gangs, crime, drug use, and victimization. Last year, PACE served over 5,000 area kids with wholesome competition and free participation in soccer, baseball, CrossFit, and flag football. To help PACE and local families make sure kids have access to safe and fun spring and summer activities, please go to paceomaha.org to support the PACE mission. Thank you.
Tired of having a website that doesn't reflect the quality of your brand? At JM Online, we specialize in custom websites for unique business needs. Your website should be more than just a digital billboard. It should be a powerful tool that grows your business. Awarded Omaha's best web developers in 2023, we're dedicated to local business success. So if you're ready to take your website to the next level, go to jmonline.com and request a call.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Nice to have a throw. It would be 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 nice to have a throw from your
Listeners are not to, we did anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mailing a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Yep, it's like it's Wednesday again. Oh, wait, it is Wednesday.
It is Wednesday again.
Happy Wednesday.
Oh, this is nice.
Feels like it's like when you put on some socks out of a dryer, fresh out of a dryer. It just feels nice.
I do like fresh socks.
Yeah, but now I think tomorrow's Friday. I'm depressed.
Well, that's not good, John. It'll be okay.
Don't be depressed.
We got a 4-day weekend.
Yeah, that's
coming
not
up.
something to be depressed.
4-day
Your
weekend.
birthday's coming up.
Oh, happy birthday.
Birthday, John.
Wow.
You gonna bring us a cake? You gonna bring us a cake on Friday?
Why would I bring you a cake on Friday?
That's what we used to do growing up. Is if it's your birthday, you bring treats for the whole class. They taught us that.
we
That's how
went to
grew up.
went to good capitalist schools where you got showered with all the gifts, not these socialist schools. Where's my free stuff? Where's my free stuff?
I do like free stuff.
I am a fan of free stuff.
I do like free stuff.
No, I don't.
Wow, he's not even gonna bring us a cake, Josh.
Sad. But you know what he is going to bring us?
Well, Josh isn't a big sweets guy.
If you have ice cream, I'll eat the ice cream.
Bring us egg rolls. Do you like egg rolls?
You just said I'm not a sweets guy. I gave you a
would you
sweet.
like some prime rib too? You want
Yes.
to bring some
Yes. Prime rib John.
What about birthday egg rolls? You an egg roll guy?
No, I'll take them and throw them at the wall.
I'll take these.
What's wrong with
I'll
egg
take
rolls?
I just don't like them.
You don't like egg rolls?
No, it's just like the stuff inside of them is usually the stuff I don't like.
You
the hell
realize
is
that you
wrong
can
with you?
have different egg rolls.
I know, but the ones that I always have, they're always like, I'm always disappointed because I like the exterior of the egg roll, but the interior, I'm not a huge fan of. I like the roll of the egg. It's very normal.
So weird.
This is a normal opinion. It's okay to say it.
Why do they
folks.
call them egg rolls anyway?
I think they dip it in egg.
I think it
Oh,
might
do
be
they?
like it might be like
See,
an egg base.
that triggered me as a
Oh,
kid.
okay.
I was like, oh, sweet. It's like a breakfast sandwich thing. And then I was like, there's no scrambled eggs in this.
No, there
I
were
got
no
really
scrambled
triggered.
eggs in there. No,
I was upset. Rick says, should dumb debates assume its rightful spot back on Wednesdays after Sip continuously big times the program and hangs the show hosts out to dry? This is a tradition now.
I know it's happened more often than not. The problem is if we do and then we move Sip to Thursday, guess what's going to happen? He's not going to do Thursday.
I think the debates are dumber on Wednesdays.
They
There's something
are.
about the vibe of Wednesday.
Yeah.
Talk to Sip.
Karen writes, went on a run playing FIFA. Unsportsmanlike conduct on Twitch, 5-day weekend to celebrate America. Life is looking up, fellas. Wow. Congrats to Karen McGee,
Hell
alpha
yeah,
male.
Karen. The alpha male
Wow,
part, maybe. But no,
He
that
mentioned
sounds
a
like
bunch of
decent
un-American things and then started celebrating.
Nice. Thanks for listening, Karen. That
Thank
sounds
you
like
for
a
listening.
great day.
It does. It does. I saw this one. Someone forwarded this. And by the way, that's good too. If you follow people who have these dumb conversations in their social media,
Yeah.
tag us in them, like what was done here from one of the friends of the Grum. They saw this on their social media and said, ooh, this is a good dumb debate.
Okay.
This is from someone on Twitter at Lindsay Yock.
Okay.
It's a start bench cut, which is a
It's
different
like
form
F,
of
marry, kill.
Mhm.
Nice. Okay.
Start bench cut.
Okay.
Salsa, queso, guac.
Oh, this is easy for me with the cut. Guac. So I need to start and bench, and I have salsa and queso. Ooh, that's tough. You know, I probably have more salsa, but I like good queso more. So I will start queso and I will bench salsa. I'm sorry, salsa.
Starting salsa, benching queso, cutting guac.
We're all the
I don't like guac. Even when I get extra guac
sucks
at those places where I ask for guac, I only ask for like a little bit of guac. So I'm still paying full price for the full guac, but I don't want that much guac.
I like guac.
Yeah.
Guac is good.
The guac boy.
But it's not as good as salsa.
No.
And it's not as good as queso.
Not even close.
I would also go queso, start queso, bench salsa.
I like
cut
salsa
guac.
more than queso.
A rare agreement from us.
Well, no, he went the other way.
I
He
like-
went
I'm
salsa
starting
over
salsa.
queso.
You're starting I like salsa
Man,
better
I
than
do.
He's
queso.
benching. He's bringing queso off.
I
the
love
bench.
salsa. I really do, but man, I like queso.
Call me Salsa Nick.
Salsa Nick. Speaking of
Salsa's more readily available, right? You always have salsa around, but occasionally, unless you're getting the jarred queso, right?
Yeah.
Right. So my thing
But
is,
if I'm sitting there like Jack the other day, when Johnny had his graduation party, they had the nacho bar,
Mhm.
right?
Yes,
There was
yes.
salsa, there was guac and queso.
Yeah.
I went for the queso.
I did too.
Because when the option is there and it's a viable one, I will always opt queso. But I'll have more of it with salsa because salsa is just more readily available.
so my whole thing is, I feel like salsa you can be more versatile with. Like queso, there's different variations of queso, but it's still just melty cheese,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, but I'm just thinking
But
of this for the chip.
You got like peach salsa, you got other.
Well, yeah, but
fruit
you
salsas.
can put like different meats in
I can
the
tell you're a
queso.
huge fan, Nick.
I
You
just went
named
to
one
pe-
salsa.
I love peach salsa, and then my brain just stopped.
I'm just thinking about using it with chips. That's it.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not
yeah,
thinking about
same.
anything else. I'm
Same.
just thinking of using
Spicy
it
or
with chips.
mild.
Oh, spicy. Come
Spicy,
on,
absolutely, man.
Come on, man.
It's always a bummer when
Mild
the spicy
queso is kind of lame.
just chopped up stuff. It's always a bummer to me when
You got to have the wang. You
the
gotta have
flavor
nacho cheese
of
with
the
wang.
regular salsa is really good, but the spice isn't. But then I just add a little spicy to it so I can get the best of both worlds.
We did get a suggestion from listener Dave.
What does Dave say?
Who said to bench the name queso and just call it cheese. But it's
different, though.
It's different.
It's different.
It's different.
It's different than cheese. Yeah, it's different. Speaking of forwarding questions, John, listener Sky sent us this one from, I'm just going to say Malcolm because there's a lot of weird names here. I can't figure out who it is. 2 of my children are absolutely screaming at each other over whether is it eponymous, right? EPONYMOUS.
Eponymous, yeah, I believe,
Eponymous, okay. Over whether the eponymous cars from Cars have car insurance or life insurance. Do the cars from Cars have car insurance or life insurance?
Well, it's probably both, right?
Don't they? I feel like weren't there cars in that movie that did not speak or have the ability, or they all had eyes, right?
Yeah,
They all had eyes.
All the
Life
living
insurance.
beings. There were no
That would be
humans in this movie.
terrifying if there was a car that drove a car.
Mm-hmm.
That's scary. That's like you driving a dead person.
Which I believe is the subject for next week's Murder Club.
Wow, is it
How
like
to
a-
drive a dead
Is it like
person.
a puppeteer situation?
You don't want to know. So the answer is life insurance then.
Yeah, I don't think
Yes.
car insurance exists in cars because
Yeah.
it's just insurance to them.
I mean, they
what
may
kind of-
call it car insurance because they're literally cars, but it's
I don't
acting
know,
as
Mac, I'm
life
a
insurance
Peterbilt.
because it's there.
But then there's also planes.
Actually, it's not. Actually, it's medical insurance.
True.
You get in an accident.
Yeah, they will also have life insurance, but yeah, they
Yes.
need regular medical insurance
Yeah.
for the regular
So-
things.
Yeah.
On
so
the
when they get a fender bender, they're going in for medical insurance.
On the subject of cars, the other question we need to be asking. So there's a scene where it's like a little Volkswagen Bug that's like the size of a bug. Get
Mhm.
it? It's a bug. But so if the cars and cars are supposed to be the equivalent of people, is the tiny Volkswagen Bug just supposed to be like a tiny person with wings?
Well, no, it's a fly. It's supposed to be.
Yeah,
Supposed to be
but
a fly. I see what Nick is asking.
It's a
living,
different
but
thing.
all living beings are made up of cars.
But why wouldn't it be a tiny airplane? Because they have big airplanes that have faces. So why wouldn't the tiny bug be like a tiny helicopter?
Man, imagine Nick when he takes illicit drugs. Imagine where his brain goes.
Can't imagine.
Now that's a podcast. Nick.
I can't imagine.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Think you're going way too deep.
But it's worth thinking about.
No,
Like,
it's not
they
worth
set
thinking
these
about.
rules.
It's not worth thinking about because literally it was a device used by the writers to be whimsical because because the nickname for the Volkswagen Beetle
was the bug. I
was
get
a bug,
that.
and thus they were bugs.
But they established these rules, these laws of this universe, the lore of this universe, and then they just throw something in like that doesn't completely mesh with the lore that they established.
No,
So then
it does.
You have
It
to
does.
use
It
the
perfectly
rules within
does.
their universe.
The rules are fine. The rules are fine.
The rules are fine.
The rules are perfectly fine.
Let's
By
see.
the way, the only debate about Cars is it the best Pixar movie of all time or really the best Pixar movie of all time?
It's really good. I
Of
do
course,
love
the answer
Cars.
is it's the really best Pixar movie of all time.
Cars is so good.
A couple that we got emailed to us this week. First, we'll start with Joe. You mentioned there's not much to talk about in the summer. Be more specific. What week in the year is the worst, or is the sport's worst boring week for sports talk radio? This one to me is actually very easy to answer, and it's not the summer. I like summer sports talk. It's fun. The week after the Super Bowl is the worst because you come down from the Super Bowl. Sometimes it's a really good game. And then it's just like, all right, what do we do now? You know, because you're still far away from college hoops, like March Madness stuff.
Actually, you're not.
It just feels that way.
You're only like a week away
You know
from the
me.
conference
I'm
tournament.
football brain. So you're just like so far away from football and you have to like get back into this.
I don't think I'm honestly.
Wow, John loves sports talk all year long.
I didn't say all year long, but I don't know.
It's like, what's your least favorite though? What's your least favorite time of year?
It depends because there's always different stories going on.
Mm-hmm.
There's always different things going on. I can't really pinpoint a time of year. There are times in the middle of football season where it's like it feels like a slog.
Oh, for sure.
Like the last basically 5 years of Nebraska football.
The part, yes, I will say the part about football season that stinks is that you and I watch so much other football, and sometimes we just never get to talk about other football. You know, like I would love to talk more NFL, but you know, it's not big.
But
deal.
a certain team that's been certainly bad the last few years kind of hijacks everything.
Yeah, indeed. Well, so you don't really have an answer. Yeah,
No,
I think February.
don't.
I think February sucks. February is the worst sports talk month by far, in my opinion, by far.
I don't, because it just depends on. Well, okay, you know what? I do have a week.
Okay,
the week between Christmas and New Year's.
Yeah, thank God we're not on the air that week anymore.
The week between Christmas and New Year, and it's not just a sports talk thing; it's just everything in general.
Everyone's checked
because
out.
you have two holidays literally a week apart, and everything that happens in between. There can be Husker Bowl games, as there have been in that week.
Yeah.
When?
Literally the last one they played.
2016. Yeah, it's been a long time.
And it just like everyone's just going through the motions, and it just doesn't.
Everyone's
feels like
checked
everyone's
out.
on vacation.
Yeah. Everyone's checked out.
Everybody is checked out.
It's just a weird week to do.
Seriously,
anything.
that's why we just don't do shows
the
that
worst
week.
but it really has nothing to do with the sports calendar, because you're right in the middle of the NFL run to the playoffs. You got bowl games and you basketball. You got
It's
a lot
very
of stuff.
easy to be checked out that
but
time.
but
of
that
year.
week, everybody in general is just checked out.
402 texter says the day before and after the Major League Baseball All-Star game, there's no pro sports. Yeah, but again, I like
we don't sit like we're not going to be breaking down this
we're not-
Washington Seattle.
Yeah, we're not
game.
previewing it. I like summer sports radio. It's fun. It's just 'cause we're goofy.
Formula One is March to December.
Bring back the pod, Nick. Joe also emails in college basketball, champions cut down pieces of the net. What would you do for a player to get a souvenir from the other sports? He adds in baseball, you could cut up a base. Football, cut up a piece of artificial turf. What should other sports start cutting down like they cut down the nets?
Is it easy to cut up base?
It'd be very difficult. If you could figure out a way to easily cut down a goalpost, I think that would be a real cool piece of
vandalism.
No, is it vandalism when they cut down the net?
No, because they literally bring out a ladder and they do it, and they're only
Bring out a chainsaw.
and
The ceremonial
and
chainsaw. Thank you, Nick. Sponsored by Goodyear Tires.
And they're
the
taking,
official tire of the NFL.
They're taking down something that's very easily put back up. It's not easy just to put a goalpost.
But how
back
cool
up
would it
again.
be? Patrick Mahomes goes home with a piece of goalpost.
Well,
why don't they make goalposts easy to take out and replace?
If we ban Plastroturf, we can do what Florida State does or did. I think they still do it. The sod cemetery.
Just give them the balls. Why
Florida
can't they just give them
State.
the balls?
Florida State established the
Give them the
sod
balls.
cemetery, where when they went on the road and conquered somebody, they would take a piece of
It's
sod.
like Mount Buck. You have Mount
Yeah.
Buck. That's not a bad idea. Take some of the grass.
There were
Why don't
LSU
they just cut up
players.
bits of the ball?
There were LSU
Do that.
players gathering at the mound after the championship, scooping some of the mound dirt into bags.
Behind the bags?
That's
Behind
what they
the
were taking
bags.
home. That's what you can do.
Okay.
So we just need to either you can take home some of the stupid rubber pellets or get rid of Plastroturf and take pieces of sod.
The sod boys.
What would you do for hockey?
Ice.
But it melts. You
Well,
just
then you'll
have
have
this
a-
cup of
you'll
ice
have a
in your
cup of
freezer.
water. You'll have a
No,
cup of water.
you drank it. Oh.
How
Just keep it in
practical
cold
is it to
storage.
cut the net?
It's not. It's
Where do you keep a net?
what they normally do is they will like tie it around the thing on the back of the hat, or they'll just tie it
Or-
around something. They have a
Or
loop
they'll
because
drape it over the trophy.
yeah, it's a
in the
tiny
trophy
baby.
case.
Yeah, so like that's what
Tiny-
the school
tiny
does.
baby
And
net.
I'm sure the players if I was a player and I won a natty, I would probably get a frame of like the newspaper if those still exist in a few years.
The newspaper.
And then I would frame it with a piece of the net inside of the frame. That's how I would want to kind of show it off.
Honestly, just if you happen to win a championship in front of Jim Nance, ask for his tie.
That's true.
That's a good idea.
Another email. This was from Justin. Would you rather be given $5 million right now or given $1 per step for a full year? So I just did the math on how much I would have gotten paid last year. I guess let me get the exact number.
Yeah, I should have the exact number of steps I took.
I just got to do some quick math. So last year, what was it? I averaged 18,416 steps a day. Dude,
That's a lot of steps.
It's easily that's
okay. Yeah,
So that's
A lot of
times
a lot of
365.
that's running steps.
Yes.
You just say walking steps or just
No,
steps in general.
just steps.
Okay.
I will take that because that's $6.7 million. See, and I feel like if I'm doing this, I'm going for even more walks. And I'm averaging this year. I'm averaging 20,469. Nice.
Give me the steps. I'll just play more Frolf.
There you go. See, yeah, this
Also,
is good.
69.
It gets you out.
Oh yeah.
It's what's yours?
I'll just start playing multiple rounds a day.
Works
out.
Mine would be. Oh, there it is. Thank you. Jeez. That's not right.
Oh.
Do the
just take the
do
steps,
the average times 365, right? That's all you got to do.
You can start walking here from Lincoln every morning.
Yeah.
And you bypass the
Oh,
traffic.
I would take this. I would take the steps because, like Josh said, you would be motivated to even take more steps.
Yeah.
Even more.
So it would clear the 5 million
Yep.
easily.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you're getting your exercise in, and your dog's
It's
getting
walking is
exercise
good for
in.
the heart.
And walking is good for the heart.
Yeah. Thank you, Justin, for the $1 million or for the $7 million.
Husker fan for life wants to know, what is the worst time to drive in Omaha? During the College World Series or right after the first snow of the year?
I mean, what?
I almost got T-boned 3 different times.
Wow,
just
really?
downtown trying to park in lot D. I almost got T-boned 3 different times over the last week.
Yeah, I guess like it's
People are just ignoring
but
stop
it-
signs.
So I guess I have to answer this question as myself. I can't just be like, well, what if I just didn't go to the College World Series? Because then it wouldn't affect me. But I did go to the College. I go to the College World Series every day, and this is just the first snow. But man, that first, I'll go College World Series because it's a longer drive. You deal with more. There's just more people,
right? And what makes it worse is like the street layout of the city is kind of dumb to begin with, and people in this city, as we've established, have gotten worse at driving since COVID. So then you pair the dumb layout of the city with people from out of town who don't know what to expect with the people who can't drive anyway.
Yeah,
it's
not-
just kind of a bad stew.
See, I'm going to go with the snow because it literally impacts everywhere. For me, and this is just for me, I can't relate to those of you who, come to the game, an hour before the game or whatever. Yes, getting out of the ballpark is not fun, but all things considered, it's not horrible. And that's the only place that I encounter what I would consider to be annoying traffic.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
See,
Because once I leave the proximity of the ballpark, I'm on the interstate and I'm gone. I realize I'm different than everyone else. I don't drive around Omaha doing regular chores and things, so I don't notice if the volume of traffic is any different during a World Series than not. So the only place that affects me is after the games in the proximity of the ballpark.
It's not so much a traffic quantity issue for me because, like you, I ignore most of the bad traffic, but it's within the 2-mile radius of the ballpark where the quality is bad. That 2-mile radius is where I almost got T-boned all those times just this last week.
It's funny. I've never really had an incident.
The T-bone boys.
People just aren't using stoplights, or they'll get weirdly entitled to like, oh, I should be able to go here.
People are definitely entitled.
It's insane. It was
Really?
wild. Yes.
Huh.
I had that problem so many times. Or people just crossing the street when they shouldn't. They see cars coming.
Jordan says if there are Volkswagens in cars.
Oh, yep. No, we've talked about this. We've talked about this.
Volkswagens and cars. Go on.
There's a history.
No, this was a whole crossover,
Yes.
remember?
I do remember this. I think Chance had a field day with
all of the events in cars, their history is parallel and matches our history, which means everything that has happened in our timeline has happened in the Cars timeline.
Not great.
Every single thing.
2001. Speaking of past times, I guess we could imagine 2016 because Brian says, Josh, when you say 2016 on the radio, that sounds so much longer than what it actually feels. 2016 is almost a decade ago, friends.
I graduated college in 2017.
It's a long time ago.
I don't like
now.
thinking.
The passage of time.
2016, that's when I started working here. August of 2016.
Wow. Oh, wow. Nick,
So
you started
only
working here in 2016, and then what happened with the world? Thanks a lot, Nick. We need to go back in time and fire him.
Harambe got killed before I got hired.
He did.
R.I.P. Harambe.
He did.
It was either Puppy Monkey Baby or Harambe. That's what started 2016 bad.
Bree
I thought
says
2016 was great.
I'm sure
you want to know horrible traffic? Try leaving the middle of somebody's lawn after a game at Rosenblatt. Narrow streets everywhere, dead ends, horrible.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. People like to wax poetic about Rosenblatt. No, that was no picnic.
Where did you guys park in the Rosenblatt era? The media. Was there like a little
There,
lot?
we parked in the lot there right next to the stadium, between the stadium and the zoo, but there were limited spots. So if you didn't get there early, you were screwed.
Oh, it was just full.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Because I've been wondering, because I never got to produce a CWS there. I've always wondered what it would have been.
If you didn't get there early, you were screwed.
Like,
the
how
good thing
early?
about the park, like at least 2 hours before the first game, at least, probably 3 to be safe, because there were limited spots. The good thing about downtown is Lot D, even though Lot D is full,
never have to worry about a spot.
I've never had to worry about a spot. Now, granted, again, I'm getting there at least 2 hours before the game. But back in the day at Rosenblatt, if you weren't there,
wow, that's crazy.
If you weren't there 2 hours before, you were rolling the dice.
I always love when I leave the Lot D. I always love just making someone's day because my spot is so close to that gate.
Mm-hmm.
And I leave, and then I always see a car, and they have to just be like, "Whoa, look at this cool spot we just found." I'm like, "You're welcome." And then I go home and listen to the game on the radio.
You don't listen to the game on the radio.
I listen to some, but yeah, then I had my podcast.
You have to listen to it at normal speed, so I don't know how you would.
Yeah, way too long.
Let's see.
Any more?
Oh, here we go. This is an older one. If you could get season tickets, and he writes excellent seats.
Okay.
For your favorite team for free, but you had to be face paint jersey guy, would you do it?
Oh, golly.
Now, jersey guy, I got no problem with wearing jerseys. As I wear one right now, but I hate face paint.
Now,
and then cleaning the crap off.
They're so far away.
Stupid.
Do I have access to like a private jet so I can get down to the game, or am I going to have to also
No. This is just about if you could get season tickets, excellent seats for your favorite team for free, but had to be face paint jersey guy, would you do it?
Definitely not.
Well, I can't pick any Formula One things because I can't fly out of the country all the time.
Then no thanks. Also, even if I lived in Dallas and I got this question, the answer would be no. Because I don't want to go to a game like that.
And you would always be the one that would show up on camera and end up in memes.
Yeah, and I don't want that.
Hey, look, here's sad cowboy fan meme, and there's Josh with his face all painted up like a big blue star and tears running down his face.
Oh,
and
would you use silver paint or
mascara,
seafoam
and he
paint?
ends up looking like Tammy Faye Baker, but it's Cowboys Tammy Faye Baker. Oh, it'd be a
who's Tammy Faye Baker again?
We
Wife
saw the
of
movie.
a
No,
We
he
saw the
wasn't.
movie.
He wasn't here
I
for
wasn't
the
here
eyes of
for
Tammy
that.
Faye.
Oh, you weren't here for the Tammy Faye movie?
No, that was a good movie.
Tammy Faye was the one married to Jim Baker, the disgraced TV televangelist.
That's right.
Who always wore too much makeup and she'd cry and then the mascara would run her face. That would be you as cowboy face paint guy.
Oh, she died young, 65. Dang. Did you have you got caught up on Gemstones yet?
No, not yet.
Oh, that started?
Yes, there's 3 episodes in.
Okay.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
I need to do that.
There you go.
Yes, you do.
Bree also adds, the best thing about Rosenblatt, it's not there anymore, along with the urine stench-filled concourse.
Oh, they got that little tiny baby ballpark, though.
Wow.
Right next to the zoo.
stench.
Oh, and yeah, the
urine
concourse.
stench.
Again, people like to wax poetic about the old Blatt.
Yeah.
It was not a fan-friendly atmosphere.
Are you getting out and saying overrated?
As a ballpark, yes, it was overrated.
But you could hear the elephants from the ballpark.
No, you actually couldn't.
Okay.
Definitely
Well, what's
not.
the point?
You couldn't hear the
Because
elephants.
nostalgia, Nick, is a powerful drug.
Mm.
Powerful drug. Look, I had a great time at Fenway, but that place was a dump. Is a dump. It's still a dump. It's still around.
Well, they've
Josh
always
says
done
no
it.
way to Fenway.
Not the concourses. The concourses, they're garbage.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Dude, it reminded me of Rosenblatt. Just
I mean,
cramped.
they've redone
The
Wrigley
concourses
Field.
at Rosenblatt were so cramped.
Oh, yeah.
Remember when you would like walk in and then it's like...
Well, that's why they
oh,
opened up the courtyard area outside for people
Yeah.
to go to, because it was a lot easier to get food out there than it was to try to go to one of the normal concession stands.
Adam says Rosenblatt was a dump. I don't understand people still clamoring for it. Again, it's nostalgia. And you know what, John? Like I know that the common refrain over the last few days has been like, now the College World Series is finally home. If Nebraska ever makes it back, no one's going to care about Rosenblatt anymore. Because they'll be like, oh, this is the home of the College World
Yeah.
Series. That's, I think, a big part of
And
it, too.
People like to go on and on. Oh, it's our Wrigley Field. Not even close.
How much do you think, too, not to continue to dump on Rosenblatt, that the nostalgia is mainly based on the last how many years at that ballpark? Because they did make a lot of changes.
Yeah.
Where, like, in the 80s, or 90s would people have said those things about Rosenblatt? Like, I remember when I started going to games there, and the outfield was the wooden bleachers, and oh man, it sucked. But then they made a lot of changes to it.
Yeah, they did. They did.
I think a part of it too was that the games were memorable back then, and
sure they
this
were.
year we got some memorable games.
Absolutely,
It's a memorable game.
It was about being around the people.
The people, yes, indeed.
It wasn't about the ballpark because there was nothing that memorable about the ballpark. It was just an old municipal stadium.
Yeah.
It didn't have a green monster. It didn't have ivy on the walls. It didn't have, yes, it was in a neighborhood, but yeah, it wasn't. It was just an old municipal ballpark. And listen, it was great for what it needed to be at the time. But then the event grew up, and now we have a better ballpark.
And it went through puberty.
Which now needs like better scoreboards, but
yeah, technology
and stuff.
Indeed.
All right, there's dumb debates.
Huh.
Maybe
Wednesday dumb debates. Feels good.
Maybe Sip will join us tomorrow. Maybe not.
It really does feel just so much better.
Feels
to
like
do
home
these,
is
to
what it
do
feels
these
like.
on a Wednesday, does it not?
Larry says the parking is not better downtown because of the lots. It's because of the hotels. There are thousands of hotel rooms within walking distance, so the out-of-town folks are not competing with the locals for parking. That is partially true. Yes, I will agree with you, Larry. But there are more actual parking spots dedicated to the ballpark than there were at Rosenblatt.
Definitely.
Because you were also competing with the zoo. You had people still going to the zoo during the College World Series. They had to have some place to park too.
Indeed.
So it's a little of, yes, he's right. A lot of the people do stay downtown, but there's also more dedicated parking for the Chuck.
Yeah.
Long live the Chuck.
Yeah.
Or the Schwab, if that's what you call it.
Or the Schwab.
No one calls it.
I call it the Schwab.
He calls it the Schwab, John.
I call it the Schwab.
1620 the zone.
Hey, everyone. Josh Peterson here for my friends at Miracle Hill. Oh, I'm trying to do something, John. You want to help me out over there on the broadcast? Oh, well, I'll just change the graphic. Josh Peterson here for my friends at Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis. I was trying to put up the golf flash graphic, but I realized we need some side banners because I did it very, very quickly. You like it this way? All right. Well, you can see me talk about the fine folks at Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis because I'm so happy to announce, you're pointing the wrong way, Nick, Golf Flash is going to be back on August the 4th. Friends, that is just over a month from now. 12 o'clock shotgun start, which means, oh, John, that means that they'll be finishing up as we crack them open for a one beer Friday, only $320 per team. You're going to get the golf, the cart. You will get fed, T-gift prizes, and a whole lot more. Plus, as I said, it'll be a one beer Friday. The Grum will be there. We will be having an excellent afternoon, and we want to see you that Friday, August the 4th. School still not started. Football season still not started. It is the perfect time. How do you get signed up? Well, easily. You go to miraclehillgolf.com/store. You and 3 others do so early, friends, because this will fill up very, very quickly. They are located just north of Dodge on 120th Street, Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis.
The Connor Happer Show.
I feel the need to stand up for bunting. I feel as if it has been crusaded against. I feel as if there is a war on bunting, Josh. They hate bunting. They hate giving up outs. Nerds. It was started by that line in Moneyball where Billy Bean says, never bunt. You're giving up an out. And I'm here to tell you it's still good for something. So once again, Connor Happer here for bunting.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Your Wednesday evening forecast will include mostly clear skies along with hot and humid conditions. Even after sunset, temperatures will only dip into the lower 80s. In Omaha, I'm tracking an overnight low of 72 degrees. Showers and thunderstorms will be possible around pre-dawn Thursday. By the afternoon, partly cloudy skies with highs approaching the lower 90s. I'm meteorologist Anthony Copeland for KTV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Backlund Plumbing Time-Saving Traffic Center. We're still looking at some stop-and-go traffic on 84th Street southbound between Center Road and L Street. as well as an accident with the 2 right lanes blocked at I-80 westbound and Q Street with stop-and-go traffic from I-680 and exit 446. And we're still monitoring that road construction with the roadway reduced to 1 lane at 72nd Street southbound at Harrison with stop-and-go traffic from Drexel Street. Please be careful as you're heading out of the office on I-80 eastbound between Q Street and I-680, as well as 96th and 72nd Street, as those are all some pretty slow spots during this time. Have a great rest of your day. I'm Taryn Frodema.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
What does Saul's loan on? Almost everything, like jewelry, gold chains, bracelets, earrings, wedding rings, and high-end watches, guns, electronics, $10 to $50,000, super fast and easy with no credit check. Saul's loans on almost everything.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas? ¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aww. He just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Vamos a tener mucha diversión.
And that means we're going to have so much fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for my friends at Kugler Vision. Let us talk about the 3 most surprising things about modern LASIK at Kugler Vision. The first, how fast that LASIK procedure is. With Kugler Vision's leading edge technology, we're talking just a few minutes per eye. Incredibly speedy. And how about this for number 2? How comfortable the procedure is. So often from their patients, they hear, wait, that's it? It's over? They make sure that you're relaxed and comfortable, as well as knowing exactly what is happening. And this for number 3, how quickly you can get back to normal life. Patients typically drive themselves to Kugler Vision the very next day for their follow-up visit. So you're back in action less than 24 hours later. Kugler Vision right now, they have special pre-summer savings on modern LASIK or any of their other advanced vision correction procedures. If you've ever thought about fixing your bad vision, the Kugler Vision Eye Analysis is your first step. Do so today. Schedule one online at KuglerVision.com.
Shop Sid Dillon Chevrolet, Nebraska's #1 volume Chevy dealer. Visit any of our 4 locations for your new Chevy or pre-owned vehicle, or at SidDillonChevy.com. Chevy, find new roads.
You are what drives us, Sid Dillon.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
You root Big Red football, you must root Big Red basketball.
Stud 1620. The Zone.
That's a reminder, though, that the movie club is back in 2 days.
The Road to El Dorado, a great movie. And just because it's a cartoon doesn't mean that it's a bad movie or necessarily a kid's movie.
Yeah, but do they have car insurance or life insurance?
Well, it takes place in Spain in like the 1500s, so 1400s.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
They didn't have cartoons.
I mean,
back
it
then.
doesn't
What kind
take
of a
place
fake
in
movie
Spain.
is this?
I guess it takes place in South America. But it's
Spain, South America.
Jeez.
What's the difference?
Well, it
says Nick.
starts in Spain.
Wow,
It's-
some globalist you are.
Jeez.
It starts in Spain.
Come on, Nick.
Spain,
Have
South
some
America,
respect for the-
Antarctica. What's the...
Yeah, have some respect for the globe.
Sorry, Globe.
Sorry, Globe. So, the NCAA sent out a notice, a memorandum, if you will.
Oh, cool. What'd this one say?
Stating that any school that violates NCAA rules, despite what its state allows, could be punished. This is in response to various states, especially inside of the SEC footprint, that have or are planning to establish laws that allow student athletes to receive NIL money through schools' fundraising arms. So, for example, the Texas A&M 12th Man Foundation, which is their primary fundraising arm, now has a wing that is dedicated to NIL. And the advantage to that is, if you're a 12th man benefactor, you donate to A&M that money can be used for NIL and you get donor points.
Nice.
So like right now, and donor points can go to things like upgrade your seat
A
or
new stuffed animal.
get to the front of the line if you ever go to a national championship or a major bowl game.
It's like at Chuck E. Cheese. That's how I imagine.
And you get a chance to buy tickets before everyone else. You get donor points. Well, at Nebraska, for example, if you donate to 1890, you're just donating to 1890. It's not technically affiliated with the university. So you're not getting donor points. You're not, it'd be like if you have, you got your Discover card where you get cash back for certain purchases versus, plain Jane credit card where you don't get any bonuses.
Sad.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, the NCAA is essentially saying, hey, if y'all do this, you're in trouble with us no matter what the state law says, even though there is language in some of these bills, most of these bills, that prohibit the NCAA from penalizing schools for following them.
So is it basically just like an announcement for an announcement's sake, and they're not going to be able to do anything?
Well, here's the funny part, though, to me. The law includes language prohibiting the NCAA from penalizing schools for following them. What could the state of Texas do to the NCAA? If the NCAA cracks down on Texas A&M,
write a stern letter.
How is the state of Texas going to enforce their laws on a governing body that is not in the state of Texas? So that part of it is kind of odd to me. But yeah, so you have these competing laws that go against the NCAA rules. And as written yesterday in the memorandum, the association has been clear and maintains that schools must adhere to NCAA legislation or policy when it conflicts with permissive state laws. In other words, if a state law permits certain institutional action and NCAA legislation prohibits the same action, institutions must follow NCAA legislation.
They're kind of daring them now to break the law, break the rules.
Yeah.
I bet they still do. Because I don't think they're... What's the punishment going to be?
Well, from the NCAA, I suppose you could put them on probation.
You could. And so that's, I think they're going to call the NCAA's bluff. They're going to say, you don't want to actually do that, though. You don't want to, punish somebody because you don't do that anymore.
Yeah, I guess. But then again, I go back to, well, what can the state do to the NCAA?
Yeah, and they can't really,
they can't do anything. So
anything.
you basically have a staring contest.
Yeah, between like one side that literally can't do anything, which is the state, and then you have the other side that doesn't really want to do anything anymore. In the NCAA.
It's like when you got the ex-con being visited by the snitch, and you're separated by the plexiglass, and you're having this stare down. You can't do anything to each other.
You can be really mad at each other, but in the end.
Yeah, there's nothing. I mean, unless you're able to punch through the plexiglass.
Yeah.
It'd be a strong person.
It would be a strong person. And then you would get arrested.
Yeah.
Unless you're the person already in jail.
True.
Yeah, poor plexiglass.
Coming up next in content.
What do we got?
We got news on the illegal gambling going on in the pros.
Ooh.
We have Trev Alberts earned some money. And someone is committing mortal sin.
Mortal sin?
Mortal sin.
Intrigued.
1620 The Zone.
Big names, big games. We've got them all. 1620 The Zone.
If baseball and ice cream go together like fireworks in the 4th of July, I mean, on any given night during the summer, you're bound to run into a team of little leaguers getting ice cream after their game, win or lose. So before you head home after the game, head over to Ted and Wally's Ultra Premium Ice Cream and pick up your flavor. They serve more than 3,000 of them. Keep track of the daily specials on social media. Celebrating more than 35 years. Ted and Wally's Ultra Premium Ice Cream. Benson, Old Market, and at tedandwallys.com.
Hi, everybody. Kent Pavelka here to talk about your local concrete experts at Everlevel Concrete Repair. Now, if you have cracked or uneven concrete, Everlevel can do it all with their complete repair solutions. They fix cracks, lift sunken slabs, and protect the surface, all at a fraction of the price compared to replacement. And better yet, they offer long-term transferable warranties. I'm so glad I chose Everlevel for my driveway. Give them a call for your free inspection. That's Everlevel, Everlevel, Everlevel. Try saying that 3 times fast.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. you're teaching a kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, taillights, trunk lids, license plate holders, 122 million parts. Pull up just a little bit. And headlights. They've got lots of headlights. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Usually, to get a skybox view of a Nebraska football game, you need to be a drone, a hawk, or a fighter jet. But sitting in an actual skybox is a lot more comfortable. So, enter the Nebraska Lottery's Lucky for Life ticket snap. Until July 10th, buy a Lucky for Life ticket and enter for a chance to win Nebraska football skybox season tickets or other great ticket prizes. Sure, fighter jets are cool, but there's no legroom.
Lucky for Life top prize odds 1 in 30 million.
The Nebraska Lottery offers up a lot of fun with a variety of daily games like Nebraska Pick 3, 2x2, and My Day. How much fun, you ask? Think of it like riding a roller coaster. Sitting next to your favorite rock star. Or discovering a bunch of cash under your seat.
Yeah!
Sound fun? Then play today.
Nebraska Pick 3, 2x2, and My Day top prize odds vary by game.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Gary here for Templeton Rye Whiskey for the strong-spirited. Baseball is back and another exciting summer, and Templeton Rye is bringing a few all-stars of their own. They've got 4-year, 6-year, 10-year reserve. Templeton Rye, it is a home run all around. Now, you want to learn more about Templeton Rye, just check out their Instagram page, Templeton Distillery, or better yet, take the short drive outside of Omaha to the on-site distillery. Enjoy responsibly. Templeton Rye Spirits, Templeton, Iowa, Rye Whiskey.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, Nick, what do we have in content?
The first question might trigger you, John.
Uh-oh.
Last night, Shohei Ohtani became the 6th player since 1893 with 2 home runs and 10 strikeouts in a dazzling performance. Imagine not enjoying the way this guy plays baseball in the regular season, because that's where all these things happen exclusively.
Yeah, imagine not enjoying it in the regular season, which is the majority of the baseball season that diehard supposed baseball fans tell me they enjoy. I tune in October, and yet I'm still able to enjoy him. You'd figure the day-to-day baseball fan would enjoy this guy even more.
I barely watch baseball, and I enjoy the hell out of it.
I appreciate the fact that Shohei has now reached Milt Pappas levels, striking out 10 in a game. And
actually, hasn't he reached the levels above every other baseball player in history except for Milt Pappas and a few other guys? I'd say that's what he's done. There's all the guys ever, and then there's 6 guys.
Yeah, of which Milt Pappas is one of them.
I'm sure Milt Pappas was great.
He was fantastic. We should call him the GOAT.
Milty P.
Milt Pappas the GOAT.
Milty P.
Milty P. According to Shefty Schefter, a handful of NFL players, including Colts cornerback Isaiah Rodgers, will get 1-year suspensions for betting on pro football games. Will this be an effective deterrent?
Well, we're about to find out. I would think it would be, because that's where the money is made. And unlike in the other professional sports, well, actually, if this happened in one of the other professional sports, they would probably, I'm guessing they would be docked their pay. I'm guessing that. But with contracts being typically more one-sided in the NFL than they are in the other sports, certainly you get some NFL guys, particularly those guys who are at the bottom end of the, 53-man roster, they would have to think twice. You get suspended for life, there's no guarantee you're being brought back.
I guess I agree with you in theory, the principal part that I guess I'm a little dicey on is I figured the Calvin Ridley stuff would have been the same thing. It would have resulted in the same thing happening, because he did like a same game parlay, and that resulted in him missing a year. I also I guess we haven't seen a total investigation or a report on what Rodgers did. I thought he was going to be banned for life, given some of the initial reports on this.
Right.
I still think that it's going to happen. This should be a deterrent, but John, what's the adage? Rules are meant to be broken. Rules are meant to be broken. And so I think that we could see something like that still happen in future years, given how pervasive all this stuff is.
It is, but again, unless you've got money stashed up somewhere, or you've made a ton of money gambling, to lose your job, that's a big deterrent.
I know, but John, people do things that result in them going to jail. Shouldn't that don't drive drunk? And yet people do.
The idea is, as a deterrent, I think it's going. I don't think we're going to see as many of the cases. And really, I don't think in the case of Rodgers or some of these other folks that they necessarily were doing it knowing they were. I think a lot of it was done because of ignorance, because they didn't realize, I can't be doing this on team facilities.
Grounds, yeah.
So I think what you're going to find out of this isn't so much a deterrent as it is a reminder that, hey, dumbass, you can't do this here, and you can't bet on this sport. And I think that will bring about a change.
Shake says, bring back Pete Rose. Bring back old PTR.
ESPN.com ranked the biggest draft steals of the last decade, and Travis Kelce, he has a podcast, came out on top. He was picked 63rd overall in 2013. Tyreek, the Cheetah Hill, Devontae Adams, Cooper Kupp, and Derrick Henry rounded out the top 5. Good list.
So when I saw this story, my first thought was, whoa, shouldn't Patrick Mahomes be the biggest draft steal? Because he was not the number 1 overall pick, but they did not allow any first rounders in this. So that's why it's those guys. I mean, look, perhaps the greatest tight end of all time was picked 63rd. I mean, it's hard to say that that's not, a really, really good one. But, man, just scrolling through, Hill was 165. Devontae Adams was a second rounder. Your boy Cooper Kupp, 69th.
Nice.
Thank you. Was really good.
Is really good.
His team was really good. Yeah, I think it's a solid list. It's hard to get frustrated with that list, I think, for the top 5 players.
Yeah, when you consider that Kelce is considered the best at his position currently, that makes the most sense.
Yeah.
And it's hard to argue with any of the others. It's a really solid list. And it just goes to show you that good value, really, really, really good value can be found on the second day of the draft.
I have a lot of goals. We have a lot of goals. But it's to bring a national championship to Ann Arbor. We're just so close. That's what J.J. McCarthy said to Adam Rittenberg on Tuesday. Is Michigan close, or are they Scott Frost close?
Well, close in that they're close in proximity, like they were in the playoff, which you have to be to win a national championship. But in reality, close? No. Georgia absolutely destroyed them last year.
2 years ago.
2 years ago. Would have destroyed them last year.
That would have been a close game.
No. It would have been destroyed.
I don't know. It might have been a close game.
This is as
close.
You know what? They're Big Ten close.
Yeah, I would agree. For the record, I'm just kidding. They're not close. They've made it, and so they're at the dance floor. I honestly think the guy who spoke to Adam Rittenberg, J.J. McCarthy, I think he's one of the reasons that I don't really buy into them being a championship contender. There's just something about him. Maybe it's that he's just like a tiny baby.
Because he talks like a 1940s guy?
Maybe that too. Michigan, for all their success the last 2 years, you know what they have not had? They have not had Ohio State type quarterbacks. Those guys who can put their team on their back and win games. And look, he performed very well against Ohio State, but nah.
Trev Alberts earned a $160,000 bonus for Nebraska, finishing inside the top 30 of the Learfield Directors Cup. Do folks really care about all sport standings?
Folks, well, obviously Nebraska does. Apparently, no. But in the end, no. No one cares about this. It's just like if Nebraska continues to climb higher, Trev will get a lot of credit. But when they were really, really good across the board in the 90s, people were mad at Bill Byrne.
Yeah.
Taken away from football.
Yes.
So, no. It's like it allows them to move their argument around depending on what side of the aisle they want to be on.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's one of those nice things you can brag about. But at the end of the day, for the vast majority of Husker fans, if the football team's doing well, everything else is just gravy on top.
Oh, Josh doesn't like gravy.
Oh, thank you, Nick. Yeah, it's like buffalo sauce on top.
For the vast majority of Husker fans, it'll always be about how is football doing. That will affect their mood the most.
Bingo.
Travis Kelce, he has a podcast.
Oh,
says 50 to 80% of the NFL's players use cannabis. Is Kelce using too much of the cannabis to quote these numbers?
Well, I think he's definitely pulling them out of his rear end because really no one knows. Now, the next question would be, would it surprise you if the numbers were that high?
No.
80%, yes. I mean, that's a lot.
50%?
50% wouldn't surprise me. And by the way, Travis, I mean, 50 to 80%, I mean, that's a huge.
It is. I mean, it gives you a lot of wiggle room in there.
A lot of wiggle room. 50% wouldn't surprise me. 80 would.
Yeah, 80. I mean, it probably is a little too high, but definitely over 50. How many NFL players are there?
At least 3.
How many NFL players? There are, I guess, should I just do 53 times 32?
Mm-hmm.
So that is 1,696.
Nice.
So the middle two numbers are 69.
Nice.
So what, 80% of, wow, that'd be, I mean, a lot of players. Be what, 1,200 players or so?
Yeah.
NBA free agency begins this week. Do you care?
I was looking at a list today, John.
Yes, tell me who are we supposed to be oohing and eyeing over?
So that's what I was like. Who are the players that we are keeping an eye on?
Right.
Number 1 on the best available free agents list, Kyrie Irving. And I said, nope, I don't care about this free agency. If he's number 1, number 2 is James Harden, Jimmy H, Fred VanVleet. Number 3. No, it's a rough list. It's a very rough list.
This is an amazingly weak.
People will be tweeting this week, and I'll be ignoring it because I'll be asleep.
Yeah. No, we're not going to. I mean, sure, you'll get the NBA nerds who will be super jacked for it.
Robbie.
But
Robbie does like the NBA.
He talks basketball.
Most people
will
yawn over this one.
The Yawn Boys.
Yawn. Pepsi has created their own ketchup. Pepsi Cola Chup will be available in ballparks such as Target Field in Minneapolis and Yankee Stadium on John's birthday, July 4th. It is already a mortal sin to put ketchup on a hot dog, but does this go beyond sin?
Yes.
Sounds like disgusting garbage.
Yeah.
How'd you feel about Coca-Cola?
It'd be one thing if you put
I don't like
ketchup on a hot dog, which again is a mortal sin. But
mortal sin.
But now that
not right.
it's Pepsi
I don't like
infused ketchup, which means it's
gonna taste like
inferior ketchup to what normal ketchup would be, or a Coca-Cola ketchup.
I don't like the name Cola Chup. It doesn't roll off the tongue.
No, it does not.
Back when I would drink rum and Cokes, man, I got so mad. I'm like, can I have a rum and Coke? And they're like, sure. And then they bring me a rum and Pepsi. This isn't Coca-Cola, you jerks.
Yeah.
I don't want this. I don't want ketchup. I take ketchup and throw it in the dumpster.
Plus, and I think
with Nick's takes.
I might have a
not all of them
my
are
ketchup just gets dumped all over.
Hey,
Formula's good.
Don't do that to my takes. My takes
do
don't
that
like
to
ketchup.
your take.
The Grum down.
I thought I had a picture.
Whoa.
Here we go.
Welcome to the show, guys.
Grum down. What do we got today, John?
Look at the color of that ketchup.
Yeah, it's nasty.
I don't want
because
that looks like Banks before we gave him the new food.
Yeah.
That's what it looked like, Nick. Bad.
The problem is it has a barbecue sauce like tint to it.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you bite in, you would be expecting, hey, it may taste like barbecue sauce, and then it's Pepsi ketchup.
See, at least John's favorite condiment, mayo chup, is fun to say, but Cola Chup doesn't even roll off the tongue.
No.
Mayo chup is
John,
even dumber.
Doesn't this make you feel like we could be ad people if this is what those morons came up with and someone got paid for this?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody did get paid.
Lots of money, more money than we make for this idea.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh.
What if Don Draper did that?
See, yeah, it makes us look like Don Draper. This is what's his name? Ginsburg? Was that the guy? Ginsburg
remember.
cut off his nipple
What?
Oh, that's
I
right.
need to watch
yeah,
the show.
It's a great show, Nick. He
It
cut
is a
off his
great show.
nipple.
Yeah. Very weird.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Very
Ginsburg.
weird, very not
Ginsburg.
normal.
Nick and Ginsburg, I think, would have been
Oh.
besties.
I don't like the sound. I won't
Ginsburg
cut
went
my
off the
nipple.
rails, though, Nick. I hope you don't go off the rails like Ginsburg.
For the
Yeah,
record,
he
I'm
did
not
go
going to
off
cut
rails.
off my nipple.
Nice. But you know what you are going to do?
Bet of the day.
Bingo.
Next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Hi, I'm a baseball umpire. My job can get pretty stressful. I have to keep my eyes open at all times, and if I don't make the right call, people boo me. So to relax, I visit a Nebraska lottery retailer like this one and buy some scratch tickets. It always calms me down. Hey, you cut in line.
I did not.
All right, you're out of here.
Hey, he didn't cut.
All right, you're out of here.
I feel better already. The Nebraska Lottery. Top prize odds vary by game.
Hello, Talking Deer here. I want to take this time to thank the Nebraska Lottery. Since 1993, Nebraska Lottery proceeds, over $900 million, have gone to its beneficiaries, including the environment. And since I'm out here in the field every day, I see it firsthand, or first hoof, I guess.
Who are you talking to, dear?
Oh, I was just thanking the Nebraska Lottery and all the people who play for supporting the Nebraska environment.
That's nice, dear.
The Nebraska Lottery. 30 years of building a better Nebraska.
Businesses of Omaha, settling for a website that looks like it's stuck in the early 2000s? Then it's time to level up with JM Online. Our local team builds custom websites that solve unique business needs. We're not your typical web design company. We're your partners in online success. Ready to take your website to the next level? Go to jmonline.com and request an initial call.
Switch to Cox Mobile and instantly save $200 on a new iPhone 14. So whether you're keeping up with your book club
It all began in Manchester.
or sharing your latest recipe, you've got a plan that fits you based on the data you need. Switch today and instantly save $200 on a new iPhone 14 featuring the most impressive dual camera system on iPhone. The new Cox Mobile. We're different because you're different. Limited time offer for existing and new Cox Mobile lines. Prices exclude taxes and device activation. Other fees and charges are subject to change. Other terms and conditions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
Your exclusive home for Royals baseball in Omaha.
Right up the middle, patient, and the Royals are a winner.
1620 The Zone.
John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
You don't need that cake. I'm going to eat your cake.
It's unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone.
You know why I'm laughing, don't you?
Now, it's time for the unsportsmanlike conduct bet of the day.
Just a little bit under where some folks would like to see this one wind up.
Brought to you by nobody.
You gotta be kidding.
Really, we don't have a sponsor. Sorry.
Folks, we all won yesterday in the bet of the day. John took the GOAT, Shohei Ohtani, who had 10 strikeouts and 2 home runs. I had the Mets to get off the schneid against the Brewers. Nick had them and the Braves and the Guardians in a parlay. Winner, 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 winner.
We did it.
The Mets lose tonight. Give me the Brew Crew, plus 130.
Let's do a parlay of the Houston Astros. And the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Wow, fading the Rockies.
Plus 2. Yeah, fading the Rockies.
Nice.
Plus 212.
Hey, they beat the Angels in the series. People forget.
Don't bring up the... Don't,
of course
Nick,
they did.
stop
Of
it.
course they did.
You always do this, Nick.
Well, give me the Angels.
Okay.
Oh, great.
And the Dodgers, plus 165.
Wow, that's the bet of the day.
Iowa.
Stop copying me.
The copy boy.
Now I got Nick Stink all over the Dodgers.
The Stink boy.
I got like a 2-game winning streak going on.
What you get for
here.
picking
This
against
is-
the Rockies, John?
Well, it's exactly. It's the Rockies and it's the Dodgers.
What do we got on the show tomorrow, John?
Hard to dodge a mountain.
Ravi Lula.
Yep. Not Robin Washit.
Yeah,
he's on
Robin's
vacation.
on vacay.
Man, that's awesome. Good for Robin.
Eric Edholm.
Eric Edholm is on tomorrow.
Eric Edholm and
Allegedly.
yeah.
Stephen M.
What
Sipple.
time's Eric? 4:30?
3:50.
Isn't that what time Sipple is?
No, Sipple's 4:50.
Oh, that's right, because we got rid of dumb debates.
No, we did dumb debates.
No,
today.
we did dumb debates today.
Yeah,
This is like an Abbott and Costello bit.
You know what I meant.
It is.
I got to write these down. I forgot to write these down.
It
Eric's
is.
at 3:50.
Yes.
Okay. 3:50.
That sounds about right.
All right, cool. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
I hope so. I hope it's not nearly as hot. Apparently, it is just butt ass nasty.
Dude,
out there.
I'm trying to figure out
Nasty.
if I'm gonna walk Banks tonight. We've had a great streak with him. He is going on like 2 months of walks.
Yeah,
Just
ban him while
Wrigley's
you
not
walk.
going on any walk tonight.
it's just gonna be so
Way
hot.
too
See,
hot
now when
for
I
her.
do walk him, I take him to a very specific spot that is shaded AF. Some would say.
Yeah, but the problem is,
But it's
that,
a million degrees.
well, it's the humidity.
Yeah, it's not the heat, it's the humidity.
The humidity is really been
Midwestern.
stifling.
Have you ever seen that joke that they should have named when Orlando came around instead of the Orlando Magic, the Orlando Humidity?
They
Because
should
then
have.
the
The heat and the humidity.
Yeah.
Yes.
yeah,
That's funny.
yeah, right. They could have. That would have been pretty fun. And it is humid in Orlando.
Would it just be like a drop of water, an angry drop of water with a basketball?
Yeah,
Probably.
There you go, Nick. Yeah, that'd have been fun.
Wow, I could do this.
Yeah, you're right, John. I don't know. I don't think it's man. Banks is gonna be pissed.
He's gonna be like Bark.
He enjoys walks. But yeah, maybe I'll just do like a little longer loop around our place, but not
Well, you
actually
could do-
take him
you
to the
could-
park.
Well, yeah, you could do a short one.
Should I just trick him and put on his harness so he's like, sweet,
Don't trick Mr.
walk.
Banks.
And then I'm just like, all right, we're going for half mile.
Don't Pavlov your
Well, you
dog.
could still do that. I mean,
Okay, yeah, because normally we
Yeah.
try to do a mile a day with Banks. That's what I've been doing.
Yeah, no,
I'll just
no,
trick him with the.
No, you could.
How
do-
long? Because how long do you take Riggs for a walk? When you go for a traditional walk at night?
You know, I've never measured it. Is it 2 miles?
You don't have like a thing on your watch?
Well, I do, but I never bothered to look to see. Okay, it's starting at because like right now I've already got a couple of miles.
Oh no, I meant like it doesn't have like a walking function, like an activity.
It probably does, but I don't use
It
it.
does.
okay.
I've got one on mine.
It probably does. I just don't use it.
Yeah, you should measure it.
Well, I could just do a Google map because we basically take the same route
Nice.
every night.
And then she
Sometimes we go
poops.
counterclock. Oh, she always poops.
Poop time. Yeah,
Wrigley?
Banks didn't poop this morning, so it's gonna be a big one.
Dogs and poops.
Mm-hmm. And that's the show, folks.
And that's the show.
I bet you hate summer shows. No, we get to talk about our dogs taking dumps.
Everybody's favorite.
To some people would say, well, what's the difference between that and a regular November show?
Got him.
Hey-o.
All right, well, then have a great rest of your Wednesday, and we'll talk to you on Thursday.
That's how the calendar works.
Yep.
That is.
Where it's